To Corinne. Samuel Beckett in Company. Beckett and Relation, a preface to the series. Suicides jump from the bridge, not from the bank, Beckett 1992, 27. In the somewhat confusing world of dream of fair to middling women, the figure of Nemo is at least reliable. Despite the narrator's claim that Nemo is not the sort of character to do his dope, or stick to his role, precisely, here in fact is one character who is knowable and who behaves in what appears to be a coherent, if enigmatic, manner. 11. He is always to be found on the middle of a bridge, gazing into the dark, swirling waters below. It comes as no surprise when he is found washed up on the bank after apparently jumping from one such bridge. Like the disappointed bridge of Joyce's Ulysses, 29, Nemo's bridges do not function as they should. Rather than allowing Nemo a point of crossing, or of connection from one point to another, for Nemo the bridge stops midway, as if the matter of connection from A to B were itself an impossibility, or as if the two banks of the river or canal could not be brought into a simple relation. Indeed, rather than follow the road of relation, Nemo ultimately jumps to his death and thereby into a realm beyond any relation at all. The figure of Nemo, as if suspended between 2 points, is a synecdoche for the troubling matter of relation in Beckett's works and of those works. The Samuel Beckett in Company series that this book inaugurates is dependent on a notion of relation. In order to be in company, one would have thought that some form of relation between discrete subjects is a fundamental assumption, a basic necessity. From a critical perspective, if one were to entertain the idea of Beckett and contemporary performance art, for example, then the assumption must be that these two disparate points can be brought together, that there is a successful rather than a disappointed bridge along which one can travel. Of course, the question of relating Beckett to any form of company is shadowed by the nature of Beckett's own aesthetics. If the three dialogues with Georges Duthot is the most fulsome explication of those aesthetics, it can be no accident that the dialogues repeatedly focus on the problem of relation. In the dialogue concerning Van Velde, B argues that the analysis of the relation between the artist and his occasion has produced little because the occasion appears as an unstable term of relation whilst the artist, who is the other term, is hardly less so. 124. This instability in the terms of relation, as if the two banks that a bridge joins were in constant flux, itself occasions an acute and increasing anxiety of the relation itself, as though shadowed more and more darkly by a sense of invalidity, of inadequacy. As Beckett and Duthot corresponded with a view to the publication of the three dialogues, Beckett's thinking on the question of relation in art became both clearer and more radical. Writing on the March 9, 1949, he defined aesthetic relation. By relation we understand, not only the primary form, that between the artist and the outside world, but also and above all those which, within him, ensure that he has lines of flight and retreat, and changes of tension, and make available to him, among other benefits, that of feeling plural, to put it no higher, while remaining, of course, unique. 2011, 138. There are, then, two problems of relation, between the artist and the world he perceives, the painter with a sitter in front of him, for example, and the relations within the artist him or herself, as the artist is already a multiple rather than a singular entity. In both cases, the paradigm of artistic apprehension basically remains the same. The artist is he who is always in front of, 139, whether he is in front of an external subject, or one aspect of self in front of another aspect of self. In this regard, the value of Van Velde's work for Beckett is that it is not the relation with this or that order of opposite that it refuses, but the state of being in relation as such, the state of being in front of, 140. However, the pull of relation is a strong one. In the same letter, Beckett worries that no matter how he might try he shall seem to be locking Van Velde back into a relation, 140, as the absence of relation could become the very subject which the artist once again places himself in front of. This would mean returning the art of Van Velde to the bosom of St. Luke, 1987, 122, and increasing art's scope, mastery, and competency. Much of this can already be seen in the figure of Nemo, and the relations between the narrator of Dream of Fair to Middling Women and his characters. The narrator declares himself unable to keep track of what one might have thought were his own creations. In the chapter entitled UND, an overt and therefore perhaps unsuccessful assertion of continuity and relation, the narrator worries over the refractory nature of his characters. Their movement is based on a principle of repulsion, their property not to combine but, like heavenly bodies, to scatter and stampede, astral straws on a time strom, grit in the mistral. And not only to shrink from all that is not they, from all that is without and in its turn shrinks from them, but also to strain away from themselves, they will not suffer their systems to be absorbed in the cluster of a greater system, because they themselves tend to disappear as systems. 118-9. The characters of Dream therefore behave in a manner similar to that which Beckett theorized in his letter to Duthut in 1949. They refuse to come into relation with what is external to them, and also refuse to relate to themselves to create a coherent system of personality on which the narrator can rely. This means, of course, that the relation between narrator and character is also far from certain. Nemo appears to not be exempt from this general lack of relation. He is a symphonic rather than a melodic unit, 11, and so multiple rather than singular. Yet he is always to be found on one bridge or another, until his act of fellowed sc. 183. Paradoxically, then, Nemo can be brought into relation precisely on the grounds of his inability to achieve relation, he can be fixed and relied upon due to his non-relational position. In similar vein, Lacroix extols the virtues not of the terms that are related, but of the side of relation as such. For me, he prattles on, he means no harm, for me the only real thing is to be found in the relation, the dumbbells bar, the silence between my eyes, between you and me, all the silences between you and me. On the crown of the passional relation I live, dead to oneness, non-entity and unalone. 27-8. To locate the real thing on the dumbbell bar of relation is to oscillate between terms, or to rest upon the hyphen that separates and links two terms, the hyphen of passion between Shelley and Shuley, the old bridge over the river. 27. However, the danger for the artist is in making this hyphen of passion a new occasion for art, and thus absorbing it into the greater system of artistic competence. By focusing on Dream of Fair to Middling Women, it becomes apparent that the question of relation, as a human and as an aesthetic issue, was foregrounded from the start of Beckett's writing career. Delineating and questioning this issue of relation will hopefully be one of the tasks of the series. A further aim of the series, as the name implies, is to place Beckett in company with the social and political milieu he encountered, with the artists and theater practitioners he knew and worked alongside, with the institutions that facilitated his career, with writers and artists that he influenced, or that influenced him, and, beyond his death, in the company of new contexts, technologies, and ideologies. All these attributes hinge on a notion of relation. This might mean a reappraisal of who one thinks Beckett is. Writing of the tendency to think of Beckett as a writer hermetically sealed from the world, Anna McMullen and Everett Frost have noted that Beckett seems to have genuinely been torn between the competing demands of the need for solitude as the necessary conditions for writing, on the one hand, and, on the other, to be fully engaged in the lasting personal friendships and professional collegiality that sustained his work. 139. We might hear in this description an echo of the letter of 1949, in a tension between that of feeling plural, to put it no higher, while remaining, of course, unique. 2011, 138, a tension between the social and the solitary. The world of dramatic production, be it on stage, radio, television, or film, is inherently a peopled one, a social site in which Beckett spent a great deal of his professional life, however unwillingly or however much he might have wished to minimize the input, or interference, of others. If one broadens this out into the wider social and cultural world, through which Beckett lived a startling array of possible relations opens up. As Peter Boxall has noted, whilst we might think of Beckett as a contemporary of Bowen and Woolf, he was no less a contemporary of Iris Murdoch and Angela Carter. Boxall goes on to offer an important reminder of the company that Beckett might be seen to keep. It is difficult to accustom oneself to the fact that Beckett's Ghost Trio was first televised in the year that Star Wars was released, that Mal vu Mal did was published in the same year that Salman Rushdie published Midnight's Children, or that Quad was first published in the year that Martin Amis published Money. 3. The title of Boxall's book, Since Beckett, Contemporary Writing in the Wake of Modernism, itself displays some reservation concerning the relation between Beckett and those that followed. Since is a decidedly neutral term, somewhat shorn of notions of authority and priority contained in the more common after that might instate a default form of Bloomian anxiety of influence. Since also avoids the most simple of conjunctions, the and. One of the problems of this simple conjunction is well illustrated by the current volume. Llewellyn Brown brings together Beckett and Lacan to great effect, but rightly worries about what has previously been understood under the umbrella of the name Lacan, as critics have essentially limited their readings of Lacan to his early structuralist developments and thus created a Beckett by means of this connection. By shifting the focus onto Lacan's later works, the simple conjunction of Beckett and Lacan takes on new and insightful possibilities. Similarly, in his introduction to Beckett and post-structuralism, Anthony Ullman is concerned with how to relate Beckett to major post-structuralist thinkers. Rather than asserting an and, he suggests that Beckett and the philosophers and theoreticians the book concerns itself with lived through the same problem field, which therefore accounts for the numerous and striking points of intersection which have arisen because they have encountered the same non-discursive milieu. 34. 1. Ullman provides a further method of linkage through Deleuze and Guattard's notion of counterpoint, whereby new concepts, should the resonance be strong, might shed light on the sensations of existing works of art and enter into counterpoint with them, helping us to recognize aspects of the work we might previously have passed over. 37. This recontextualization as time passes and new concepts, art forms and media appear, is the final notion of relation Samuel Beckett in Company seeks to explore. Beckett's influence on contemporary performance, live or installation art is one such area in which a relation is felt to be at work but has yet to be fully explored. Derval Tubridy, for example, has suggested that Beckett's later theatre, particularly Not I, which recapitulates the intensity and urgency of the unamable, exists between theatre and performance art. 47, and that thinking about Beckett in the context of performance art enables us to reconsider elements vital to his theatre, the experience of the body in space in terms of duration and endurance, the role of repetition, reiteration, and rehearsal, and the visceral interplay between language and the body. 49-50. But resonances, echoes, and influences need not be restricted to the gallery, the stage, television or book. Beckett's life after death also involves a virtual presence as the Internet disperses his works, adapts them for its own ends, and thereby brings them into a new relation. If one were just to take Waiting for Godot, we have immediate and virtual access to such delights as a Sesame Street parody, and the Guinea Pig Theatre's animated take on the play with all parts, of course, played by guinea pigs. We can also watch a short film of Joyce and Beckett playing pitch and putt. More seriously, perhaps, the materials that are available on the Internet might be conditioning a differently nuanced reception of Beckett's works amongst those who might never see a stage version of play but can readily watch Anthony Minghella's film of the work, which was part of the Beckett on Film project. Beckett's virtual presence on the Internet is also indicative of how popular culture comes into relation with his works. It is a challenge to a notion of relation and to what Beckett might be when, in episode 7 of season 4, renowned Beckett actor Barry McGovern appeared as the dying merchant in Game of Thrones. The dialogue between the merchant, Arya Stark, and the Hound was replete with Beckettian resonances, and McGovern himself was one of those resonances, that focused on nothing, worsening and habit. Yet all this was happening in the same hugely popular HBO series that is replete with dragons and swords and The Walking Dead. To suddenly see and hear clear Beckettian resonances in such a context is at once a surprise, but also a challenge to how one sees Beckett in the mediated world of the 21st century. This is just one of the worlds to which the series hopes to act as a bridge. Paul Stewart, General Series Editor. This study would have been inconceivable without my decisive encounter with Marie-Helene Aim, 1946–2007, who introduced me to Lacanian psychoanalysis, and to life as such. Lacan with Beckett, Departures. Let me begin by quoting two sonnets written in French and dated from 1929–1930. The first one goes like this. Genial sadness. It is you, O wan beauty of crafty concierges. The Kantian thing, the icon of bilitis. It is you, mute enigma of aphasic virgins. Who gathers my desires with a contrarian shaft. O mystical quiver. Arrows of Telephus. Of you the correlative. Abyss and hard fathom. Forever be the grafted and the graft. My superfluous and slim fury. Ultimate shell and mouth palate. Molar mean palace, emblem of Michelangelo. Burn, O neuter, in fierce ecstasies. Smear yourself, twice born, in convulsive mud. And at last coordinate, lakeside conifer. Your ambiguous tensions of crest and trough. Here is the second sonnet. Hiatus irrationalis. Things, whether sweat or sap flow in you. Forms, whether begotten from forge or flood. Your stream is not denser than my dream. And if I do not beat you with unceasing desire, I cross your water and fall to the shore. Pulled by the weight of my thinking demon. Left alone to fall on hard ground from which being rises. On evil blind and deaf, on God meaningless. But, no sooner have words perished in my throat. Things, whether begotten from blood or forge. Nature than I lose myself in elemental flux. Fire smouldering in me, the same fire lifts you. Forms, whether sweat or sap flow in you. It's the fire that makes me your eternal lover. If we did not know who the respective authors of these sonnets were but just knew the dates of their composition, between 1929 and 1930, it would be tempting to attribute them to the same poet. Perhaps not the most gifted poet, but still a writer capable of displaying an astonishingly wide range of philosophical allusions and of coining startling metaphors. Some mistakes in diacritics betray the fact that the author of the first sonnet was not a native speaker, which is not the case for the second. The signature of the author of the second poem gives it away immediately, for it follows the text. It is signed Jacques Lacan, whereas the first poem is by Samuel Beckett, and has remained uncollected, in an anthology, for a long time. Tristes Janel belongs to the cycle of Beckett's work on an imaginary poet and philosopher named Jean Duchaz, the immortal inventor of a movement called Conscientréism. This means that the sonnet is pure parody. The second poem, however, is serious and comes from a moment when Lacan was flirting with mysticism, Jacob Boehme's kind in particular. The two poems posit seriously and in a very similar manner important themes for the work to follow, the primacy of desire and the domination of irrationality in our lives. The first poem was intended as an exhibit, a proof that someone like Jean Duchaz existed and wrote poetry. Of course, Beckett had invented him so as to present his work as a spoof of French literary criticism. His witty essay, Les Concentrismes, DSJ, 35–42, was read by Beckett at the Modern Language Society of Trinity College in 1930. Inspired by Normalian canulars, their farcical practical jokes, Les Concentrismes sends up the mannerisms of contemporary literary criticism. The verve with which it sketches the career of Jean Duchaz, a fictional nobody with a strong suicidal bent, is infectious. Sharing Beckett's date of birth, Duchaz functions as a parodic alter ego in a satire reminiscent of André Gide Sautier's. Duchaz's literary movement, Concentrisme, is loaded with puns, con, cunt or moron, while tending towards its own disappearance. Duchaz's invented discours de la sortie, Discourse of the Exit, 41, would provide a reductio ad obscenum that would send up academic discourse and not even spare Proust, quoted as saying that he never blew his nose before 6 a.m. on Sundays. Jean Duchaz's concentréism also rhymes with the concierges of the first line. These Parisian janitors or doorkeepers are presented as an obsessive theme in his work. Duchaz calls up chaz, eye of a needle, a term for the feminine sexual organ in libertine literature. With extreme gusto, Beckett debunks the tired tropes of French biographical criticism, while conveying doubts about the very essence of literature. Beckett mimes and debunks the logorrhea he had observed among the disciples of Transition, a magazine in which the genre of the manifesto had been raised to the heights of self-parody. However, he participated in this genre when he co-signed the 1932 manifesto Poetry is Vertical, as if a fictional concentréism then gave birth to a parallel verticalism. Duchaz would have brought the touch of humor lacking among the avant-gardist apostles of the revolution of the word. Duchaz, born in Toulouse because he was destined from birth to lose, launches an inverse verticalism well limned in the author's biography. Unde ces vis horizontales, sans sommet, tout en longueur, un phénomène de mouvement, sans possibilité d'accélération ni de ralentissement, déclenche, sans être inaugure, par l'accident d'une naissance, termine sans être conclu, par l'accident d'une mort. DSJ, 38. One of these horizontal lives, without a summit, all drawn out lengthwise, the phenomenon of a movement that cannot accelerate or slow down, triggered without being inaugurated by the accident of a birth, terminated without being concluded by the accident of a death. Duchaz sums up his wisdom as vatm better ailers, go get bored somewhere else. This plebeian turn of phrase tells us that if tedium vitae cannot be eliminated, at least one can always go elsewhere, which rephrases Baudelaire's aspiration to go anywhere out of the world, 356-7, while anticipating its own exhaustion. In the 30s, Beckett had not yet opted for the vernacular of the Paris concierges. He was still stuck in academic verbiage, no matter how close he felt to concierges, already thematically linking Descartes and Duchaz in quest of paternity. To the hesitation between the high and the low returns in Les Deux Besoins, a serious 1938 manifesto written directly in French. It splices together Racine, Proust, and Flaubert, beginning with an ironical epigraph from the Sentimental Education. Astutely distinguishing between the need to have and the need to need, Beckett offers a diagram inspired by Pythagoras, in which the infinity of human desire leaves room for art. See Rebate, 1996, 153-4. There again, the style is epigrammatic, prefer l'un des testicules à l'autre, ce serait aller sur les plates-bandes de la métaphysique. À moins d'être le démon de Maxwell, to favor one testicle over the other would mean trespassing on the flower beds of metaphysics. Unless you are Maxwell's demon, DSJ, 55-6. For a perfect and synthetic analysis of Les Deux Besoins, let me refer you to the book that follows. Brown shows expertly how Beckett states once and for all a fundamental irrationality that will be the foundation for his entire oeuvre, and that he will begin exemplifying with his first two heroes, Delacroix and Murphy. The French essay mentions an effort de raison deux élèves lecri la série de questions pures, l'oeuvre, hell of unreason whence arises the blank cry, the series of pure questions, the work, DSJ, 56. One might say that Beckett's work is underpinned by an hiatus irrationalis, a yawning gap that can generate the chaos in which Murphy disappears before engulfing Watt, Malloy, Malone, and all the other creatures. At the same time, by an interesting and not so surprising chiasmus, the spurious mythological allusions of Beckett's poem lead us back to Lacan. In the sonnet he might have attributed to Jean Duchaz, Beckett displays his culture, from the two-headed Roman god Janus to the songs of Bilitis made famous by Pierre Louis's lesbian hymns. He includes, moreover, the Telephus who appears in the first page of the Proust book and Mallarmé's famously erotic poem, Un Negris, along with other allusions. The sequence of mythological characters peters off in an anticlimax, a desperate call for order facing a feminine chaos of drives, which reminds us of Murphy's initial request that Neri should help him appease the terrifying jumps of his irrational heart performing like Petrouchka in his box, Mew, 4. A few years later, using a different mythological figure, but with similar overtones in mind, Lacan would slip a hidden, cryptic poem at the end of one of his lectures, The Freudian Thing, subtitled, or Meaning of the Return to Freud in Psychoanalysis, a highly rhetorical speech given in German in Vienna in 1955. Lacan sounded the leitmotif of a return to Freud against the deviations in Freudian doctrine or the drift to ego psychology then prevailing in the United States. When the lecture was published in 1956, it ended with a paragraph concealing a submerged quatrain, again those rhyming Alexandrines, but this time disguised as opaque prose. Actaeon, too guilty to hunt the goddess. Prey in which is caught, O huntsman, the shadow that you become. Let the pack go without hastening your step. Diana will recognize the hounds for what they are worth. Lacan, 2006b, 362-63. It is easy to recognize the invocation to universal desire deployed in Hiatus Irrationalis, but undercut by a weird humor that erupts here and there. Actaeon was changed into a stag when he saw the naked goddess of love, and was devoured by her hounds. Lacan hints that classical psychoanalysts, too prudish to even dare look at her, did not realize that they had been turned into her hounds. A joke transforms the expression reconnaître les scenes, tell her own from the others, into reconnaître les chiens, recognize the hounds. The obscure trop coupable accord la DSE echoes with chasse accord, fox hunting, and coureur de déesses, womanizer seducing goddesses. Lacan takes his favorite posture as a joking poet-philosopher of psychoanalysis, a Heideggerian thinker of the unconscious progressing via opaque and multi-layered epigrams, his open-ended and literary mode of writing being a precondition for a program aiming at revolutionizing psychoanalysis. Let us return to Hiatus Irrationalis, a poem dated August 1929 but published in 1933 in the last issue of the Surrealist journal Le Faire de Neuilly, C. Barnett. The journal only saw 3 issues from 1931 to 1933 and was edited by Lisa de Harme, mentioned as the Lady of the Glove in André Breton's Nadia. Lacan's Petrarchan sonnet in well-balanced Alexandrines does not look like a surrealist text, often marked by wild metaphors and free verse. Its classical rhyme scheme adds an interesting constraint, the B rhyme echoes with the author's name, which immediately follows the text. It looks as if Lacan provides an extra rhyme to Amant. The sonnet's main source is Alexander Coyer's book on Boehme's philosophy. La philosophie de Jacob Boehme, The Philosophy of Jacob Boehme, 1929, comments on the theosophist's sentence in Jaund neen bestahen alle Dinge, in yes and no are all things constituted. For the German mystic, nature was a dynamic synthesis of affirmation and negation, both implying each other dialectically. This monistic theory of nature reconciled affirmation and negation via a universal fire, in which one can see the agency of desire, Coeur, 393-94. Lacan's sonnet, entitled Pantarei in an earlier version from 1929, was rewritten for publication in 1933. The title had morphed from Greek to Latin, as if to signify that Heraclitus was to beget Boehme. Hiatus Irrationalis evinces the influence of Paul Valéry's neoclassical style, with echoes of Arthur Rimbaud. Indeed, one overhears it is the fire that rises again with its damned soul for, Rimbaud, 1986, 317, from Season in Hell. Lacan posits desire as a universal principle that runs through nature, both a Heraclitean stream and a Bayman fire. In order to attain the mysterium magnum, the poet undergoes a moment of muteness, which is why the first tercet evokes speechlessness. Boehme's mystical vision foreshadows an absolute other. Its silence lets nature disclose its hidden secrets. Hiatus Irrationalis combines Heraclitus' Pantarei, all things flow, with Boehme's philosophy of fire, less to posit the domination of mutability than an all-consuming desire. Lacan's starting point is Spinoza's ethics, with echoes of Descartes' Malengini, which leads to the idea of a natura naturans underpinned by a desire traversing all things. Hiatus irrationalis is a phrase that appears in George Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, an influential book published in German in 1923. It was read by Lacan along with Koyer's work. At the time, Lacan was discovering both the Marxist tradition and German mysticism. Lukács examines the peasants' rebellions in Germany, especially Thomas Munzer's revolt. Munzer was executed in 1525. Lukács links his doctrine of a hidden god, Deus absconditus, with religious utopias launched by thinkers who had an impact on Jacob Boehme, born 50 years after the death of Munzer. Lukács notes that Munzer's actions betray a dark and empty chasm, the hiatus irrationalis between theory and practice that defines a subjective and hence undialectical utopia. Lukács, 192. Lukács had discovered the expression in the works of Johann Gottlob Fichte. For Fichte, it referred to an irreducible gap between thinking and reality, a yawning abyss between theory and praxis. The visionary mysticism of Boehme disclosed the truth about desire but stood as a theoretical displacement of the doomed pre-communist utopia. Lacan's sonnet was contemporary with his first attempts at allowing the insane or the psychotic to speak. Having frequented the Surrealists, Lacan agreed with their thesis that everyday language is structured like poetry. This insight came to fruition in his observation of inspired speeches produced by raving patients. In 1931, Lacan co-authored with Lévy-Valency and Me Galt an essay entitled Inspired Writings. The three psychiatrists analyzed the ramblings of a young female teacher who had been hospitalised at St. Anne. She used to write in a psychotic style, inventing her freewheeling verses marked by bad puns. As the psychiatrists observed, the function of rhythm was dominant, with echoes from popular sayings, borrowings from famous poetic quotes, automatic expressions, proverbial idioms slightly distorted. Such stereotypic echolalia was self-consciously presented as poetry by the psychotic patient. The grammatical analysis of mad utterances acknowledges pioneering work done by the Surrealists a few years before. The authors, who quote Breton's first manifesto of Surrealism, could have looked at the many issues of Transition, the avant-garde magazine edited by Eugene and Maria Jolas, for which Beckett translated texts regularly, and in which quite a number of his first essays and poems were published. Whereas Jolas and his friends were examining the medical literature about the verbal productions of psychotics, Breton and Elyard went further by imitating different types of delirium. This gave the 5 psychotic imitations from the Immaculate Conception, 1930, a text quoted by Lacan and his collaborators in a note, see Lacan, 1980, 379-80. In Possessions, Breton and Elyard, 51-78, reproduce types of psychotic styles from mental debility to acute mania, general paralysis, interpretive delirium, and dementia praecox. In the introduction, Breton and Elyard explain that they are not indulging in facile pastiches of clinical texts, even though they looked at authentic archives of alienated or insane patients. Their aim is to prove that the poetic faculties of any so-called normal writer will allow him or her to reproduce the most bizarre, paradoxical, and eccentric verbal productions, the texts of those who are deemed to be insane. Breton and Elyard disclose a poetic program, obviously a provocation addressed to literary critics. The ravings of the insane offer new criteria, new poetic forms that will replace traditional genres. They state, "Finally, we declare that this new exercise of our thought had brought pleasure to us. We became aware of new, up to then unsuspected, resources in us. Without anticipating the conquests of the supreme freedom that this practice can introduce, we take it, from the point of view of modern poetics, as a remarkable standard of value. Which means that we would gladly suggest the generalization of this exercise, and that for us the attempt at simulation of the diseases of those who are locked up in asylums could advantageously replace the ballad, the sonnet, the epic, the improvised poem and other obsolete genres." Breton, 849. Thus, an identical point of departure is shared by Beckett and by Lacan. It led Lacan to state that the unconscious was structured like a language, a motto repeated in countless seminars and essays. Such a thesis then found a confirmation in readings of poems by Victor Hugo, Paul Valéry, T.S. Eliot, Paul Claudel, and many others. Rebate, 2001. All poetic metaphors disclose an involuntary surrealism which can inhabit the ravings of the mad, as Paul Eluard had said when praising Lacan for a dissertation in which he quoted the delirious writings of his patient whom he called Amy. Poetry reveals the essence of language in such a way that there is no distinction between prose and poetry, since both are formations created by a general rhetoric of the unconscious. This is a view with which Beckett agreed, as the remarkable book by Llewellyn Brown amply shows. His effort at reading Beckett via Lacan leads him to highlight the theme of the voice, which proves to be most productive. As Maurice Blanchot and Michel Foucault saw, Beckett has changed our views about the links between the voice and writing, between the speaking subject and the notion of the author. I shall quote in conclusion the third text for nothing, which develops aporias explored at some length in the Unum Able. What matter who's speaking, someone said, what matter who's speaking. There's going to be a departure, I'll be there, I won't miss it, it won't be me, I'll be here, I'll say I'm far from here, it won't be me, I won't say anything, there's going to be a story, someone's going to try and tell a story. Yes, no more denials, all is false, there is no one, it's understood, there is nothing, no more phrases, let us be dupes, dupes of every time and tense, until it's done, all past and done, and the voices cease, it's only voices, only lies. CSPR, 109. It may matter here that it should be Llewellyn Brown who articulates his pas de deux between Lacan and Beckett, and who manages to blend their voices, but never innocently, never naively. One cannot remain naive about the issues of the voice, of writing, and of the origin after one has read Lacan and Beckett. Lacan famously punned on his own discovery of the key to the symbolic realm, the nom du père, aka the non du père, the father's no, or the laying down of the prohibition of incest, when he pluralized it and let it resound as les non du père. Like Beckett before him, Lacan pointed to the fact that as soon as we are in language, and we always are, even when we are silent, no lie is possible any longer, for truth obeys the structure of fiction. The illusion would be to try and get rid of the illusion, those who try to be not dupes err all the more. What is the solution, then? Trust the voices, and first, listen to the voices, here is our true point of departure. Jean-Michel Rebate. University of Pennsylvania. The Voices of Samuel Beckett, Introduction and First Approaches. The voice is situated at the heart of Samuel Beckett's work, both as a motif and as a structuring element. Its importance has already been pointed out, describing its innumerable occurrences and forms. Chris Ackerley and Stanley Gontarski recognize its centrality, eds. 607-18. A simple listing of a few examples can allow us to grasp the constancy of this theme in Beckett's work. As of Mercier et Camille, written in French in 1946, the characters state that they hear voices, the narrator of the Unum Able is traversed by them, to the detriment of any corporeal presence, and that of how it is claims to content himself with repeating what he hears, regularly punctuating his discourse with I quote. In the plays, Estragon and Vladimir describe dead voices, g. 58, and Winnie declares that those are happy days, when there are sounds, hd. 162. As for Krapp, he listens to successive recordings of his own voice, by means of a tape recorder. And yet, it is in the later plays that the striking use Beckett makes of this motif can be appreciated. Spectral voices constitute the essential part of the theatrical premise used by that time and footfalls. We must not, of course, forget the radio plays starting with All That Fall, 1956, where the voice is heard in a very pure form, unburdened by any visual components. Turning to the narrative texts where the voice apparently occupies a secondary place, being limited to the status of a simple motif, it can be noted that the voice never ceases to be present in a more subtle form, since it supports the narration in its entirety. This fact is confirmed by the reading or reciting of these texts in public, by actors such as Pierre Chabert or Sami Frey. Ludovic Janvier emphasizes the crucial nature of the voice in the composition of the prose works, as he noticed when working on the translation of What from English into French. Each time a passage was accepted, Beckett placed it on a pile, and in the end he rewrote it all by hand, in small notebooks, so that it would all pass via the voice. This transposition from the hand to the voice was necessary so that what in French would be really intimate for him, the resumption by his gesture and his own vocalization of the translation in its final state. 1999, 34. He continues. Everything passed through the mouth, as for an actor. Vocalization was for him the guarantee of the writing subject, the anchoring of the text in a physical rhythm which was that of the voice. It is no mere chance if, since Malloy, the theme of the voice has appeared as a priority, as a major part, pervading right through to the last texts that are pure vocalization, devoid of any support. Listening. This brief sampling suffices to grasp the crucial importance of the voice for Beckett, to the point where the practice of writing cannot be dissociated from its oral and vocal dimensions. As a young man, Beckett was fundamentally inhabited by listening, a disposition that was not exclusively reserved for his creative activity. An attic records how he gave his interlocutors the remarkable impression of being the object of extremely attentive listening, 1433. Simple sounds could have a persecuting impact upon him, as his official biographer, James Knowlson, notes. He was hypersensitive to sounds. His cousins recalled him coming to the family home, for the wake of their mother's funeral, and sitting with his head down at the kitchen table, their mother's hanging wall clock ticking noisily away behind him. He seemed dreadfully disturbed, then finally blurted out, "Look, I can't go on another minute with this clock. You'll have to stop it ticking." 1997, 614. Paradoxically, listening to the most minute sounds also represented an activity in itself for Beckett, as Charles Juliet reports. I asked him if he always remained for hours silent and inactive, listening to and observing what spoke and took place within himself. He repeated that hearing was becoming more and more important compared to the eye. Juliet, 42. In his house at Ussy-sur-Marne, in the Ile-de-France region, he appreciated the emptiness and the silence of the countryside, responding as follows to a question asked by Charles Juliet: "Mais quand rien n'est passé, que faites-vous?" Ilya toujours à écouter, but when nothing happens, what do you do? There is always something to listen to. Juliet, 49. Listening thus appears to be inseparable from the background silence that gives form to sounds. James Knowlson observes, Beckett is, after all, the great poet of silence, a silence which allowed him to listen to that internal voice murmuring away relentlessly in his head, or which emphasized so dramatically the little sounds that so often pass unperceived. A fly buzzing around his work table, for instance, was to make a companionable appearance later in his prose text Company 5, 2010, 19. Far from being impoverished manifestations, sounds seem to contain a whole world, as Beckett observes in the work of Proust. Withdrawn in his cool dark room at Comray, he extracts the total essence of a scorching midday from the scarlet stellar blows of a hammer in the street and the chamber music of flies in the gloom. Lying in bed at dawn, the exact quality of the weather, temperature, and visibility, is transmitted to him in terms of sound, in the chimes and the calls of the hawkers. Pr. 83. For Proust, as for the Beckettian character, the existence of the world is not considered as a compact whole that could be explored in its material breadth, but, on the contrary, as being dependent on the sounds that communicate its essence. Even visibility has no existence outside of the sounds that pass through it. It is thus that Proust resembles numerous Beckettian characters, lying in the manner of a recumbent statue, Company, and absorbing the voice that comes to him in the dark. Other characters echo this practice of listening that Beckett shares with Proust. The narrator of Malone Dies explains, "When I stop, as just now, the noises begin again, strangely loud, those whose turn it is. So that I seem to have again the hearing of my boyhood. Then in my bed, in the dark, on stormy nights, I could tell from one another, in the outcry without, the leaves, the boughs, the groaning trunks, even the grasses and the house that sheltered me. Each tree had its own cry, just as no two whispered alike, when the air was still. I heard afar the iron gates clashing and dragging at their posts and the wind rushing between their bars. There was nothing, not even the sand on the paths, that did not utter its cry. The still nights too, still as the grave, as the saying is, were nights of storm for me, clamorous with countless pantings. These I amused myself with identifying, as I lay there. Yes, I got great amusement, when young, from their so-called silence." MD, 200. Silence offers exceptional conditions that reveal the richness of sounds. When the outer husk of existence loses its consistency, an infinity of sounds comes to life. Winnie also appreciates these sounds that help her to fill in her time between waking and sleep. They are a boon, sounds are a boon, they help me, through the day. Smile. The old style. Smile off. Yes, those are happy days, when there are sounds. HD, 162. Or the blind man in Rough for Theatre. I can stay for hours listening to all the sounds. RTI, 233. The relationship between writing and the voice goes much further than the desire to feel at ease with the materiality of words, as Ludovic Janvier emphasized. Beckett's relationship to the voice is manifestly far more intimate and for this reason fundamental. James Knowlson notes that Beckett was obsessed by the way that he heard the text in his head, 1997, 502. This preoccupation led him to a concern for exactness that could make his experience of listening more difficult during performances of his plays. Regarding a staging of Endgame, Beckett asserted, "It will never be the way I hear it. It's a cantata for two voices," in Macmillan and Fessenfeld, 163. This musical metaphor suggests that the text, in its very essence, is of a vocal nature. It is elevated to the dignity of a piece of music, and for this reason, it possesses a quality that persists in the realm of the author's intimate experience, so that no punctual recreation can equal it. Beckett's attention to musicality also enabled him to ascertain the exactness of a text's rhythm, when it was translated into Hebrew. Attic, 74. His cousin John Beckett also testifies to Beckett sounding a gong for the recording MacDowron speaking Beckett. He played the instrument with terrific concentration, producing a sound of a gong in a house, but heard as if it came from another room, in Tucker, 379. The idea of the voice is not a figure of speech used to translate the author's attachment to the sounds of words. Oriented by listening in his practice of writing, Beckett heard voices in the most literal sense of the word, and he gave form to them in his works. Mary Bryden notes, following André Bernold's testimony, that Beckett declared that he heard all of his texts in advance of writing them. 6, 2010, 364. Indeed, when Beckett objected to Albert Finney playing crap in December 1972, he pointed to the crucial question of the voice, declaring, "You hear it a certain way in your head," in Knowlson, 1997, 596. By contrast, according to Deirdre Bear, 491, Beckett told McGee that he was astonished when he first heard him speak because McGee's voice was the one which he heard inside his mind. Stanley Gontarski remarks, about the composition of that time, first, the earliest drafts of the memories were recorded in near final form, perhaps because Beckett was recording his own inner voice or unconscious, 1985, 151. Martin Esslin describes this process more precisely. When I once asked Beckett about his method of work, he replied that, having attained a state of concentration, he merely listened to the voice emerging from the depths, which he then tried to take down. Afterward he would apply his critical and shaping intelligence to the material thus obtained. 379-80. The process described here is not simple, since Llewellyn reveals three stages, each separated by a gap, by an essential rupture, the original voice emerging spontaneously, followed by the version noted down, then finally, the literary form. This is comparable to a patient in psychoanalysis recounting a dream, whereas the latter represents the utterance. What is crucial is his enunciation, the subjectivity that enters into play when one recounts and assumes a particular position with regards to this utterance. Lacan, 2013, 166. This ethical position enlarges the question of vocality in Beckett's work beyond its sonorous quality. Mladen Dola thus correctly emphasizes, Beckett's literature, written as literature is at the same time the literature of the voice as no other, not only by virtue of its being close to the spoken idiom, but also by being sustained merely by pure enunciation which propels it forward. 7, 2010, 58. Beckett's listening to what could be called pre-existing or proto-texts communicated from somewhere beyond prosaic reality leads to texts where the narrators claim they content themselves with quoting the voices they hear, without assuming their content. Thus, in the Unamable, the narrator declares, "But I don't say anything, I don't know anything, these voices are not mine, nor these thoughts, but the voices and the thoughts of the devils who beset me." U. 341. In How It Is, we read, "Then on my elbow I quote I see me prop me up thrust in my arm in the sack, hi, 8. These narrators appear to reproduce the attitude of Beckett listening to his inner voices to transpose them in written form. A complex field. If the various questions outlined here highlight the importance of voice, sound, and listening for Beckett and his work, they also give an idea of the complexity of this field, its apparently multidimensional nature. It is therefore necessary to determine the different parameters of the question. Let us start from the word voice, which has multiple meanings. It can refer to the sound produced by the throat of a human being, reverberating without. As a result of catachresis, the same phenomenon is recognized in birds or even other animals. The poet Lamartine speaks of the voice of dogs, la voix des chiens, in the 1849 preface to his Meditations poétiques. Inversely though, uncertainty remains since for Aristotle, voice requires the presence of a soul. Connor, 2009, 24. Stephen Connor, 2010, adds, however, that the voice does include the inanimate. The dictionary offers the following definition that highlights the physiological production: a series of sounds produced by the larynx, when the vocal cords start vibrating under the effect of rhythmical nervous excitement, effects produced by these sounds, re. This field thus concerns all or almost all creations for the theater. Does an emitter suppose the existence of a receptor, according to the norms established by communication theories? Not I, for example, provides for the presence of an auditor on stage. However, rhetoric reminds us that the presence of a physical person is secondary when it comes to uttering. The function of the address is a factor inherent in all language, as the figure of allocution demonstrates. The voice also supposes the source of an utterance, a character, a narrator. However, our conception of the voice is transformed when the latter becomes multiple. The theories of Mikhail Bakhtin regarding polyphony in the novel are well known. Concerning Dostoevsky, he writes, he juxtaposed ideas and conceptions of the world that, in reality, were totally separate and that ignored each other, and obliged them to enter into discussion. 133. The voice here is thus the simultaneous presence of heterogeneous utterances that can be ascribed to different sources. However, for such a construction to be possible it requires effacing, to a certain degree, the subjectate conceived as master of the words attributed to him. The Dostoevskian hero, as a man of ideas, is totally disinterested, insofar as the idea has actually taken possession of the deeper core of his personality. Bakhtin, 128. Such is also the case of a number of Beckettian characters who are not considered as the authors of the utterances they give voice to. We can think of the unamable, traversed by words, of listener in that time who listens, on stage, to the voices that come to him from without. In these conditions, the utterances can no longer be attributed to the subject they affect, the ego is no longer their source. The voices are imposed from without, exposing the impersonal dimension of language, in that the latter pre-exists the subject. Such, for example, are the voices of how it is or the unamable, which testify to a split in the narrating agent, so that the I who, apparently, pronounces the words denies he is their origin. According to another meaning of the word, the voice is conceived of as an oral phenomenon, independent of any linguistic manifestation. It thus appears in music, in song, or in the sound produced by other musical instruments. Beckett's expression cantata for two voices, in Macmillan and Fessenfeld, 163, to describe endgame is applicable here, as is the mixed choir of Watt, W. 34. Despite this musical dimension, the voice remains related to language, to speech. Beckett resolutely situated his productions in the literary field based on writing. Indeed, even in music, the voice is not limited to vocalizes, but is associated with the words of a text. The beauty of pure sound, the struggle for the supremacy of one or the other aspect of the work, or for their ever endangered balance is well known. This question can be found in the work of Beckett, in plays such as Not I and Play, Germany, 27-56, where the intelligibility of the text recedes as a result of the search for a purely oral effect, or in Words and Music where both aspects compete with each other, Ackerley, 2011, 57-76. Beyond the field of sound, the notion of the voice also refers to the pleasure procured by the act of singing or speaking. In this respect one might think of vocal modulation, expressiveness of tone, physical and oral sound which expresses the body and the affects of the person who vocalizes, as Winnie speaks of it in her stereotyped formulation, song must come from the heart, that is what I always say, pour out from the inmost, like a thrush, HD, 155. It is no mere chance if the notion of the voice arises when it is a question of the way the narrative texts are appreciated for their lyrical qualities, or for the effect they produce on the reader. A certain gene qua emanates from them, which ensures their perceptible logic or cohesion, far beyond the empirical level made up of the syntactical, lexical, or even phonetic formulations. It is a matter of a certain fluidity, the impression of a necessity or a driving force, that the reader can only adhere to, suspending his critical judgment. It is the souffle, both breath and spirit, which permeates a literary text, as Louis Ferdinand Céline explained most eloquently with the metaphor of his metro tout nerfs, underground train all nerves, Céline, 543, in his work Entretiens avec les professeurs y. The term voice is also dependent on listening. Indeed, to speak of a voice supposes an aesthetic judgment that distinguishes it from unimportant sounds, or noise, that one generally seeks to exclude. However, as pointed out previously, what most people consider as background noise is the focus of Beckett's attentive listening. In this domain we must include sounds of all orders, those Malone listens to, seeking to identify them, MD, 200, or the bell that persecutes Winnie, penetrating her flesh like a gouge, HD, 162. Once these sounds take on a signifying form, as is the case for Malone, they can be associated with the manifestations of a voice. In the same way, it is impossible to ignore the sounds that make the auditor suffer, insofar as they have a particular impact on him. Thus the policeman in Mercier and Camille, with the hand that held the truncheon he drew a whistle from his pocket, MC, 93. The combined intrusion of the truncheon and the whistle sets off a violent reaction on the part of the novel's two protagonists. Is the voice limited to the field of the audible? The passage from Mercier and Camille draws a parallel between the sound of the whistle and the truncheon, suggesting that these two instruments have a similar function, both violate bodily integrity. If the voice supposes the existence of an auditor, Such a restriction may appear to be arbitrary when the reality of the voice is not necessarily perceived by all present. The dictionary offers an abstract definition of the word voice: discourse, speech that a human being feels within himself, that speaks to him, warning him, or inspiring him, re. The voice is thus associated with the rhetorical figure of prosopopoeia. Towards the end of Molloy, Moran describes his voices as follows. And if I submit to this paltry scrivening which is not of my province, it is for reasons very different from those that might be supposed. I am still obeying orders, if you like, but no longer out of fear. No, I am still afraid, but simply from force of habit. And the voice I listen to needs no gabber to make it heard. For it is within me and exhorts me to continue to the end the faithful servant I have always been of a cause that is not mine, and patiently fulfill in all its bitterness my calamitous part. Mo. 126. The reality of this voice that speaks to Moran cannot be called into question. No indication suggests that it is an invention or fantasy on the part of the character. And yet, the experience Moran describes is totally subjective. It cannot be supposed that others might be receptors of the same speech. No collective audience can confirm the reality of the phenomenon. To these parameters, it is necessary to add this voice's imperative nature. It is the source of the orders Moran obeys. This is the appropriate moment to recall the common origin of the French verbs were, to hear, and obeyer, to obey, in the Latin obodire, to lend one's ear to be submissive to, composed from the prefix ob and the verb audire. It is worth noting that Lacan emphasizes the imperative dimension of language in this respect. To listen to words, to lend one's hearing where is already to be more or less obedient. To obey is no different, it is to anticipate. In a hearing audition, 1981, 155. Stephen Connor shows how a voice without a visible source is precisely because it manifests itself as voice endowed with a particularly imperative force, with the power of a less than presence which is also a more than presence. 2009, 25. This aspect of the voice is perhaps not without a certain relationship to the meaning of the word in the field of grammar, which in Greek distinguishes the active, passive, and middle forms. It is a meaning that belongs to the logic of written language, and not to the phonetic dimension. However, this opposition seems to be instructive as regards the manner in which one can be the bearer of an action or be subjected to it while still remaining its subject, and constrained to obey. Paradoxically, it is the subject of enunciation who desires, not the ego or the I which, as the subject of the utterance, believes himself to be autonomous. It is in this sense that Lacan underscores the equivocation caused by the French preposition de, of, between the objective and subjective genitives. A person's desire is that of the other, where the of gives the determination grammarians call subjective, that is to say that it is as other that he desires. 1966, 814. Contrary to the I, the subject submits to the determination that originates in the other. Where does this voice come from? What is its origin? Its source of emission? If the voice appears to be naturally anchored in the body, one may be astonished to notice that the voice Molloy and Moran perceive is detached from any visible source. In fact, the voice Molloy hears is in his head. But it is not a sound like other sounds, that you listen to, when you choose, and can sometimes silence, by going away or stopping your ears. No, but it is a sound which begins to rustle in your head, without your knowing how, or why. It's with your head you hear it, not your ears. You can't stop it, but it stops itself, when it chooses. It makes no difference therefore whether I listen to it or not, I shall hear it always. No thunder can deliver me, until it stops. Mo. 36. This voice appears to come from without, it intrudes on Molloy, but it is also located within the character. The same principle applies to Beckett's listening to his inner voices when composing his works. Instead of passing via the organ of hearing, they arise in the mind and nothing can oppose them, there is no obstacle, and the will is powerless to silence them. For this reason, the head should be conceived of as a metaphor expressing the absolute nature of this possession that leaves the subject no reserve, No shelter. The voice is an external influence that annuls any interiority. In this tangle of heterogeneous aspects of the voice, silence cannot be ignored. In the terms of a paradoxical formulation, the voice is silence. Firstly, sounds are heard because they interrupt silence and appear to be embedded within the latter. Next, writing is also a medium of the voice insofar as it is language. It is however penetrated by silence, in that it is not addressed to hearing. In modern reading practice, written words are not usually pronounced out loud, and do not necessarily reach us via the ear. Such is the paradox that Louis Ferdinand Céline put to work in his novels, The Emotion of Spoken Language Through Writing. 498. The same localization of the voice is evoked. The reader who reads me, it seems to him, he would swear it, that someone is reading in his head. In his own head. 545. Not only does writing ignore the ear, but words can sometimes appear to be impregnated with silence. As the narrator of the Unamable observes, the words are there, somewhere, without the least sound, drops of silence through the silence. I don't feel it. U. 376. As Charles Juliet reveals, recording Beckett's words, there is a very fine dialectic between speech and silence. L'écriture est conduite au silence. Long silence. Cependant, je dois continuer, writing led me to silence. Long silence. However, I must continue. In Juliet, 21. One listens to silence, since it is founded on language. Silence is written, albeit with words. And yet, nothing guarantees that silence is actually soundless, that it is the embodiment of silence. In this sense, Beckett's writing offers us these paradoxical formulations: this deafening silence, TFN 7, 129, screaming silence, TFN 13, 154, mute screams, high, 46, silence at the eye of the scream, IS, 58, no sound. Pause. None at least to be heard, FF, 402. If one turns to silence to escape sounds, and the latter remain the manifestation of an unbearable voice, where can a way out be found? As Émile Cioran indicates, for Beckett there was no difference between the fall of a bomb and the fall of a leaf. 49. What this formulation emphasizes, notably, is that the voice often escapes any objective quantification. A final aspect that merits evoking in this survey of the complexity of the notion of voice, is its dissociation from its physiological source as a result of its recording by a mechanical medium. The voice, which has its origin in the body, and which also involves the affective dimension of the speaker's character, can also be separated from the latter, without ceasing to be a voice. The intervention of technology concerns a whole portion of Beckett's work, starting with Krapp's last tape where the present Krapp listens to his old personae through to his late plays, That Time, Footfalls, What Where, including works for the radio. By means of recording, one can hear the voice of beings who have long since disappeared, and through the radio one can have access to absent voices. The technological support seems to give Malloy's invisible voices their concrete reality. The difference is however inherent in the change of literary genre. By choosing to mobilize a technological means, Beckett deliberately places the spectator/auditor in a position comparable to that of his characters, so that the voices impose themselves in their full reality. It is no longer possible to reject them or to relativize them as being the effect of some hallucination. Thus the voice reveals itself to be of a great complexity, combining personal and impersonal, objective and subjective, corporeal and mechanical, sound and silence, language and its beyond. Faced with this fundamentally paradoxical nature, we have to determine the approach that will enable us to study it, while binding these diverse elements together. Lacan and the voice, a preliminary overview. The enigmatic nature of the voice requires to be approached in a coherent manner, with adequate conceptual tools which, as this study will endeavor to demonstrate, are offered by the theories of the French psychoanalyst, Jacques Lacan. Indeed, Among the particular innovations Lacan contributed to psychoanalysis after Freud and which is particularly enlightening for Beckett is the very concept of the voice. While the latter has been firmly established as a concept in Lacan's theoretical developments as a whole, Mladen Dola rightly points out that in his early elaborations, it often took second place by comparison with the gaze 9, even though it can be seen as in some sense even more striking and more elementary. 2006, 39. Lacan specifically situated the voice among the objects that a subject uses to give a grounding to his reality, in an effort to hem in and keep at bay an uncontrollable force. The voice is thus not an abstract notion, nor is it a neutral phenomenon, it is a material element situated at the very heart of a subject's existence. More precisely, it is inherent in the fact that the subject is founded in language, the consequence of which is that saying or enunciation is distinct from the utterance. This grounding is crucial, but Lacan also renders possible the further discrimination between the voice that insists as the hidden and unconscious side of speech, and its complete exteriorization for the psychotic. 1998, 480. The ever-present threat of it forcefully intruding and destroying any coherent subjective reality. This will be apparent in the vociferation of the superego, that is to say, the fact that language, in the universal logic it imposes, is experienced in the form of an imperative that, in its ultimate consequences, demands the subject's complete suppression. In a movement that counters such an extreme outcome, Lacan situates enunciation as the way a subject gives voice, donneur de la voix, in order to silence this destructive other. An additional contribution Lacan makes regarding the structure of the voice, resides in the fact that language does not form a complete and totalizing system, but is affected by an insurmountable whole, with the consequence that nothing can ultimately silence the voice by enclosing it within the bounds of a final naming. In both of these cases, the subject is obliged to invent, which is where the work of creation intervenes. Lacan and Beckett, affinities. The voice is thus one crucial psychoanalytical category developed by Lacan, whose theoretical elaborations, such as this one, have largely surpassed the notions used by other schools of psychoanalysis, the latter having, in general, adopted a number of Lacanian concepts. This situation is particularly true as a result of Lacan's deepening of Freud's findings and insights, oriented towards the real, that is to say, a dimension that resists any circumscribing by a subject's personal worldview, or by the regularity of fixed laws. While post-Freudian theories often remain caught up in the confined sphere defined by the name of the father, the agent presiding over the family-centered Oedipal scenario, Lacan ended up reversing his own notions of the unconscious structured as a language whereby strict rationality appeared capable of accounting for a subject's destiny. Hence it would appear that to limit one's scope to earlier theoretical elaborations would be comparable to studying physics from exclusively Newtonian laws. These considerations, alongside factors such as intellectual trends of the moment, have doubtless led a number of critics to integrate Lacanian findings into their works. It is indeed true that a number of psychoanalytical notions starting with Freud, but also including various aspects of Lacanian theory, are regularly quoted in academic publications. Surprisingly, however, looking at critical studies on Beckett more closely, it seems clear that Lacan's effective presence has been minimal. One reason for this situation in France is that Lacan did not devote full articles to Beckett, as he did to writers such as Marguerite Duras, Paul Claudel, Jean Genet, or James Joyce. In spite of this, it can be asserted that Lacan's work, particularly in its later developments, is singularly relevant to the reading of Beckett. Indeed, Suzanne Dow, for example, has seen in him a silent partner of Lacan, in the sense that he functions in the period 1968 to 71 as a figure aligned with psychoanalytic discourse as a discourse without speech, that is, the obverse of the discourse of the master. 14. A brief enumeration of points of convergence will give an overview of their affinities. Both were concerned with the part of existence that lies beyond the comforting fundamental fantasy fiction, or worldview, Weltanschauung, that supports the ideals, the goals, and meaning most people claim to see in life. Lacan oriented his work towards surveying the screen of the fantasy, then grappling with the dimension of the real that never ceases to overthrow laws and logic, that resists the production of meaning and the elaboration of knowledge, the field where there is no other capable of providing a guarantee. Beckett's work too discounts verisimilitude and meaning. As Martin Held reports, he said that crap is not a way of looking at the world, keine Weltanschauung, and that in fact answers everything. No, this is just crap, not a worldview. 10, in Heyman, 67-70. The constant calculations Beckett undertook when composing many of his works were destined to reveal the place where language finds its roots in silence and absence of meaning. This orientation is also manifest in the many statements made by Beckett that resemble Lacanian axioms by virtue of their extreme degree of logical precision. 11 among these statements, an expression such as the absolute absence of the absolute. 12, DSJ, 33, that Beckett applies to Joyce, recalls Lacan's There is no other of the other. 13, 1966, 813, and defines Beckett's experience of the radical absence of any transcendent authority endowing existence with a form of coherency. The same could be said of his remarks concerning silence, or the impossible, another Lacanian category. 14 As the narrator of the Una Mabel declares, that the impossible should be asked of me, good, what else could be asked of me? U. 331. Is not this the experience that Beckett describes, when he explains to Charles Joliet, his lack of interest in Oriental philosophers, ils proposent un issue, et moi, je sentais tu ilnyn pas, they offer a way out, and I felt that there was none, in Juliet, 20. Beckett's denouncing the loudishness of learning, Scipio, 55, in spite of being steeped in bookish or verbal culture, Connor, 2014a, 152-75, is not foreign to Lacan's depreciation of knowledge including psychoanalytical lucubration, 1975b, 127, when faced with the real. This attitude regarding signifying leads to the rejection of any meta-language, that is to say, the possibility of an objective, distanced language purported to master what remains structurally refractory to naming, be it in order to interpret a work of creation, or explain symptoms. Displaying an extremely coherent mind, Beckett thus refused to comment on his own work, writing to Michel Polac about an attendant Godot. Je ne sais pas plus sur cette piece que celui qui arrive à la lire avec attention. Je ne sais pas dans quel esprit je l'ai écrit. Je ne sais pas plus sur les personnages que ce tu ils descent, ce tu ils font et ce qui leur arrive. Quant à vouloir trouver à tout cela un sens plus large et plus élève, à importer après le spectacle, avec le programme et les Esquimaux, je suis incapable d'en voir l'intérêt. L2, 315. I know no more about this play than anyone who manages to read it attentively. I do not know in what spirit I wrote it. I know no more of the characters than what they say, what they do and what happens to them. As for wanting to find in all this a wider and loftier meaning to take away after the show, along with the program and the chalk eyes, I am unable to see the point of it. L2, 316. What is insistent or what Beckett pounds out, in this passage is the assertion I do not know, as writing does not belong to the domain of the signified, it is not related to any knowledge. The creator possesses no viewpoint superior to that of the reader, simply because such knowledge does not exist, the creation of the work coincides with its accomplishment. As Stephen Connor points out, concerning Beckett's refusal, Beckett 1998, 24, to explain Endgame, Beckett takes no responsibility for facilitating interpretation, because this would loosen the lock of the predicament he is attempting to state, both with extreme simplicity and as fully as possible, 2008b, 43. The subject's absolute singularity impossible de raisonner sur le unique, impossible to reason on the unique, MP, 32, as Beckett says is precisely what psychoanalysis aims to produce as absolute difference, Lacan, 1973, 248. Beckett's concern with an aesthetics of failure and the worst is in complete harmony with Lacan's dismantling of ideals, such as humanity, to replace them with their counterpart as the object, the subject's destiny as waste or refuse, excluded from the other. Such precise echoes are neither common nor anecdotal. One would not find such equivalents in the other authors Lacan has commented on, and they merit closer examination. If Beckett and Lacan seem to share so many points in common, it is undoubtedly for structural reasons. Their rigorously logical approach to their respective domains, unencumbered by trivial concerns that serve to dissimulate a dimension escaping all control, leads them to encounter the same structural points of impasse in language. Of course, this in no way suggests a strict overlap of two heterogeneous fields. If Beckett's work often echoes Lacan, it is in the distinct field of creation. As such, it gives a totally new and singular form to these principles, a form that it is impossible to assimilate to any conceptual equivalent. Their impossible point of convergence is also, necessarily, a point of dispersion. It is from this point of view that it would seem preferable to consider any links between Beckett and Lacan, rather than in the light of the history of ideas. Of course, it is known that Beckett not only read considerably in the field of psychology and psychoanalysis, Feldman, 2006, but that he also had first-hand contact with what is at stake in these disciplines. In this regard, it would be useful to broach the use of the term psychoanalysis in relation to Beckett's experience with Wilfred Bion, 1934–1935, which will also pave the terrain for our developments. This term has been contested, on sociological grounds 15, that Bion had not himself been analyzed. Oppenheim, 2001, 768. Some however maintain the idea of therapy while still paradoxically calling Beckett an analysand. Feldman, 2006, 93. To set a conceptual framework, it should be noted that Lacan defines psychoanalysis as a discursive structure, one of four discourses, that founds transference 16 in the same way as the classroom produces the pupil/teacher relationship, whatever may be the latter's qualification, professional qualities, or lack thereof. The question becomes more complicated if the psychic structure of the patient is taken into account. The normal or neurotic patient will see the analyst as endowed with a certain authority, considering him as having knowledge regarding the patient's most intimate questions. The psychotic patient, however, who can somehow see himself as being his own other, R. 441, will certainly not adopt the same position in analysis. Finally, while ruling out the questions of mutual influence, if one considers the before and after, it is reasonable to conclude that a real encounter took place between Beckett and Bion. Some do note the improvement experienced by Beckett, Feldman, 94, as did Beckett himself, Beckett, 2009, 258–9, 300. Some psychoanalysts thus do not hesitate to point out the importance of Beckett's analysis. Kaltenbeck, 2005, 193. Bruno Genest, 2015, conjectures that psychoanalysis may have helped Beckett detach himself from the symbolic register experienced as rigid and petrified. Stephen Connor's evaluation is similar. Analysis provided a kind of mythical scene which allowed Beckett to separate himself from the language of the interpreter, and language as such insofar as it was split off and lodged in the person of that interpreter. 2008 c. 20, cf. Feldman, 2006, 94–5. It would therefore be legitimate to reverse the initial objection and state that Beckett's case demonstrates that psychoanalysis is not simply the effect of institutional authorization or training. On the contrary, Beckett's work seems to evidence the best one could hope from psychoanalysis. The effects thus produced and Beckett's relation to language are what interest us primarily in any consideration on this score, and with regards to the voice. The limits of certain uses of Lacan. The points we have just outlined would seem to justify entertaining the appropriateness of a Lacanian reading of Beckett. However, investigating existing critical readings more closely, one can observe that their relevance is rather uneven, according to the specific orientation adopted. This is so in the English-speaking world, because critics have essentially limited their readings of Lacan to his early structuralist developments, which have in turn been filtered by the preoccupations of so-called studies of French theory. Thus it is that various critics of Beckett cite the notions of the barred subject, the subject understood as simultaneously determined and excluded by the signifier, both represented by language, and devoid of any specific identity, metaphor, the function of naming that brings a halt to metonymy, defined as perpetual sliding from one signifier to another, entailed by the impossibility for language to name its own anchoring point. These approaches also evoke the authority embodied by the name of the Father 17 and undertake its deconstruction, to show its powerlessness to account for the real complexities of existence. Although these categories remain important, they belong to the period of Lacan's return to Freud. Lacan, 1966, 405. His determined efforts to reclaim psychoanalysis from Anna Freud's ego psychology, and to give it a firm conceptual grounding. The limits of these approaches to Beckett's creation can be seen in the works of a number of critics. Julia Kristova's 1976 essay, Le Père, l'Amour, l'exil is often cited as an important reference with regards to Lacan and Beckett. However, Kristeva limits the scope of her psychoanalytical framework by subordinating it to her ideological preoccupations. The study of Beckett's literary construction suffers as a result. Her reductive reading of First Love and Not I treats the two characters, one obsessional, the other psychotic, as pathologically absorbed by their indefectible attachment to the dead father, without indicating where the reader should locate the latter in the text of Not I, considered as the founder of social bonds. She asserts that in European civilization, the religion of the father has resulted in the maternal repressed feminine (18) that is held back under the veil of sacred terror. 266. This leads her to call for the reintegration of the joyous serenity of incest with the mother. 266. Such a promotion of what constitutes the most universal interdiction in human society does seem strange, even if Kristeva is referring to the realm of cultural productions. Basically, she calls for a form of jouissance, considered exclusively as pleasure, it would seem, as a form of compensation for this mortification. Kristova's analysis appears simplistically binary, aiming through creating a balance at reinstituting a harmonious civilization necessarily based on the name of the father via the union of maternal and paternal agents. This composition fails to explore in what way, in creation, a subject deals with the fundamentally problematic nature of existence. It must also be added that the entire field Kristeva associates with a supposed reliance on the name of the father needs to be reassessed when studying Beckett. Some critics adopt a voluntarily simplified version of Lacan's theories. David Watson admits resorting to an appropriation of certain, simplified, concepts as a pretext for a critical discourse that he considers may be of use. 35. This utilitarian approach would seem to recognize Lacan's importance, without really undertaking any consequent reflection on his elaborations. Psychoanalysis thus appears as a convenient product of cultural accumulation, rather than being put to the test in relation to clinical findings, of which creation forms a part. Symptomatically, Beckett is seen as illustrative of deconstruction since, by stripping away the remaining debris of narrative forms, 33, he concentrates, particularly in the unamable, on the enunciating voice itself, on the act of narration. Following deconstructionist tendencies, Watson accepts the notion of the subject as reduced to negative qualities, as being founded on a lack. 38. This calls for the notion of desire understood as the search of the ultimate object which would make good the lack, rides along metonymic chains of signifiers in the attempt to speak that object. Such continual sliding from one signifier to another does provide a starting point, at least for apprehending the dynamics of the voice understood as a deficiency of meaning. Katharina Wolff follows the same notion, working from Lacan's oft-quoted elaboration of the imaginary register in the form of the mirror stage, where the small child's identity is established by his recognition of his reflection in the mirror for the first time. She asserts that this structure favors misrecognition, which consequently presses the individual during its entire life to search for an ideal ego based upon a fictive unity. Wolff, 155, and can give rise to the infinite displacement of signifiers, 155, such as can be found in the narration of the Una Mabel. According to Wolff, the virtue of this mechanism is that it leads to infinite opening, 73. However, as we have pointed out in a previous study, 2010, it is most problematic to apply such a notion to the work of Beckett, particularly since desire itself is dependent on the paternal metaphor, and the latter's ability to confer an overall coherence on a subject's reality. In spite of this absence of such a presiding agent of authority and unity in Beckett, as we shall attempt to demonstrate further on, Watson reproduces the Oedipal story, Watson, 48, the transgression of an interdiction in an effort to return to the mother, which can only appear trivial with regards to the real questions raised in Beckett's writing. For example, when Watson speaks of a desire to attain silence, 44, one may ask why. What silence is at stake? It can hardly be a symbolic silence that, by definition, is tightly circumscribed within an overall dialectic. If the Beckettian subject's desire aims to attain the ultimate real, 50, the latter requires to be understood as an ever-present cause that continually resounds in the act of enunciation. Through this approach, Watson cannot account for the Beckettian subject's absolute solitude. The absence of any form of interlocutor must be an essential point of reflection, in order to grasp something of the voice. Hwa-Soon Kim also avowedly makes limited use of Lacan, 8. By choosing to study Beckett's characters who are not the patients in a clinic, she pushes aside the place of the subject who creates, and the resulting dimension of writing. Her approach thus suffers from psychologizing when she evokes, for example, the idea of Winnie's self-delusion, rather than the difficulties involved in her actual production of speech. As Kim remains strictly on the level of utterances, she ignores the part that necessarily escapes naming. Thus, she sees Winnie's mound as her visual resistance against the discourse of the other, 70, embodying the heap of her failed words. However, she does not take into account the Mobian structure of the play, the fact that nothing stops the course of the unceasing drive that leads to Winnie's ultimate burial, and that implacably continues its course behind her abundant use of sterile clichés, Brown, 2011a. While Kim speaks of the concomitant failure of Winnie's words and those of Beckett, with regards to communication, she neglects the fact that failure is inherent in language and subjective structure, and is the very object of creation. Michel Bernard, 31, also studies the barred subject and the notion that the subject is spoken by language as other. Although they are justified, such notions risk leading to an analysis of Beckett that simply illustrates or confirms Lacan, since these structures are universal and govern all subjects. What is elided is the literality of Beckett's writing, the creation of a literary form, in relation to an irreducible real. One problem already encountered diversely with Kristeva and Watson is that Beckett's writing is studied in relation to the normality entailed by the name of the father, not with the latter's problematic nature. As Bernard does not raise the question of the vital dimension of existence, the Lacanian play on words to es/tuer, you are/kill, is not related to the effect of the insatiable and tyrannical superego. Indeed, although Bernard does speak of the Freudian and Lacanian thing related to the lost origin functioning as a cause of discourse, 114, 137, 140, his analysis remains abstract, dematerialist, for want of any notion of traumatism, torment or anxiety. In other words, the part of the subject that seizes him in his flesh, that he has no control over, and alienates what is most vital to his being. Finally, as a result of their partial use of Lacan, some critics find themselves obliged to overtly supplement their psychoanalytical approach with other tools. Katharina Wolff resorts to Schopenhauer's will, which she could usefully have linked to the Freudian and Lacanian notion of the drive. Michel Bernard calls on Deleuze to account for a continuous and unlimited temporality in Beckett's work. Had they rigorously followed Lacan, they would have been able to weave these other thinkers into a coherent overall logic, as made possible by psychoanalysis. The concepts developed by Lacan in his early work are certainly useful. It could even be said that they are indispensable to reading Beckett, particularly when defining the voice and apprehending the forms it adopts. For example, one cannot ignore the distinction between utterance and enunciation, the subject's fundamental lack of identity. The problem is that these utilizations of Lacan fit too well. They work like a well-lubricated mechanism based on the assumption that everything in existence is commanded by the supremacy of words capable of banishing any disconcerting or untamable reality. That was precisely the reason for Lacan's popularity in academic circles. The notion of the unconscious structured like a language, Lacan, 1966, 269, supposed the domination of the symbolic register 19 and the illusion of mastering the real. Linguistic structuring thus offered a vision devoid of any empêchement, MP, as Beckett called it regarding subjective experience. A minima, when reading Beckett, that means taking into account experiences of the unbearable that Beckett expresses in the Calmative, for example, where he speaks of fornication with corpses, CSPR, 61, or nightmare thingness, 69 conditions which go beyond anxiety. 20 various concrete and personal elements in Beckett's own experience remain inherent in creation as in the writing of An Attendant Godot as a Game to Survive, in Knowlson, 1997, 536, since they are what creation both deals with, and gives form to. Because of these shortcomings, some note a rise and fall of Lacanian psychoanalysis in literary criticism, Oppenheim, 2001, 780. As a consequence, critics often dismiss such readings offhand, without having delved into Lacan and studied his later elaborations. Siren Ross, for example, noting the logical grounding involved in Lacan's early work, deliberately rejects Lacan as being representative of producing a formalist Beckett, an abstracteur, at the expense of any emotional dimension. 14. Moreover, in areas where Lacan provides specific tools, the body, melancholy, Descartes cogito, 21, his insights are conspicuously absent from critical works. It could be shown that Lacan's discursive structure called Discourse of the University 22 is not so far removed from that of the master, whence, at the risk of boredom, pr. 19, literary criticism runs the risk of preferring the habit of readily exploited concepts, to what may challenge strictly conceptual thinking. The paradox resides in the fact that creation is based precisely on what irremediably escapes established categories. Seemingly in order to counter such objections, other approaches in the psi field have been called on recently, such as the findings of neuropsychology, in an effort to compare, albeit on a metaphorical level, Beckettian characters with pathologies purported to be similar, Oppenheim, 2008, Fifield, 2008, 2009a. Symptoms are enumerated, like dream symbols, or the compilation of potentially numberless items contained in the DSM-23, in an often anecdotic juxtaposition of resemblances, with little or no conceptual or critical stance. These undertakings have little heuristic value, and do not allow one to draw any form of conclusion. For example, how can one learn about what poetry is, or its function, by locating the nerve endings supposed to produce coprololic speech, Maud, 2008, 163? Another problem is that these approaches are based on the conception of an ideal form of developed individual. Compared to illnesses, maladies one may suffer from, would it be preferable if creators were normal, healthy beings? They are thus inadequate to deal with the work of creation, particularly that of one who was absolutely opposed to the norm, C.F. Brown, 2013d. Basically, neuroscientists evacuate the subject 20 for his absolutely singular relation to speech, replacing it with the supreme authority of science, that is supposed to know, to use Lacan's expression that emphasizes the artifice of the analyst/analysand relationship, in the subject's stead. One critic claims exorbitantly, neuropsychology, however, with its substantial models and extensive clinical evidence, relocates the Beckettian post-obit text from its more abstract interpretations into the realm of substantial empirical inquiry. Fifield, 2008, 170. We find here a throwback to 19th century scientism, and are left wondering whether Beckett's characters suffer from pathologies, whether they are modeled on descriptions of the latter, or if the author himself suffers from such maladies. These approaches are the exact opposite of Lacan's, 2001, 192-3, 2007, 116, and Freud's principle of giving first place to the artist. In this case, it is infinitely preferable to follow psychoanalysis, and to postulate the link in a real that is part of the creator, who deals with it by giving form, setting it to work in a production which is in no way imitative or reducible to a pathology. Here, were one to evoke an osographic classification in relation to the creator, it would be immediately necessary to underscore that a structure such as psychosis remains a paradoxical class insofar as it denotes an absolute singularity, as evidenced by his creation. The property that seems to be its principle and its bond is the name that detaches it from properties and bonds. Milner, 2007, 111. Indeed, Lacanian psychoanalytical practice aims at bringing to light the absolute singularity of the subject. It is, therefore, false to say that it leaves no place for individual creation. Oppenheim, 2001, 781. Jouissance, a factor of empêchement. Indeed, what often remains ignored by these critics is the evolution whereby Lacan deepened his approach of what he called jouissance and the real, both of which involve the voice to the point where the latter overturn, to a large degree, his original constructions. The notion of jouissance is crucial here, and an attempt is necessary to define this term, which will regularly be used in the course of the following pages. Its paradoxical nature creates a fundamental difficulty in translating this notion into English simply as enjoyment, since it is the place where pleasure is reversed into displeasure, to an absolutely uncontrollable degree. As Lacan formulates it, it starts with tickles and ends with a blaze fired by petrol, 1991b, 83. In Lacan's early work, jouissance was envisaged negatively, associated with the narcissistic pleasure of the image. Miller, 2010-11. As such, it represented an obstacle to the true relation of the subject to the symbolic other, and the knowledge, savoir, the subject is called upon to derive from it. 25. It was consequently destined to be drawn aside, in order to dispel the illusion it created. Further on in his early elaborations, Lacan saw jouissance as essentially and originally negativized, as expelled into what is then called the real. Miller, 2010-11. It is by virtue of such a founding extraction, or repression, the so-called death of the father, that any representation can take on form, as is expressed in the common saying, the exception proves the rule. This founding point of expulsion will, in Lacan's theoretical writings, be marked by the simple letter A, in the term, the object. What is then experienced as the pleasure principle is considered as the will to avoid jouissance by adhering to a rational and realistic conception of existence, in an effort to maintain homeostasis, a minimum of conflict. Despite the pacifying influence of speech and dialogue, jouissance cannot be eradicated, because language is fundamentally flawed, and is therefore incapable of naming the totality of existence. Jouissance persists, manifesting itself as a form of excess, which Lacan called, following Marx's notion of capital gain plus de jouir, 2006a, 16 sqq. It is a remainder that cannot be assimilated and, for this very reason, continually acts as the unseen cause which drives a subject's speech and acts. The stability of language and representation suffers as a consequence. Insofar as they are marked by error and falsehood, words cannot be relied on to determine ultimate truth. The signifier produces the subject as a logical inconsistency. Miller, 1994b, 13. This is what is often pointed out in deconstructionist thinking, as the inability to pin down a subject within any single or definitive identity, or the difficulty of stating any universal truth. However, this vision ignores the reverse side of the subjective equation, since, by contrast, as Jacques-Alain Miller points out, on the level of what Lacan calls plus de jouir, there is no contradiction. The plus de jouer is always true, 1994b, 13. Jouissance testifies to a logical consistency, a fixed point that insists through the subject's repetition of acts and situations. However, the limits of even this conception of jouissance appear in the fact that it remains subservient to a dialectic whereby the subject refuses it, in order to attain it on a superior level, through desire. Miller, 2010-11, 52, 53, which is a notion previous critics have often relied on. That is to say that from this perspective, jouissance only temporarily disturbs the logic of the symbolic, since it is destined to be surpassed, and drawn into harmony with the symbolic law anchored in a lack. In his final work, however, Lacan reversed his conception of the negative quality of jouissance and gave it a positive value. Following Heidegger, Miller, 2010-11, Lacan linked it to existence, as designating all that can be known of the living, the part situated before and beyond being which, ever since Aristotle, has remained bound up within the limits of meaning. Miller, 2010-11. To sum up, what needs to be drawn from this notion of jouissance at this stage is, in particular, its positivity, the fact that it represents a fixed point which cannot be assimilated or reduced by naming, and resists any interpretation. No knowledge, savoir, can be drawn from it. As concerns our present field of investigation, the voice is alongside the Freudian objects such as breast and faces one form of jouissance, by means of which the subject gives his existence consistency, when faced with that which, in language, refuses to be named. It is absolutely singular, since it marks the subject's response to the absence of any other 26, embodied by the name of the Father, for example, capable of founding an ordered reality by means of naming and fixed laws. Contra Badiou, it is in no way generic. 27. These developments regarding a dimension that refuses to enter any harmonious whole point out an aspect that is manifestly missing from a number of critical works that use Lacan's theories. This shortcoming is also apparent in postmodern discourses, which superficially seem to be related to Lacanian psychoanalysis. By insisting on supporting an ideological position, postmodern elaborations are often determined to combat anything that might appertain to the idea of truth, which they diversely call molar, Deleuze and Guattari, 47, patriarchal, phallocentric, normative entities. To these enemies, that are deliberately caricatured and whose defeat is quite simply prompted by the triumph of capitalism and globalization, they oppose perpetual difference/deferral, or supposedly minority entities, or the reign of the multiple, and which, if one examines them closely, are no more than the undifferentiated. To the oppression of the one, they oppose the right to polymorphous enjoyment, without hindrance. This perspective admits no point of opacity, no unassimilable element. Everything is destined to become transparent, basking in a generalist optimism supported by an ideology of progress. Psychoanalysis is, of course, linked to these preoccupations to a certain extent, and which can be found in a number of critical uses of Lacan's theories. Indeed, in the second half of the 20th century, intense and most fruitful intellectual exchanges took place between Lacan and figures such as Claude Lévi-Strauss, Émile Benveniste, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Gilles Deleuze, Roland Barthes, and numerous others, resulting in the development of structuralism and post-structuralist thinking. With regards to Beckett, it would seem important to point out what distinguishes psychoanalysis from deconstruction. As seen in the uses of Lacan's early theories, deconstruction adheres to the notion of the subject as being without any fixed identity and obliged therefore to follow the metonymical chain of signifiers. Shane Weller points out that critics such as Stephen Connor, Leslie Hill, Carla Locatelli, Thomas Trezise and Richard Begam aim to show that Beckett is deconstructive, in the sense that he is seen to submit all metaphysical oppositions to a deferring that anticipates the difference first theorized by Derrida in the 1960s. Weller, 27. Daniel Katz, for example, follows this path. Adopting Derrida's theories, he presents the deconstruction of the unamable as showing a shift from a binary oppositional structure of presence and absence into a differential or supplemental schema. Katz, 96. The difficulty here is that Katz's analysis consequently remains on a verbal level where the subject's absence of coincidence with himself produces a supplement of the same order. It is true that, on a literary level, Beckett plays with the effect of paradoxes such as presence/absence, appearing/disappearing, 99, thus producing double-bind situations that Katz regularly identifies. However, by calling on this notion, his deconstructive approach risks simply miming Beckett. When studying the unamable, Katz points out the paradox whereby the narrator's delegates are both that which speaks to the voice, 104, and that which gives the voice what it has to speak. This formulation describes a specular relationship between the two parties, but what is lacking is a material conception of address. It could be said, in this respect, that the external voices speak first, and the subject speaks in turn, in order to silence them and to endow himself with an existence and an identity. 28. Such an analysis would have enabled Katz to move beyond the paradox of endless specularity. Deconstruction is also preoccupied, for example, with showing that the subject is not the conscious author of his utterances. The subject is indeterminate, making it impossible to clearly identify the one who speaks. Thus Katz notes that in the trilogy, the citational schema destroys any possibility of expression as the totalized outpouring of a fully present, interior self-consciousness, 91. He thus promotes the idea that difference is the embodiment of a salutary alterity. However, as we have just seen, while psychoanalysis confirms the subject as empty, a logical inconsistency, on one side, on the other, can be found not simply an open, indeterminate space, but an opaque constant, which we have associated with Lacanian jouissance. The subject is both barred, excluded by the signifier that represents him, and in a singular relationship with the object, he is both free to follow the endless signifying metonymy of identifications, and riveted to a fixed point. In the between where no identification is adequate, something of a subject's very being remains at stake, there is a vital and absolutely singular in Llewellyn 29. It is therefore essential to take into account both sides. Undertaking deconstruction, a negative approach, is necessary in order to move on to the second stage, and ascertain how a subject's identifications are a vital construct. In this respect, deconstruction remains strictly one-sided, as it can say what is not, identity, origin, belonging, authority, but not what is, jouissance, because it considers what is as being determined by a tyrannical name of the father or the individual's ego, and hostile to the perpetual metonymy of difference. One could say that it is profoundly logocentric, not in spite of but because of its very protestations. Indeed, metonymy would seem to be an unsatisfactory way of undoing, as it is not only purely verbal, but it is secretly dependent on a metaphysical guarantee. It is the latter which enables the proponents of deconstruction to deny any notion of a breaking point, that Freud calls castration, where the subject would find himself responsible and, possibly, destitute, in the absence of any other. Deconstruction thus manifests a radical refusal of alterity. For psychoanalysis, examining what is not serves to reveal an irreducible positivity, an experience, an existence, and a subject. This idea is missing when Katz states that subjectivity as a discrete substance capable of existing outside of language and deixis is also rejected. 144. The idea of an existence requires to be asserted and developed in its real consequences. Deconstruction needs to be followed by the analysis of what purpose any illusory construct serves for the subject. Of course, there is an ongoing debate regarding whether Beckett should be classified as modern or postmodern, and the predilection of deconstructionists would seem to favor associating him with the latter. Stephen Connor describes postmodern works as concerned with emergent force rather than completed form, working out rather than completed work, 2005 b. 66. Postmodern preoccupations with the limits of language also give rise to a chattering polyglossary, 70, and such texts are excited by the prospect of the illegitimate, the unspeakable, and the unknowable. For the purposes of our analyses, a broader definition of modernism would be more useful, going back to the emergence of the modern subject. The latter can be related to Descartes' cogito minus the telescoping of its two segments, as Lacan has shown, or in the history of perspective painting since Leon Battista Alberti, 1404–1472. As Gerard Wajkman, 2004, demonstrates, the frame of a painting operates in the manner of the signifier, founding the subject as invisible or excluded from the representation he contemplates, in a word, as endowed with an unconscious. In this context, modernism since the invention of psychoanalysis by Freud points to the will to reveal the subject as a construct. Such a critical viewpoint was made possible and necessary by the advances of science and capitalism, as can be seen in Lacan's development of the four discourses starting in 1969. The modernist movements of the 20th century simply pursue and accentuate the same logic. However, the unlimited 30 metonymy of a borderless world, with its intrusive networks governed by the principle of universality, destroys the subject's intimacy and negates his singularity, submitting him, for example, to an almost total surveillance and determination by science. Wajkman, 2010, 2012. Our study shall attempt to show that while Beckett's work deals constantly with an unlimited dimension, the latter is in no way endowed with a value or promoted as a source of pleasure and optimism. It is, on the contrary, eminently opaque and potentially traumatizing. His creation therefore deals with this in a modernist fashion, for example, in the very framed and concise structures of his late drama, including his recourse to technology, the use of discursive structures based on what Lacan called the discourse of the master. 31. More fundamentally, Beckett's work deals with the subject's absolute singularity involved in Lacan's concept of jouissance. Further developments referring to Lacan, a change of orientation. Because of the central place given to the radical level of malfunctioning designated by the term jouissance, Lacanian psychoanalysis aims go beyond the status of a conceptual corpus. It involves a question of orientation that places at the center of its inquiries the radically dispersing dimension of the real, understood as that which negates all conceptualization. Lacan's concepts are often not taken seriously when, rather than putting them to work to see how a subject deals with the unbearable that founds his existence, they are used as convenient tools. Lacan declared that psychoanalysis originally caused a scandal because it showed sexuality to be so intellectual, 1966, 523. If that means that it is grounded in an implacable logic, it should be noted that Lacan's thinking progressively undoes the preeminence of logic and places it in perspective. And here, one would find Beckett admiring the illogisme brûlante, burning illogicality, in Juliet, 72, of the mystics, and the flame qui consumes cette saloperie de logique, that consumes this filthy logic. The two opposing dimensions show how psychoanalytical notions require to be perpetually confronted with the burning illogicality at the heart of existence and, therefore, of creation. In this respect, it is crucial to counter one inevitable objection, the idea of applying a set of psychoanalytical categories to something as complex as a work of literary creation that, by definition, escapes rigid conceptual bounds. Some will doubtless suspect the trap of seeking to have a work of literature confirm prior theoretical notions. Such a fear has been expressed in another field, for example, by Lance St. John Butler and Robin Davis, seeing Beckett as programmed, for a Derridian treatment, in Katz, for, and deconstructivist avant la lettre. These conceptions represent a strange reversal, suggesting that a work of creation might serve to prove a theory. Indeed, and by definition, creation will still question us long after the fads of academia have passed by. It is no chance that psychoanalysis was invented at a time when science was extending its empire, revealing our existence to be determined by universal laws. Indeed, it was to preserve subjective singularity from the crushing effects of universality that Freud centered his findings on speech, since the latter testifies to the way the subject continues to escape such determinisms. For that reason also, no work of creation can be said to be more appropriate than another for psychoanalytical investigation. In order to be effective, and to detach itself from ideological concerns, psychoanalysis is obliged to approach a subject's creation on his own terms, whatever culture or period may be concerned: medieval, Renaissance, French classicism, Romanticism. Psychoanalysis deals with what is radically refractory to norms, a position that distinguishes it from therapies, which aim at adaptation, at easing suffering by helping a person to fit into preset identifications. The subject is, by definition, what is capable of saying no to what is imposed on him, and by creating his own, singular, response. Consequently, psychoanalysis does not intervene as a prefabricated body of knowledge that could be simply imposed on a text, as a grid of established interpretations. It only has any value if it incites us to listen more closely to the text, to define more precisely what is at stake in the latter's existential dimension. Since, moreover, the theoretical is never dissociated from the clinical with its necessarily unknown dimension, there is not one Lacanian reading, but as many, useful or otherwise, as there are readers. And since there is no meta-language, Lacan, 1966, 813, the latter always speak of themselves as much as they do of Beckett. The preceding development aimed to show that what is at stake in Beckett's treatment of the voice escapes what can be mastered by concepts. The voice comes to the fore when, in human experience, language fails to signify, to appear transparent as a result of confirmed meanings. This is not a negligible secondary characteristic of language but a central one for Beckett. It shows failure to be at the heart of his experience, a split or a size Zion whereby language invariably vehicles a resolutely inscrutable dimension. The failure of meaning leads to the dimension of what Lacan associated with the category of the impossible, as we shall see in due course. In the Anglophone realm, and by contrast with the previous critics cited, Slavoj Žižek has opened up a more coherent and enriching approach to Beckett in a Lacanian perspective, precisely as a consequence of his close relation to Lacanian circles in Paris. His short text on Not I offers a reading totally opposed to that of Kristeva, since he works from the notion of the absence of the other, and does not subordinate Beckett to ideological considerations. He points out a useful parallel between Beckett's experience of being impelled to go on and Kant's categorical imperative. The virtue of this is to show up the dimension of the universal and the superego. 32. Going further than previous critics, he draws on the notion of the drive manifest in Mouth, who appears as the barred subject, devoid of the protective construction of the fundamental fantasy or vision of oneself. The movement of the play shows Mouth after a first epiphany as experiencing the fall of the authority of the other. Both Mouth and auditor embody this failure of meaning. Žižek thus not only introduces the notion of address speech, but excludes Kristeva's claim that Mouth would somehow be perpetually attached to the dead father. The notion of the other as radically absent is thus crucial to approaching the voice in Beckett's work, in order to avoid enclosing it within fixed confines which ultimately prove to be redundant, because they largely leave aside the problematic nature of creation. However, the majority of critical literature adhering to this orientation is to be found among clinical psychoanalysts whose findings are absent from academic debate. These critics are doubtless ignored also because they deal with concepts that cannot be easily put to use without having committed oneself to a serious study of psychoanalysis. This absence of the great other guarantee of a coherent worldview or fantasy, of a law governing events and endowing them with stable meanings, is brought into account when Monique Lyard studies the function of creation for Beckett, noting that the latter's work and life are 1, 2012, 181. She associates him with the schizophrenic form of psychosis 33, 181-2, showing his writing to be situated beyond the neurotic fantasy which is bounded and organized by the paternal metaphor, on the border of utter destitution, 1999, 29. Indeed, Lacan's earlier work Seminar 3 defined psychosis as resulting from the foreclosure of the name of the father and the absence of a reigning dialectic. Lacan, 1981, 31. On this point, she specifies in Beckett's case the absence of a pathological form, characterized by delirium, which would have marked a radical detachment from the symbolic other. Here, following Lacan's work on Joyce, Layard points to writing as a substitute, suppleance, for the name of the father. Writing thus replaces Beckett's psychosomatic problems, which previously acted as a substitute, 2012, 182, but a much less convenient one since they attached the body to the latter's image as an organic whole. Finally, she considers that the motif of the unborn being, expounded by Jung 34, gave Beckett a sort of rational explanation for his relationship with his mother, 177. Other psychoanalysts resolutely ground their studies on the other that, as Michel Boziru states, in relation to Endgame, is desperately absent, 2177. In this perspective, there can be no question of desire, since the latter is necessarily founded on the reassuring existence of the other. This does not entail contempt for life on the part of Beckett but an extreme attachment to it, because what shatters him is precisely life that has gone away, life that is missing, irreparable loss, Nguyen, 2010b, 112. Such an attachment to life entails dealing with the untamable real in language. That means not being simply a man of letters and defined by his position within society but being a poem, which is to reduce the religion of desire by greater flexibility regarding the intrusions of the real, Nguyen, 2010b, 138. This is, of course, contrary to Alain Badiou's insistence on identifying Beckett's will to go on as the supposed expression of desire. Founding his position on the silence of the drive, Genist, 2008, 151, in the absence of the other Beckett manifests lucidity and determination, Nguyen, 2010a, 86, rather than the enthusiasm that colors desire by authorizing the multiplicity of ever-renewed meanings. This absence is linked to a structural hole in language which, as Albert Nguyen states, confirms the absence of any support to be found by the subject in the other, in any other, at the moment when that which of his fundamental fantasy has capsized, is almost shipwrecked, that is to say worsens, propelling him toward the worst, that is to say the impossible, 2010b, 123. In these circumstances, language can signal, faire signe, without displaying meaning, Boziru, 2000, 177. This entire aspect cannot be dealt with by the earlier approaches we examined, since they limit their conception of language to the words written on the page, and that are linguistically addressed to an interlocutor. Thus, as Boziru points out, 2193, the appeal to the other may very well be silent, not just situated within verbal formulations, like the image in Nacht und Traum, for example. The fundamental whole that, as opposed to the lack, is not circumscribed involves a point in language situated beyond meanings, on the verge of nonsense, a total absence of meaning. This gives the voice a completely different resonance, more compatible with Beckett's notion of clawing, for example, Beckett, 1998, 11. The practice of language, as explored by these critics, thus concerns the voice in the function of phonation. Indeed, the superego characterized by its vociferation, and which Marie-Helene Bruce hears in the capricious commands and imprecations of Ham 35 presented the risk of confronting Beckett with the powerlessness to attenuate its effects, the voice of regulation covering the saying of love, there is nothing left but submission to the negativities of language, without the resulting constitution of a subject, without a fantasy or desire to assuage the pure pain of existing, Genist, 2015. However, Lacan's work on Joyce shows how the jouissance of language, which undoes meaning, and which he then calls Llewellyn, in one word 36, is capable of palliating the insatiable superego, transmitting the function of the missing name of the father, Lacan, 2005a, 7637. In this context, the superego acquires a salutary function, appearing as the agent that commands to go on, Genist, 2008. Rather than being entirely subordinated to the mortifying effects of such an imperative, Beckett proved capable of producing a salutary hiatus, an impossible that cannot be obstructed by obeying the superego's petitions. Genist, 2015. This function of the hiatus goes far beyond the notions of lack, desire, and Derridean difference, since it articulates language and the question of existence, the space where a subject is able to create a vital living space. Each of these readers thus sees Beckett's work on language and, consequently, the voice as situated beyond meaning at the heart of his creation. Psychoanalysis, Beckett, and the Voice, an outline of concepts. This study aims to show how Beckett's work as a whole can be read as an expression of various aspects of the voice. To do so, we shall use both Lacan's earlier and later developments. Regarding the voice, two aspects need to be taken into account. Firstly, the voice manifests a certain degree of independence in relation to the purely literary field. As Beckett points out, quand on s'écoute, c'en est pas de la littérature qu'on entend, when one listens to oneself, it is not literature one hears, in Juliet, 12. Insofar as he composed his works by actually listening, he found his starting point in a non-literary voice. The attentive listening to raw sounds, as undertaken by Beckett and some of his characters, highlights this aspect of the voice. However, the latter goes beyond the strictly literary domain, notably insofar as language is inherent in all human existence. On the other hand, regarding creation, each manifestation of the voice is conditioned by the frame of a particular work, marked by its literary genre, fiction or drama, and such, and by the aspect of subjective experience that the author chooses to develop or to create through specifically literary means. Synchronic structural features that, by definition, are irreducible consequently occupy different positions and functions, for example, in the unamable and in texts for nothing. These two exigencies are important in order to avoid annexing literary creation to a field of investigation taken as an a priori and imposed in an arbitrary manner. Psychoanalysis offers us the means to approach the question of the voice, notably enabling us to avoid subjecting our study to the constraints of sociological realism or communicational symmetries. 38. It also allows us to not limit our investigation to phenomenological or realistic manifestations of the voice but, on the contrary, to articulate it to written production, whose complexity we have outlined. Above all, Lacanian psychoanalysis is the only discipline to have defined the voice as a specific object, insofar as the latter is determined by the division that founds the subject of the unconscious. This is the aspect that needs to be examined more closely at present, in order to give an overall definition of the voice, providing the conceptual tools that will serve in the analyses that follow and its relation to Beckett. Each of the elements we evoke in this brief survey will return in the course of our study. First of all, psychoanalysis asserts that language pre-exists the subject, the latter finds himself caught up in discourses imposed by his first others. Language is not a device that the subject can institute by virtue of his own authority, and which he can dispose of at will. Beyond this grammar 39, it is by means of the signifier that the unconscious is the discourse of the other. Lacan, 1966, 524. That is to say that behind what one consciously intends to say a pattern can be discerned, revealing that the subject's subjective utterances often obey quite a different logic that escapes the speaker, much in the same way as the characters of a novel are unaware of the structure that presides over their destiny. And since words are predetermined by the infinite resonances imposed by their history, by previous uses, for example, and by their very intimate encounter with the subject, the latter does not master all the consequences of his utterances, something else called the other speaks through the subject. Beckett's work explores this structural truth in various ways, and gives it astounding material consistency, from the narrators of the unamable, texts for nothing and how it is who insist that they are incapable of personal speech, and are therefore constrained to quote, with or without a physical mouth, through to Winnie's accumulation of clichés. One can also think of the figures of the dramaticules who, immobile or pacing back and forth, strain to hear a voice off stage, from which they are apparently excluded, while being subjected to it, for example, the voices using 3 different tones, in that time. In the same way that the subject does not control the complete scope of his words, the other that is addressed is not a physical person but an agent inherent in language, which is why, in Beckett's work, figures address imaginary delegates, the unamable, or some invisible agent, how it is. Language is therefore commanded by its own logic, by its own necessity, to the point of abolishing any division between inside and outside. This so-called interior monologue is in perfect continuity with the external dialogue, and it is for this very reason that we can say that the unconscious is also the discourse of the other. Lacan, 1981, 128. The structure of language does not allow for a break between the idea of an internal realm, strata of the unconscious, the object of depth psychology, and the exteriority that makes up the world. The subject is not faced with an environment to which, for example, he would have to adapt himself. Words, actions, ambient structures are an integral part of the subject, who cannot dissociate himself from them. The unamable provides an impressive demonstration of this interior/exterior continuity. What belongs to pure language is not the expression of a subject who is conscious of himself, it is not the manifestation of an intimacy set apart from the world. If Beckett banishes the representation of traversable space, TFN 3, 111, considered as the simulacrum of an external reality, it is not with the aim to reveal writing as being purely literary, but to show how the subject intimately grapples with words whose hypothetical meaning, which is generally accepted by all, can in no way provide the shelter of an objective reality situated at a comfortable distance. On the contrary, from a topological point of view, we have to admit that the most internal is, precisely, the most external, what Lacan calls, in a portmanteau word, the extimate, extime, 1986, 167, 2006a, 224. From this point of view, it can only be the object of misunderstanding, malentendu. Consequently, the subject cannot be identified with the ego as conscious author of his saying. The subject remains radically decentered in relation to the language that represents him. According to the Lacanian axiom, a signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier, 1966, 819. Because of this structuring, a signifier can never exhaustively express the subject's being, a substantial portion will continue to escape naming. The status of truth is thereby relativized, the subject is situated in a place where he does not think, in his absence from himself, as can be seen, for example, in the act, which according to Lacan's conception goes beyond conscious intentions. Beckett's narrators who cite voices they hear, who use words while denying they understand their meaning as in how it is and in the unamable are perfect examples of this demolition of the Cartesian cogito, and which reveals the presence of the voice in enunciation. What psychoanalysis calls a signifier is not to be confused with the use of this term in the field of linguistics, it is not a simple lexeme. Of course, Lacan takes his starting point in Saussure, defining the signifier in terms of its differential nature. In the symbolic order, each element derives its value from its opposition to another, 1981, 17. In Beckett, this differential nature of the signifier leads to the point where Malone can assert, everything divides into itself, I suppose, MD, 176. Thus it is that the register of the signified is downgraded to the status of the imaginary, the domain where one seeks to establish a stable equivalence between signifier and signified, according to the logic of semantics. As Lacan explains in this colorful definition of the phallus, it then becomes the bar which by the hand of this demon strikes the signified, marking it as the bastard progeny of its signifying concatenation, 1966, 692. The signified is label, never ceasing to slip, whereas the signifier pins down, operating as binding point in the real. Therefore, the conventional pairs signifier/signified, word/thing, are only an illusion, since, in psychoanalysis as in literature, There is no meta-language. 40, Lacan, 1966, 813, 867, 2001, 412. That is to say, it is impossible to say the truth about truth, to conduct a discourse on something, insofar as all language is affected by equivoque or ambiguity, with regards to which it is impossible to prevail oneself of a position of exteriority. As Beckett states it in relation to the painting of Henry Hayden, in the subject/object crisis, confondus dans un meme inconsistence, ilsse desistent de concert, confounded in the same inconsistency, they desist with one accord, DSJ, 146. This occurs because the signifier is grafted onto the real, onto that which exceeds it. More precisely, the signifier founds the real as its own exterior. While he turned his back on Joyce's accumulative writing, Beckett worked on language as marked by equivocation. This can be seen in the destruction of meaning, as well as in the innumerable subtle intertextual allusions revealed by historicizing readings. For example, such plays on words as found in Endgame extinguished referring to Mother Peg or to her light, e.g., 112, where meaning vacillates, are pushed to their extreme limit in Worst Ward Ho, with oxymorons such as better worst, WH, 98, or in None but the One where none, WH, 83, where one and none appear as not just as contraries, but as two sides of the same Mobian fabric, Brown, 2008, 81-2. Another example would be the palindrome no/on studied by Shane Weller 41, 2010, 127. Equivoque results from the absence of any external reality accessible by signification, car chaque fois tu en veux faire auxiliary mos un véritable travail de transbordement, chaque fois tu en veux leur faire exprimer autre chose que de mots, ilss alignant de facon à essenuller mutual lament, for each time you want to have words do a true work of transferal, each time you want to make them express something other than words, they line up so as to mutually annul themselves, MP, 28. This is where Lacan's objet intervenes, this letter that is devoid of signification, and is identical to itself, an object that is situated at the point of its own exclusion by the signifier. It is here that the subject localizes his being, in order to give consistency to the radical absence of the other. However, starting from the point where this other exists ordaining representation and meaning, it can be noted that the subject is instituted by the latter, within a dynamics of anticipation, the meaning sense always goes towards something, towards another signification, towards the closure of the signification, it always refers to something which is ahead or which turns back on itself, Lacan, 1981, 155. It is at the precise place where this closure operates the final punctuation of a sentence or a narrative that one finds excluded, as a persistent remainder, the object, which is situated at the point where every signifying chain honors itself by closing off its signification, Lacan, 1966, 818. The object can thus be conceived of as the result of its exclusion by signifying constructions. Such an operation founds a subject's reality as a whole, the field of reality, only supports itself by the extraction of the object which however gives it its frame, Lacan, 1966, 554. Understood in this perspective, the object points to a point of exception or, in anthropological terms, the sacrificial victim or scapegoat founding the community that ensures the consistency of the whole that is reality, or a subject's fundamental fantasy, it thus confirms the rule. Paradoxically, however, and in a reversal of the preceding perspective, the object also appears to undo any signifying construction, since it inscribes a point of nonsense that escapes nomination, and that Beckett's writing makes palpable when equivoque breaks up the structuring chain of the well-built phrase, Mo. 27, when the narrator experiences an endless voice that refuses to be contained by the closure of a sentence that could give it meaning, TFN 7, 131, or in the consequent fact that the Beckettian voice rehearses without ceasing, not only in the unamable, but also in the repetitions suggested by play, for example. This paradox can be visualized by situating the object at the intersection between two opposing dimensions. On the nether side, the object opens up to the real, it serves the incessant, indomitable, and radically inhuman drive. The latter takes on form by accomplishing a circular movement, making a detour via the partial object breast, faces, gaze, voice that also localizes its action. These objects give consistency to the erogenous zones, and are qualified as being metonymical insofar as their physical identity is secondary. Lacan speaks of this object, which is in fact only the presence of a hollow, a void that is occupiable, as Freud tells us, by any object, and of which we only know the instance in the form of the lost object, 1973, 164. For example, the drive can be satisfied indifferently by eating, by conflict, by creation. The subject can grasp his existence in its oscillating movement between complementary functions, such as the inspiration and expiration that open and close breath, separated only by the vision of detritus, which reveals existence as reduced to the status of the object. The extremities of the digestive tract could also be mentioned. What matters is to eat and excrete. Dish and pot, these are the poles, MD, 179. Other orifices such as the eyes and the mouth can prove to be equivalent, the sentences, the syllables, the tears, I confuse them, words and tears, my words are my tears, my eyes my mouth, TFN 8, 131. In Footfalls, May nourishes herself not with food but with the story she invents, Asmus, while the narrator of Ill Seen Ill Said speaks of devouring the vision of the sky and the earth, IS, 78. Thus, as a localized but basically indifferent entity, the object testifies to what the subject can never assimilate, or what represents his negation, the part of the drive that remains radically impossible for the subject to assume, and which remains definitively assigned to the other. If Ham remains immobile, keeping Clove attached to him, and if no decisive action takes place in endgame, nonetheless, Clove observes, something is taking its course 42, e.g., 98. The indefinite something cannot be reduced to the simple and objective flow of time, nor will its nature be elucidated. It will still move on as implacably as the force that absorbs Winnie into her mound in Happy Days. If according to Clove, regarding the objects that clutter up our lives, there is no more, Winnie only has a set number of them in her bag, there is still stirring this persisting existence of the drive. As for mouth, the latter causes the total abolition of her bodily consistency. Thus, more than a simple lack, language suffers from a gaping hole, from a radical failure that founds the absolutely heterogeneous. Milner, 2007, 25, as Jean-Claude Milner points out, no signifier is apt to grasp it, since it is foreign to any chain. In other words, the signifier that would suffice is the very one that, for structural reasons, is lacking. This gaping hole belongs to the real, if we understand the latter as being the domain of what subsists outside of symbolization. Lacan, 1966, 388. In this case, far from pacifying, language in its entirety places the subject in the presence of this hole that can never be filled. Language borders on this space, where the subject is equivalent to l'incommensurabilité de la diagonalité d'écart avec les côtés, sujet sans nombre et sans personne, the incommensurability of the diagonal of the square with the side, a subject without number and without a person, DSJ, 56. As the narrator of How It Is states, infinitum alone commensurate with us, High, 120. This point is tightly bound up with writing and creation, insofar as, according to Lacan, all art is characterized by a certain mode of organization around this void. 43, 1986, 155. Such an organization is given a visual form in the AE supposed danger zone, Q, 453, of quad, the point where the dancers, executing their series of permutations following a quincunx form, must dodge the central point, in order not to collide with each other. The dancer's movement gives consistency to this location. Topologically, it both opens up to and encloses the invisible that surrounds the representation. Brown, 2011 d. 128. More generally, the scenic space of Beckett's plays creates the void surrounding it. The narration of the unamable causes to resound the absence of any other beyond all the ephemeral delegates that appear. Creation is, as the word indicates, something absolutely new, that emerges ex nihilo and that is in no way provided for by any supreme creator. As an object therefore, writing marks the location of this void, which cannot be absorbed by language and speech. If the object is waste that falls off as a result of the operation of signifying, writing is the inscription of jouissance in the body or on the page. Jean-Claude Milner demonstrates that if, of the real, no property precedes it, but moreover, no property follows from it, 2007, 24, it cannot be caught up in any chain of signifiers then of the real, nothing is written. That is to say that the real cannot be recognized as resulting from given circumstances or producing them, since such a construction would suppose its subservience to convenient binary distributions, for example the one separating the same from the other, with their attendant discernible properties. However, writing marks the edge, where the limit is inscribed, eroded, by the unlimited, the latter being understood as where, nothing or no one exists with regards to which the function ceases to make sense. Milner, 2003, 23. Structure of our study. The points outlined here now require to be studied one by one, in connection with the voice as an object. In our first chapter, we shall seek to establish the terrain of our research by defining the voice, exploring its structure and its characteristics, as we encounter them in Beckett's work. The voice will be heard as a result of the division produced in the subject through his representation by the signifier. Here, not only is naming imposed by preconstructed language the other, but the subject has to deal with a fundamental lack of a signifier to name his being, with an absence of meaning. This lack is produced when, in reversing the imposition of language, the subject silences the other by addressing him. Although this structuring means that the subject may encounter the intimate and sometimes traumatic aspect of the voice, the latter's uncontrollable manifestations often remain limited by means of the paternal function, which unifies reality. We shall then suggest that Beckett's work involves a much vaster dimension since, when the name of the father is excluded, the subject can find himself exposed to a hallucinatory and persecuting voice. At this stage, it will be necessary to reverse the initial perspective, so the analysis will not be limited to this negative slant, determined by its reference to normality. It will therefore be important to consider the fundamentally unstillable 44 nature of the Beckettian voice, resulting from the dimension of the unlimited, which ignores unity, the confrontation with a fundamental whole in language. This structural foundation to our study will make it possible to associate the part of language that cannot be included in representation, with the Beckettian unborn being, a motif that traverses his work, and which can also be studied in relation to the problematics of testimony, as defined by Giorgio Agamben. The unborn being will then be seen as connected to an impassive maternal figure incapable of inscribing the subject in relation to linguistic semblances. The Beckettian subject thus finds himself devoid of any symbolic other capable of responding and enclosing the subject's existence within the bounds of dialogue form or a dialectic. As a result of its very structure, such a voice cannot be situated within geometrical space, it comes both from within and from without, revealing its very material quality. The voice therefore remains real, since the symbolic structure of language cannot always attenuate its dissociation from the register of meaning, and its possibly brutal impact. Linguistic articulation is prone to breaking down, revealing the radically differential nature of the signifier, expressed by Beckett in vocables such as perhaps and neither. In our second chapter, this impossibility of unified naming is explored in relation to the use of pronouns, particularly in the consistently problematic nature of the first person I, ordinarily identified with the subject of enunciation, but often replaced in Beckett's work by the third person. Here, pronouns appear not to be unified within a form of grammatical whole where each one completes the other and so combine to form a believable reality, but as irremediably distinct, disjointed, leaving an unbridgeable gap wherein lies the unamiable subject. Not only does the first person I fail to institute the subject as the conscious agent of his own speech and acts, it also appears, structurally, as a secondary stage, following an inaugural you, which crushes any singularity. Not I offers a striking example of the voice as real. Mouth appears as inhabited by the acephalous drive depriving her of the bodily consistency that one usually grasps in the image of one's body as a whole. The reality of this dramatic effect can be experienced by the actress charged with embodying the role. Since the auditor on stage is not the object of address, both figures are powerless to institute a form of verbal exchange. Although auditor appears as the possibility for mouth to accede to an I, he remains associated with the imperative force of the superego, insofar as mouth's existence lies exposed to the gaping hole of language. Thus the true expression of her being is to be found in her violent ejaculation, she. While not I bases its construction solely on the third person, company, influenced by Beckett's work with radio, unfolds the attempt to bind the you and the he within the dialectics of an exchange, to produce an I. The pronoun you is heard without being addressed by the unborn subject of this text, in order to make the latter assume the personal history related. A ratiocinating voice, a prey to doubt, is referred to as he. This entity is devoid of any concrete existence as a person, having no anchoring point in a subject, such as the one provided by Deixis. The use of the third person produces a form of multiple and endless inclusion in the figure of the devised divisor. This construction can be conceived positively as producing a voice that provides company, in the absence of any dialogical structure. In a piece of monologue, he represents the speaker who apparently speaks of himself in the third person. And yet, in the absence of linguistic binding or articulation to unite the two, the identification remains impossible. The action described in the play allows the speaker to be born each night as a spectral being. It can be understood as a ritual addressed to an absent other, in order to acquire, in return, a tangible existence. In these problematic elaborations structured by pronouns, the voice can be heard at the intersection of these agents. It is what supports them, and constitutes their driving force in a work of creation, understood as enunciation. The third chapter is concerned with topological figures of the voice. First of all, the subject experiences his exposure to unstoppable voices, appearing as a fundamental sound that is impossible to eliminate since it is inherent in existence itself. The voice assumes the form of a continuum that appears to be unbreachable by any subjective enunciation. It also manifests itself in the persistence of dead voices particularly present in the earlier works that express a state of mortification and exile from any desire. The subject thus risks experiencing a state of being one of the living dead, without even the minimal support afforded by anxiety. In this topology, the subject nonetheless succeeds in creating a breach by means of invocation, by addressing the other. This is how Beckett creates a stain on silence, piercing the ferocious voice of the superego, which appears both as vociferation, or opaque silence, and which demands the subject's elimination. In Ejo, however, the male figure encounters persecuting dead voices, precisely because he is powerless to assume any enunciation. This is correlated with his formerly narcissistic position, and imagined mastery of language. His efforts to stifle the voices into silence simply testify to his powerlessness to impose his own voice. Paradoxically, the voice torments him, but he remains dependent on it to relieve his love, and to thereby derive a semblance of existence. In a marked contrast with the continuous aspect of the voice, interruption is a fundamental characteristic of Beckett's writing, which can be considered, along with continuity, as the apparent faces of a single Mobius strip. The interrupted, fragmentary nature of utterances reveals the subject's powerlessness to find a place within discourse where phrases are linked and articulated together. The breaks intervene both as opaque obstacles and an uncontrollable force, where the subject encounters the incommensurable abyss within language. The motifs of bells or knocks mark the breaks, and are destined to be heard by the other, as well as by the subject, in order for the latter to experience some consistency. In the interruptions can be discerned the imperative voice of the superego, impelling the subject to go on at a point of impossibility. Here, the subject encounters a dimension beyond any law, a real governed by wild caprice that threatens to overthrow any form of regularity. The subject responds to the intrusion of the voice by efforts to achieve a physical inscription, in the body, that will impose limits on it. In footfalls, the apparently minimal motif of the pacing constitutes the essential anchoring point of the play, offering a means to impose a limit on the void. At the same time, it enters into a form of counterpoint with the lyrical expansion of the text. Two responses to the violence of the voice are examined in the following parts of this chapter. The first one is doing the image, as is expressed in the short text the image. This production enables the subject to engender some form of other, to raise a reliable barrier to silence the invasive voice. The example of Rough for Radio 2 reveals the verbal image of an unborn brother, which arises as a totally detached motif that cannot be rationalized, and that comes in lieu of an impossible naming. A second response to the voice is the adoption of a reading voice. Here, the subject attempts to endow himself with an other by playing both sides of a fabricated dialogue for want of having been instituted in relation to such an agent on the symbolic level. The reading voice provides an appearance of regularity and solidity, a substitute other. Finally, our fourth chapter is devoted to the voice in its exteriority, as exemplified by the recorded voice and the incidence of technology. Language appears as what Lacan called an intrusive parasite, creating disorder at the heart of the speaking being. The objects produced by science and technology give a remarkable extension to this subjective or linguistic experience. In Krapp's last tape, the tape recorder serves to produce the character's voice as an object. In denigrating his own recorded voice, Krapp relays the scornful judgment originating in his superego. The recording produces his imbecile self that is incapable of equaling his ideal. Considered as a whole, Krapp's annual ritual is offered up to the other, as a desperate defense against imminent death. The encounter with radio shows how technology has a real impact on the form of the voice by completely detaching it from the body and making it transmissible, abolishing the usual hierarchies of time and space. It destroys the imaginary association of the voice with the embodied image of the person who is considered to be its source. Situated outside of the body in the radio set, the voice functions as a need or an organ, for the auditor. The latter may then appear as playing the role of sound editor, passing between two irreconcilable polarities, from one voice to another, from words to music. Here, instead of creating or producing, the subject plays a crucial structuring role. In play, this function is assumed by the spotlight, which appears to be tyrannical but which, in the absence of any dialogue, is as dependent on the overall setup as are the figures in the urns, in its quest for truth. The voice of Bam is editor in what where. The permutation of the other spectral figures reveals the subject as equivalent to a gaping hole. In Cascando, opener is editor and, as they have their own distinct reality, the voices provide company. Opener's secret fear is that they might completely fade away. In words and music, the paired elements underscore an absence of resolution, of any constitutive unity. Finally, forms of apparatuses the subject uses to contain the voices are examined. Ostensibly revealing their geometrical and artificial nature, these structures resemble Lacan's four discourses, composed of the function's four terms arranged in a square pattern that allow for the production of speech and creation. They give form to what Beckett called the mess, by partially circumscribing it. These forms can be observed from Murphy, in the MMM, through to what where. Along with the roles of witness and scribe, it is important to discern the crucial causal function assumed by the invisible master, Udai, in Malloy, or the unnamed committee in Rough for Radio 2. These structures also reveal a point where the voice appears as torture, where language marks its physical hold on the body. This expresses the function of the superego, considered as an emanation of the universalizing aspect of language that can, when pushed to extremes, lead to a subject's abolition. And yet, as in How It Is, torture can be seen as a way to inscribe the voice, so the subject feels endowed with his own bodily consistency. In Rough for Radio 2, the discursive apparatus acts as a substitute form, in the absence of the corresponding subjective structure. As an artifice, it shows itself to be flawed, marked by splits that hinder its efficient functioning. In What Where, the response sought repeatedly borders on an impossible, and the torments suggested by the text do not succeed in abolishing the subject's resistance. In their formal quality, these discursive apparatuses would seem to represent a counterpart to the disjointed arrangement of pronouns. I. The voice and its structure. Initial concepts. Faced with the multiple facets of the voice and their apparently mutually exclusive nature, a logical approach allows us to grasp the latter as a phenomenon marked by a size Zion that is at the basis of enunciation. Of course, Winnie expresses a naive conception of the voice, which she sees as the direct emanation of a living being when she declares, "Song must come from the heart, that is what I always say, pour out from the inmost, like a thrush." HD 155. Song, an idealized version of the voice, appears here as a univocal outpouring, unmarred by the presence of an auditor that it would be necessary to influence or seduce. In order to set a solid conceptual basis for our approach to Beckett's voices, we shall start by studying the latter's structuring with regards to language. This opening part of our chapter will involve the exploration of essential theoretical considerations, which will be covered in a progressive manner. Firstly, the distinction between utterance and enunciation that is a consequence of the subject being represented by language will show the voice as a remainder that escapes tight structuring within names and meaning. Despite this breach, an overall unity of representation is still possible here, owing to the effective presence of a dialectical mechanism. We shall then see, however, that Beckett's voices resist any enclosure, a fact that will require us to consider the unlimited quality thus introduced, firstly in negative terms, as an absence of unity, then in positive ones, as a boundless dimension. Having laid this theoretical foundation, it will be possible to examine the experience of the Beckettian subject as unborn, faced with an absent other, and in the presence of voices considered as touching on the real. The conclusion will show how this aspect of the voice makes the latter impossible to locate, and endows it with its irreducible subjective reality. Since a number of specialized psychoanalytical terms will be referred to and explored in the course of this chapter, it will be useful to undertake an initial clarification of concepts that are of more general import. The first of these terms, the symbolic, the name of the father, the phallus, are associated with the constitution of an ordered system, but, as will be seen, the dimension of the real proves to be the definitive obstacle. It is the dimension that orients Lacan's elaboration in its ultimate consequences. What is called the symbolic can be understood following the discoveries of Ferdinand de Saussure as referring to the inherently differential nature of the signifiers that represent the subject. That is to say, a signifier only names and conveys meaning by virtue of the oppositions that determine it in relation to other signifiers, not by any natural link to external reality. To this well-established notion, Lacan adds that a signifier is what represents a subject for another signifier, 1966, 819. The subject is thus identified in relation to the other, whose role is to ensure the validity of this naming. It is necessary, however, to note an evolution in the use of the term symbolic since, in the initial stages of Lacan's thinking, this word points to an orderly system, where positive and negative mutually reinforce each other. As a result, for example, Lacan declares, in the symbolic order, the empty spaces are as significant as the full ones, 1966, 392. Within representation, gaps, or differences, the said and the unsaid, provide an indispensable effect of scansion, rendering a sentence legible. In this context, the symbolic is understood as being governed by a dialectical logic, compatible with coherent linguistic articulation. This order will, however, be called into question when the symbolic is understood as being anchored in the real, that is to say, a dimension that ultimately escapes all order, all linguistic concatenation. As long as an orderly construction reigns in Lacan's theory, what is called the name of the father presides over the symbolic register. The father here is not the biographical person, but the function he represents in language. He intervenes as the agent who separates the child from the mother, through what is generally known as the Oedipal interdiction of incest. That is to say that the child is no longer left exposed to the mother's caprice, since he sees that only the father is capable of satisfying her. The presence of the father diverts the mother's exclusive investment in her child. The term metaphor, in this context, indicates the fact that the father intervenes as a symbol that offers a substitute for the mother's desire. Lacan, 1994, 13. The name of the father with its eminently religious overtones has the function of signifying the whole of the signifying system, of authorizing it to exist, to make of it the law. Lacan, 1998, 240. Once again, this power to govern an orderly system of representation will be put to the test by Lacan's later elaborations. It can be noted, at this point, that the presence of the Beckettian father is singularly evanescent. The flight of the Beckettian character when confronted with childbirth illustrates the problematic nature of this function. 45, FL, 45, Co. 7-8. Indeed, by virtue of the signifier's retroactive mechanism, childbirth instates the subject as a father in turn. The child is not simply an imaginary rival with regards to the mother but, as a result of his presence, the subject is called upon to be the donator of the name, and obliged to respond to the enigmatic desire of the other. The child thus embodies the subject's own unspeakable singularity. However, for want of an effective inscription in relation to the name of the father, the subject will be forcibly confronted with the gaping hole of his being. He will have no means to experience the legitimacy of his own paternal function, or endow his child with the habiliment of a promising future. Thus, examining the end of first love in the light of Otto Rank's theories, Paul Stewart points to the irremediable rupture that appears for the protagonist, who is expelled into the world once again, as if the hope of a return to the womb had been shattered by the emergence of new life into the light. 2011, 112. This is also why the child embodies the continuation of suffering. 113, 128, which some characters would prefer to avoid, an attitude reflected in what Paul Stewart terms Beckett's misopedia, 120-34, and in the eminently problematic question of producing further generations. The torment occasioned by this experience is poignantly expressed by the child's cries that resound at the end of first love. The third term in this triptych of agents guaranteeing stable representation is what psychoanalysis calls the phallus. This is not the bodily organ but, following its use in Greek comedy for example, it is the detached symbol, in other words, what can go missing. That is to say, it constantly designates its reverse side as lack, called castration. It certainly represents the norm which, in its linguistic usage, can be defined as the signifier destined to signify as a whole the effects of the signified. Lacan, 1966, 690. Comparable to the conventional motif of the cornucopia, it is distinct from the name of the father in that it presents an abundance of meanings, behind which it usually remains veiled. 692. Lacan points out that while the name calls one to speak, the privilege of the phallus is that one can call on it desperately, it will still say nothing. 2007, 172. For the purposes of comedy, however, it no longer remains silent and veiled, but is revealed as pure artifice, being condemned to repeated and derisive failures. It is also exemplified in a modern literary work, Le Balcon, 1955-56, by Jean Genet. 46. In this play, the clients of the brothel, where the action takes place, admire themselves, draped in phallic insignia such as the clothes of a bishop, a judge, or a general. As for the head of police, he entertains the idea of appearing as a phallus of the same stature as himself in order to publicly represent the image of his power. In Beckett's work, the phallus also is of doubtful efficiency since, in order for the sexual act to be accomplished, the male partner has to believe in his own virility. As is well known, the narrators of First Love, FL, 42, Malloy, MO, 51-2, and Mockman in Malone Dies, MD, 253, have the most extreme difficulty aligning their basically inert organs with the demands of this function. Beckett also expressed his feeling of inadequacy in relation to the phallus when he wrote to Mac Greevy, "All the on and up is so tiresome also, the determined optimism à la Beethoven, August 7, 1936, L1, 368, N8. What undoes these agents that reputedly give grounding to a coherent world, or an orderly whole called reality, is the real. Reality finds its roots in this dimension which constitutes its negation, since it escapes naming. The real is what subsists outside of symbolization." Lacan, 1966, 388. Once again, a distinction is required here. In his earlier works, Lacan saw the real as supporting the existence of the symbolic register. That means that in a differential system, any assertion owes its meaning to the corresponding negation. To say what something is to simultaneously say what it is not. The real thus appears as an integral part of the signifying structure of language. Even if it resists the latter, it can still be relied on since, for example, it always returns at the same place. Lacan, 1973, 49. To paraphrase Einstein's phrase, like God, the real does not play dice. However, in Lacan's later elaborations, the real comes to be seen as what is detached from all possible naming or linguistic articulation. It obeys no law of regularity. Lacan says, it is always a piece, a stub, 2005a, 123, and is not linked to anything but, rather, touches on a gaping hole in language. Henceforth radically detached from any notion of unity, it becomes multiple, so that psychoanalysts speak today of a real, with the indefinite article. For that reason, it involves the most elusive and profoundly problematic part of existence. At this stage of our study, another technical term will be explored, lalang, a voceable in which the definite article and the noun, lalang, language, are telescoped together, pointing to the part of language that remains impregnated with jouissance, and refractory to any linguistic articulation and meaning. Voice and retroaction of the signifier. To address the question of the voice as enunciation, it can first be noted that the complexity of the voice is due to the fact that, since it results from the structure of language, it testifies to the effect of a topological torsion that relativizes the register of signification. Speech follows a double movement, whereas discourse follows a diachronic progression. Meaning results from a movement of anticipation, whereby the subject addresses the other. Speech aims to reach this other who, by setting a point of closure or punctuation, what Lacan calls a point de capitan, a quilting or anchoring point, 1998, 196, returns the utterance back to the subject in the form of a reversed message. This is an everyday experience. When speaking, even to oneself, we hear our words in the way we think the interlocutor may receive them. The narrator of texts for nothing recognizes that it's the end gives meaning to words. TFN 8, 131. The conclusion to a sentence or a story determines the signification of the whole. In this way, the signifier testifies to the effect of retroaction. Thus it is, for example, that a child's cry has no signification before someone comes to lend it the intentionality of a call. Vives, 2012, 39, since at the beginning, one only finds the subject of jouissance. 47, Lacan, 2004, 203, devoid of any tangible existence. The other, here, institutes the signification by acknowledging receipt of the message, as Lacan specifies, 1981, 213. This response institutes the symbolic dimension of language. To define more precisely the subject's position in language with relation to his other, it is necessary to move one step further. Indeed, this relationship does not remain at the level where an all-powerful other determines what is henceforth understood as the subject's demands. It soon appears that the other does not know everything, that language suffers from a fundamental lack. From this point, the subject is constituted by his address that aims beyond the linguistic code. The subject both uses the treasury of signifiers, Lacan, 1966, 806, instituted by the other, but he also divides the latter, since the act of addressing reveals a field where the other is incapable of providing an answer, and is thus reduced to silence. It is here that the subject's message comes back to him not as an answer, but as the question Chavo 48, what do you want, concerning his desire. Consequently, a crucial dimension remains without any possible answer. Jean-Michel Vives analyses this mechanism, emphasizing that the field of sound is itself organized around a deaf spot, 2012, 37. The repression that produces this point of deafness is precisely what enables the subject's voice to not be totally drowned by that of the other, 36. Having first been exposed to the voice of the other, the subject has to extract himself in a contradictory movement since, after having resonated to the tone of the other, the future subject both assumes it and rejects it, 39. This truly founding act is realized in the address by which the subject seeks out the ear of the other to obtain a response. The subject institutes an other who is not deaf and is capable of hearing him. In this way, the invocating subject, instead of remaining dependent on the other, appears as the product of a separation, Vives, 2015. It is crucial to note that this operation necessarily includes a certain failure. At the very point of closure operated by the response, can be found, on its external side, the object that is situated at the point where every signifying chain honors itself by closing off its signification, Lacan, 1966, 818. The voice thus appears as a remainder which never ceases to return within the enunciation, constituting its substratum. It marks an anchoring point that can never be assimilated. In his analysis of its use in cinema, Michel Caillon thus describes the voice as a subversion of the umbilical closure that marks the separation with the mother, 61-2. As a consequence, any said contains its share of unsaid, any saying will seek to reach what can only be contained within an utterance, any poetic construction will seek to reintegrate the part beyond meaning that may be heard in rhythm and sounds. The voice signals that the signifier/signified couple instituted by the mechanics of communication is insufficient to account for the subject in his articulation with language. The buffering effect of the paternal metaphor. In order to define more precisely the status of the Beckettian voice, it is necessary to clarify the register that this operation opens up for the subject. At the beginning, the intervention of the signifier produces a radical split. On this point, Lacan asserts that if the subject appears on one side as meaning sense, produced by the signifier, on the other, he appears as Aphanisis 49, 1973, 191. This alternative integrates a lethal factor, 193, that can be ascertained in the expression liberty or death, where choosing liberty fatally imposes, at the same time, the second member of the alternative. This stage constitutes what can be called a primary negativizing, Raflaud, 19, or extraction of jouissance. However, the process requires to be repeated in order to evacuate this alienation, so that the subject is no longer entirely exposed to the threat of his annihilation, the latter henceforth being taken charge of by the other. Aphanisis, or the radical fading of the subject is lodged with the other and, at the same time, the libido is embodied and localized in the lost object. Thus the paternal metaphor is produced, which substitutes the name of the father at the place initially symbolized by the operation of the absence of the mother, Lacan, 1966, 557. The signifier introduced by the maternal other becomes the enigmatic X of its desire, repressed and replaced by this new signifier that causes an effect of separation. The subject is thus endowed with a unified representation so that, instead of feeling the exorbitant weight of his singularity, he can now count himself as one among those of his kind, of his species, W. 85, or kith, DSJ, 149, as Beckett would say. The other becomes the guardian of the unbearable in existence, offering a barrier against the sudden appearance of the unamiable. The name of the Father evacuates the threatening, persecuting voice, relegating it to an outside that no longer threatens to invade the subject. In its stead, a dialectic allows the latter to negotiate the unimaginable, to relativize it, to set it into perspective. The subject henceforth has a buffer diversely called fundamental fantasy, reality, Weltanschauung against the unbearable, which the naked signifier threatens to confront him with. His existence can be integrated without too much difficulty within an overall reality that appears acceptable for all. In his works of the 1940s and 1950s, Beckett often describes this dimension as the space his characters are excluded from. It is what he calls, on various occasions, traversable space, TFN 3, 111, the outer world, MD, 215, 230, the big world, mu, 6, life above in the light, high, 127. The existence of this space allows the subject to ignore the structuring framework that gives consistency to his world. 50. The stability of the latter remains guaranteed by a reliable other, so that any unforeseen event rapidly finds its place within an overall order. Thus, the chattering of the signifier covers up the unbearable nature of the voice, the vociferation or the inexhaustible rustling which originally characterizes it. Foreclosure of the paternal metaphor. If the voice appears as the part that is excluded from the representation of the world as a coherent whole, it also supports the latter, in the same way as it can be said that the exception founds the rule. However, it is now necessary to analyze the specific manner in which Beckett's work resolutely turns its back on chattering, on the metonymy of discourse nourished by meaning. Indeed, in cases where the separation, or second extraction of jouissance, has not taken place, the subject can find himself incapable of facing what he encounters, unable to respond to an unbearable imperative that can, sometimes, cause his world to collapse. Such, for example, was the situation that caused the delirium of President Schreiber, as studied by Freud, when he was unexpectedly called to a position of great responsibility. Lacan, 1981, 124-5. Another example, Janet Frame, whose crises were initiated by a teaching inspection, An Angel at My Table, 1984. In both cases, the subject found himself in a position of having to respond to a call that revealed his very real destitution, the fundamental nothingness of his being. It is a matter of a certain call to which the subject cannot respond. Lacan, 1981, 289. At this moment, as Alain Weissermann explains, the subject feels himself singled out, aimed at, in this point, which poses an insoluble enigma for him. 4-6. In these cases, it is no longer a matter of the repression that founds the symbolic register, but of a rejection that Lacan defines in the form of an axiom: everything that is refused in the symbolic order, in the sense of Verwerfung, reappears in the real. 1981, 21. Contrary to what happens in repression, what returns at this point reappears in another place, in altero, 120, coming from without, in its brute force, so that the subject has no means at his disposal to deal with it. It is no longer the signified but the signifier that conveys this unbearable effect, pointing to the limit where discourse, 157, leads to something beyond meaning, that is to say to something of the signifier in the real. Thus it is that President Schreiber, whose case Lacan studied in his seminar Les Psychoses, of 1955, 1956 experienced a radical submersion of all his categories. 1981, 99. Such an experience can lead to a generalist contamination of one's existence, to the point of threatening the whole edifice. A distinct echo of this experience can be heard in the sentence of Malone Dies, "I know those little phrases that seem so innocuous and, once you let them in, pollute the whole of speech. Nothing is more real than nothing. They rise up out of the pit and know no rest until they drag you down into its dark." MD, 186-7. The damage that a single phrase can lead to is not limited to an isolated and manageable zone, but can extend to a subject's entire existence, for want of a function capable of serving as a barrier. Arthur Rose brings up a crucial distinction here, pointing out that Schreber's instability is mimicked in the unamable, and that there is no equivalence between the two. Schreber's hallucinations come from an unstable vision of the world as such, while the narrator's hallucinations come from its efforts to stabilize the free reign of textual possibility. 221. This is precisely what separates a clinical document from a work of creation. We shall return to this dimension in order to develop it further. The model of the passed-out or the unlimited. Even if one encounters expressions evoking a lack, a flaw, experienced by the Beckettian subject, it is important to nuance this model. Indeed, the first teachings of Lacan, where he develops the concept of foreclosure of the name of the father, tend to approach the question of psychosis in the perspective of a deficiency. According to this perception, the psychotic is someone who does not have access to Oedipal structuring and the norm it institutes. However, Lacan's later work reverses these presuppositions, allowing us to conceive this experience differently, somewhat in the way the theory of relativity situates Newtonian physics in another framework, without disqualifying it. Lacan centers his later theoretical elaborations on the question of jouissance. Enjoyment is a pallid literal translation, rather than desire. If this term has no single definition, 51, our earlier development on the question can be summarized by noting that it expresses the fact that the subject's relationship to language goes beyond any metonymical pleasure principle, supposing minimal tension. Vitally anchored in the body, it entails displeasure, maximal tension, and marks the breakdown of any signifying. The novels of Sada are a prime example. They show how what at first appears as pleasure progresses to a breaking point where it turns into horror, revealing the unspeakable dimension that structurally supports it. As it is an equivocal term, jouissance designates the way specific to each person a subject deals with the impossibility for language to name his existence. What is particularly important is Lacan's work on feminine jouissance in books 19, Au pair, and XX, Encore, of his seminar, which sheds light on a part that remains resistant to the law of the father and the phallus, Miller, 2010-11, and that concerns not only the psychotic but, fundamentally, each speaking being. Lacan draws up a tableau containing 4 formulae, which can be described as follows: the letter F signifying function 52. On the masculine side, for all X, Fx. That is to say, each one is subjected to the universal validity of the phallic law. Then, there exists an X for whom not Fx. Here, an exception bounds or limits the whole, insofar as it represents the latter's negation. As such, this exception founds the universal law. The object is thus the corollary of castration. Everyday use of language shows us, for example, that any assertion entails implicitly, but nonetheless clearly, its corresponding negation. Politically, limited wholes define a logic whereby a homogeneous group is governed by a master who, as such, occupies the place of an exception, since the force he exerts by means of secret agents, for example, is anchored in a realm beyond the legality applying to all. In such a regime, a scapegoat such as Oedipus, as author of deeds he was unaware of, is expelled to ensure the unity of the polis. That is to say, limited wholes are based on exclusion and repression of the exception. Master and scapegoat are 2 sides of the same coin. On the feminine side, however, there is not a simple negation. Such a convenient symmetry would make of it an essence but a contradiction. Not for all X, Fx, and no X exists for which not Fx. The existence of one that may escape the universal law finds itself confronted with the negation of any such possibility. It is thus that not all, passed out 53, is inscribed in the universal phallic law. The negation that founds the latter encounters a dimension that it is impossible to negativize or extract, that is not subjected to castration. This concept substitutes an unlimited, Milner, 2003, 19-20, whole for the limited one governed by the name of the father. It is appropriate to add that limited and unlimited are not equivalent to infinite and finite. 54 Since a value may be infinite, while still being based on the defining exclusion of an element. Milner, 2003, 19. Jacques-Alain Miller explains as follows how the unlimited escapes the closure of dialectical mechanisms. What Lacan calls a special jouissance reserved for women is precisely the part that exists without being subjected to a prohibition, that is not caught up in the binary system of prohibition/recovery and its Aufhebung, 2010-2011. This category has become crucial to our modern world ever since the decisive events of World War I, the eruption of total warfare, and the total extermination of Jews, which have succeeded in abolishing the order guaranteed by the reign of limited wholes. It needs to be pointed out that Lacan's analysis of what he calls sexuation is distinct from the ideas developed in gender studies. The idea of gender is in agreement with the findings of psychoanalysis insofar as it does not consider sexual identification as a natural given, imposing a set of standard characteristics. Where it parts from psychoanalysis is in its ideological aims to deconstruct patterns of domination, seen as constructs on a social level. Weller, 2006, 161. What Lacan calls the discourse of the master, the structure that allows any human group to function on an institutional level, is seen, by proponents of gender, as a form of conditioning imposed on individuals by society. This vision leads to the creation of simplistic binary notions, masculine/feminine, dominant/dominated. Weller, 2006, 162. One of the byproducts of this view is to reject the masculine as a neutral universal, and to demand the pairing of masculine and feminine. Public speeches will address Françaises et Français as if referring to two distinct peoples, and the anaphoric pronouns for the word subject will follow suit, or will be neutered as it, a pronoun previously reserved for inanimate objects. In this spirit, Elaine Vianot criticizes the masculinization of the French language, where it is commonly said le masculin l'emporte, the masculine prevails, particularly whenever gendered nouns or pronouns refer to a mixed group. To support her analysis, she points out that before the 17th century, masculine and feminine remained distinct, and were treated as equals. However, as her primary concern is an ideological combat, she sees the evolution of linguistic practice purely as an effect of the male will to dominate, rather than the result of a much broader logic, as can be seen in the field of aesthetics. Indeed, during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, painting and theatre allowed for the juxtaposition of diverse components according to the logic of the polyptych. Gerard Wajkman explains how the evolution, starting with Leon Battista Alberti, in his 1435 work De Pictura, led to the unifying of space according to the laws of perspective, with the consequence that from medieval space to perspective space, we move from a system opposing great/small to a system opposing whole/detail. 55, 2004, 143. The three unities, action, place, time, in classical 17th century French theatre, for example, result from this rational structuring of modernity on the basis of a purely pictorial model. 288. This process was accentuated by the spread of rationalism and science, so that what prevails thereafter is clearly the logic of limited wholes, a coherently organized discursive machine, functioning according to the law of a single signifier, and founded on the exclusion of an element. As a result, contemporary gender demands can in no way be considered as being formulated in the ancient context of a cosmic order governed by God, but emanating rather from one where science and capitalism are triumphant and claim to satisfy everyone's slightest whim. The aesthetic paucity of such narcissism becomes clear when gendered utterances in written French are regularly presented in kid form, for example, étudiantes, to allow for simultaneously masculine, feminine, singular, and plural readings. A similarly ungainly formulation is embodied by the title of the LBGT movement. These initials would seem to lend themselves to an indefinite extension, inviting the addition of other letters of the alphabet, according to any diverse sexual identifications demanding public recognition. Thus, Notions of gender work on a specular logic implying that there be explicit mention of two, or more, identifications, or of none, on the pretext that each person will thus find some form of completeness through social recognition. By contesting the norm, such a stance aims to disqualify the category of the abnormal, with the consequence of encompassing it within a new all-inclusive version of the norm. The latter as limited is abolished, and is replaced with its reinforced and unlimited equivalent, on the rhizome model of financial capitalism and information networks, for example. In questioning social reality, gender theory excludes from its field of investigation the fact that matters of masculine and feminine remain intrinsically bound up in the construction of the subject as a result of language. The ideological stance adopted therefore involves a deliberate refusal to raise the question of what is at stake for the subject, what jouissance or unbearable is dealt with by the latter's sexual choices and constructions. As a result, gender theory simply returns the question often in the form of a complaint to society, challenging the constraints that the latter imposes on individuals. The group is considered responsible for the subject's suffering or feelings of inadequacy with regards to representations or roles. In other words, the notion of gender leads to a preoccupation with adaptation and adequacy, ignoring what remains to torment the subject who, structurally, is radically excluded from any representation. Contrary to this postmodern vision, and according to Lacan, social structures find their origins in language, while evolving according to the society and the period studied. The impact sexuation has on the subject consists of dividing him in relation to an irreducible real. It is therefore in reference to the constraints of language that a subject originally situates himself. He makes the unpredictable choice of his sexual preferences and the satisfaction, that may paradoxically involve suffering, he derives from them. The specificity of the feminine, as Lacan points out, is to involve the passed-out, unlimited jouissance that escapes naming. However, while Lacan inscribes a bar over the definite article of la femme showing that no signifier exists for this dimension 56, the latter necessarily preserves its reference to the universal masculine, which represents the norm. Both limited and unlimited thus accompany each other, which is why, for example, the hysteric tends to confirm the place of the master, while deriding his shortcomings. Gender theory can only ignore the dialectic founded by this logic, such as the one that Pierre Corneille develops in his tragedies founded on what François Regault calls the knot of glory, 1996, 59-69. His heroes seek the impossible conjunction of the universal phallic register embodied by ancestry or state with the irreducibly singular dimension represented by the choice of a love relationship. The dilemma that unfolds in Rodrigues' stances, in Le Cid, offers an outstanding representation of this dialectical logic, Regault, 2006. As a result of this structuring by the unlimited, the minimal differential relationship between two signifiers, which can be noted, following Lacan, S1, S2, places the subject directly in the presence of a dimension that naming can never silence. Thus, Lacan asserts, the ears are, in the field of the unconscious, the only orifice that cannot be closed, 1973, 178. This statement does not simply concern anatomy but the subject's relationship to language, whereby, in the context of limited wholes, the depth point that structures the field of sound is never guaranteed, since the subject is never completely sheltered from the voice. What Stephen Connor points out about the cinema concerns the voice as a structure. But sound in the cinema, like sound in the world, has no frame. It is a world rather of events, which are both continuously about to be, for one cannot listen away as one can look away, cannot ever stop hearing, and also, so to speak, continuously intermittent. There is no background, no firmament, only figures which start forth from their own ground. Connor, 2005a. The voice is perpetually ready to suppress all distance, to invade the subject's intimate space, to the point, sometimes, of abolishing all subjectivity. It is in the perspective of the unlimited that it is useful to approach the specificity of the Beckettian voice, insofar as it cannot be silenced by a nomination within which the subject could lodge himself. This conceptual framework can shed light on what Jean-Michel Rabat, for example, sees as the persistence of Beckett's ghosts. The ghost has to be described by a voice which reiterates its insistent drone in the skull, while asserting a difficulty to become visible. 1996, 33. That is also why objects never really disappear in Beckett's creation, but perpetually return to haunt the subject. Hill, 71. As there is no definitive extraction of jouissance, the voice remains forever present as a background noise that accompanies and parasites all representations. As a result of the voice, the subject also experiences a radical size Zion that leaves the I dangling in the middle. 57, Rabat, 1996, 33. A point that we shall return to. 58. Beckett's early novels in particular bring to light the tension between the imperative to name and the impossibility of doing so. As a result, the quest for naming appears as being supported by a substitutive and arbitrary justification. Thus, the following explanation appears in the Unamable. All this business of a labor to accomplish, before I end, of words to say, a truth to recover, in order to say it, before I can end, of an imposed task, once known, long neglected, finally forgotten, to perform, before I can be done with speaking, done with listening. I invented it all, in the hope it would console me, help me to go on, allow me to think of myself as somewhere on a road, moving, between a beginning and an end. 307-8. The narrator evokes his aim of attaining a nomination, one that will allow him to enclose his saying, his uttering, within the bounds imposed by a final punctuation. And yet, he finds himself incapable of believing such a perspective is possible. The idea of a nomination indeed exists in language, but it has no grip on this subject's real existence. So much so that he suggests that this punctuation might simply put an end to his speaking. In reality, this nomination, were it to exist for him, would shelter him from the unlimited. However, the unbearable voice persists behind any pretexts he may latch onto, as he asserts, "It's myself I hear, howling behind my dissertation." 308. The subject is thus situated at the most acute point of the separation between the whole composed of names and statements, and which, for him, remain devoid of meaning, and the passed out or the unlimited, that nothing can pacify or endow with meaning. It is precisely at this point that the narrator feels the necessity of speaking. I have to speak, whatever that means. Having nothing to say, no words but the words of others, I have to speak. No one compels me to, there is no one, it's an accident, a fact. Nothing can ever exempt me from it, there is nothing, nothing to discover, nothing to recover, nothing that can lessen what remains to say. I have the ocean to drink, so there is an ocean then. 308. Only the existence of sense or meaning could allow him to envisage a concordance between the necessity and the means. In the absence of such a register, the subject cannot be exempted from the necessity of saying. On the contrary, the constraint becomes all the more imperious. Thus, far from the structure of the Beckettian voice reposing on the conception of an aberrant or anomalous deficiency, it preserves its reference to the register of limited wholes, while revealing the unlimited as the dimension that underlies human experience of language. An unborn subject. The experience of such a subject excluded from common representations is expressed throughout Beckett's work by the metaphor of one who is not born. Beckett's experience when he undertook psychoanalysis with Wilfred Bion from 1933 to 1934 can be read in this perspective. I certainly came up with some extraordinary memories of being in the womb. Intrauterine memories. I remember feeling trapped, of being imprisoned and unable to escape, of crying to be let out but no one could hear, no one was listening. I remember being in pain but being unable to do anything about it. In Knowlson, 1997, 177. What this description brings to light is that Beckett felt, intensely, the condition of being deprived of any symbolic link to another. The image of the intrauterine condition expresses a total enveloping that excludes any dialectical opening through speech. The uterus appears as a metaphor of a topological form where nothing intervenes to inscribe the place of a structuring breach or exception. The subject's cries convey the failure of the invocation by means of which he can impose silence on the other. Beckett pointed out the precise link between this experience and the imperative to create when he responded to Martin Eslin's question, "What motivates you to write?" He replied, "The only obligation I feel is towards that enclosed poor embryo," in Knowlson and Knowlson, 151. He added, "That is the most terrible situation you can imagine, because you know you're in distress but you don't know that there is anything outside this distress or any possibility of getting out of that distress." In order to grasp the specific extension Beckett gives to this condition in his creation, it is useful to recall what he states in 1949, regarding the painting of Pierre Talcott, the expression that there is nothing to express, nothing with which to express, nothing from which to express, no power to express, no desire to express, together with the obligation to express, DSJ, 139. It thus comes as no surprise to find Beckett particularly sensitive, in 1937, to the painting Resurrection, by Dirk Boutz the Elder, where he discerns, in one character, the remoteness almost of schizophrenia, in Knowlson, 1997, 256. The same radical experience of being cut off from the world was underscored by Beckett when explaining to Patrick McGee how to read texts for nothing, in the recording he was undertaking for the BBC. In order to explain it to Pat, Sam said, "You see, this is a man who is sitting at an open window on the ground floor of a flat. He is looking out into the street and people are passing a few yards away from him, but to him it is as if he were 10,000 miles away." So it was a description of schizophrenic withdrawal symptoms. Eslin in Knowlson, 1997, 605. It is well known that Beckett read Otto Rank's investigations of the intrauterine situation, in Feldman, 2006, 107, Heron, 2014, but this evocation seems to find its origins in what Beckett heard at the third conference given by C.G. Jung at the Tavistock Clinic in 1935, in the company of Wilfred Bion, where the famous psychologist described a young girl who had never been born entirely, in Pountney, 107. In his Conversations with Charles Juliet, Beckett describes Jung speaking, at this conference, of a young girl, then, comme se parlant al oui meme, etant par la découverture il faisait, il ajuda, / au fond, elle n'était jamais née, as if speaking to himself, astonished by the discovery he was making, he added, basically, she had never been born, in Juliet, 15. Clearly, Beckett identified with this young girl, as can be seen in the sentence that follows this recollection in Juliet's book, Jai toujours eule sentiment que moi non plus, j'enatais jamais ne, I have always had the feeling that I too had never been born. This experience can be understood as a state of mortification from which the subject is incapable of breaking free, as can be seen in the remarks that precede the sentence, Jai toujours eu la sensation que il avait en moi un être assassin avant ma naissance. Il me fallut retrouver cet être assassin. Tenter de lui redonner, I have always had the feeling that there was an assassinated being within me. Assassinated before my birth. I had to find this assassinated being. Try to give life back to him. Rosemary Pountney, 129, enlighteningly compares this image of the unborn twin with Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Critics have sometimes tended to extend this motif beyond Jung, to include a supposed relationship of varying degrees between Bion and Beckett. Although Matthew Feldman, 2006, 85, has noted a lack of documentation about Beckett's time in analysis, some have pointed to possible influences or a community of interest. Following Bennett Simon and Didier Ancieux, Angela Muriani traces the prevalence of this motif among others in Beckett's creation, as evidenced in his pseudo-couples, for example, 2004b, 30-1, 2004a, 177-8. Others even claim in a conception incompatible with psychoanalysis postulate of the misunderstanding, malentendu, inherent in any human exchange that Jung offered Bion and Beckett a path to mutual understanding, Miller and Suter, 90. More seriously, Monique Lyart makes a precious clinical remark, considering that this motif had a beneficial effect as a delirious metaphor helping to stabilize Beckett, 1999, 30, 2012, 177. As such, it intervenes as an image that is endowed with the capacity to give form to the unamiable, in the absence of the name of the father. Indeed, the notion of an unborn twin present in Rough for Radio 2, for example, Lawley, 1988, requires to be approached from a structural point of view. Beckett's use of seeing and blind pairs of characters, which Angela Muriani, 2004 B30, associates with this motif, can be considered as the manifestation of a radical size Zion that admits of no dialectical synthesis, that maintains maximal tension. Indeed, any evocation of opposed terms in Beckett reveals the very real hole in language that cannot be filled in or subsumed by linguistic articulation. It is to such a structural antithesis that Laura Salisbury gives metaphorical importance when she quotes Beckett, who once stated that the writer's best chance is gazing into the synaptic chasm, in Salisbury, 2010, 213. Jean-Michel Rabate also sees the presence of the unborn motif throughout Beckett's work, calling such manifestations ghosts, 1996, 33. He states that after the 1940s, ghosts appear as the nothing that is more real than nothing, as a resilient lessness that manages to survive erasure and oblivion, 28. Leslie Hill, 105, emphasizes the role of language in this state. The failure to be born and therefore to die, is consequently a failure attributable in part to the function of the name. This assertion is true, insofar as a limited whole is governed by the name. However, these occurrences of the unborn testify to what aesthetically enables Beckett to deal with the part that remains constantly present, in all its positivity, as unlimited. It is because the latter is structurally at the center of Beckett's work that all his characters, or figures, can be described as unborn. As Lacan explains in relation to the ghost in Hamlet, the intolerable loss of an other causes a hole in the real, 2013, 397, bringing to light the radical absence of a signifier, so that, as Beckett expressed it, it pollutes the whole of speech, MD, 186. The consequences are clear, for example, in the many spectral figures of the dramatic Llewellyns, and in the constructions on radio and television that make them appear as such. Dan Melamphy associates the unborn being with the non-conceptual and non-conceptualizable non-being, a non-existent existence, or what Emmanuel Levinas would call an existence without existent, 492-3. Levinas also calls this impersonal state the ilya, there is, which he describes as follows. Essence stretching on indefinitely, without any possible halt or interruption, the equality of essence not justifying, in all equity, any instant's halt, without respite, without any possible suspension, is the horrifying there is behind all finality proper to the thematizing ego, which cannot sink into the essence it thematizes. 59, Levinas, 163. This condition can be understood in its specifically subjective significance in terms of Lacan's idea that once a subject is postulated by the signifier, he can no longer destroy himself and enters an unbearable chain, 2013, 114, where he encounters the eternalization of his desire, 1966, 319. This is to be understood as the structuring, signifying necessity that forbids a subject to escape the concatenation of existence as it is determined by the nature of the signifier, 2013, 118. Here, for example, Hamlet's dilemma to be or not to be reveals that he is irremediably bound within the signifying chain, 2013, 293. There is no possibility for him not to be. Lacan describes, as follows, this implacable binding that weighs on Hamlet's existence, being remains identical to everything that he has articulated through the discourse of his life. There is no to be or not to be whatever the circumstances, the to be remains eternal, 2013, 314. That is to say that in this condition, no element of exception exists to contradict the mortifying function of language, in order to allow the subject a space to breathe. 60. This is what the unamable encounters in the impossibility of opting for speechlessness, since he risks being punished for having gone silent, U. 388. From this point of view, the unborn also expresses the inability to die, to attain an ending, whence the encounter with the terrifying state of nightmare thingness, CSPR, 69, and perpetual mortification. 61. This allows us to further nuance our analysis of the unlimited. As has been pointed out, Genist, 2015, a distinction needs to be made between the unlimited dimension as the unstillable voice which Beckett uses, in his later work, to maintain himself in relation to the symbolic register by creating an hiatus or a blank in language, and the earlier impasses he encountered, and where he found no consistent means to extract himself from the ceaseless voice. That is to say that the formulae of sexuation bring into play the role of the phallus which functions as a veil over the symbolic structuring, and gives access to the effects of the signified. Lacan points out that Hamlet finds himself excluded from this register of phallic semblances that motivate Fortinbras's heroism, the desire for revenge, the possibility of loving Ophelia, all things that inspire adhesion or belief, and give its grounding to desire. Indeed, the collapsing of the phallic function leaves him unable to see any way out of his eternal inscription in the signifying chain. He has no guarantee that death will actually bring an end to his existence. His condition is therefore contrary to that of the neurotic, or normal, subject, for whom the inevitability of death is paradoxically reassuring, insofar as it marks the presence of the other as a guarantee, the condition whereby the other endows the signifying chain with an end, a cutting-off point. 62. Hamlet, however, experiences the dread of something after death, Act 3, SC 1, L 78, which paralyzes him and excludes all possibility of any act of revenge. He only acts once he sees Laertes his specular double demonstrating his grief for the death of Ophelia. This intervention of the imaginary allows him to at last see the latter as an objet of love and mourning, as a lost object. In sum, it is insofar as Ophelia has become an impossible object that she becomes once again the object of his desire. Lacan, 2013, 396. Lacan shows that Hamlet finds himself exposed to the pure pain of existing, 1966, 777. Indeed, contrary to Oedipus, who is blissfully ignorant of his past and his incestuous relationship with his mother, 2013, 293, Hamlet knows right from the start, 2013, 293, 351. The words of the ghost are of the sort that rise up out of the pit and know no rest until they drag you down into its speech is dark, MD, 186-7. Hamlet knows full well that falsehood is present everywhere, that there is no paternal guarantee, there is no other of the other. Lacan, 2013, 384. He is like the one whose greatest offense is that he has been born, Calderon, in Schopenhauer, 254, since he is summoned to pay for the sins that his father cut off even in the blossom of his sin, Act I, SC 5, L 76, did not expiate. Lacan, 2013, 294. This brings into play an unlimited state, which is also expressed in terms of Beckett's Dead Voices 63 and which contrasts with the use he makes in his later works of the symbolic in its vivifying relation to jouissance, a practice that involves a breach in language, the structural silence where the other does not know, so that the subject is no longer subjected to the pure mortification inflicted by the signifier. It is thus possible to situate more precisely the status of the unborn subject in its structural setting. Firstly, as Arthur Rose, 216, points out, the unborn subject is counterbalanced by the assertion of birth. Malone speaks of being given, birth into death, MD, 276, as he emerges from the great cunt of existence, and the Unamable remarks that it is far too late to regret entering life. I'm looking for my mother to kill her, I should have thought of that a bit earlier, before being born, U, 385. This wish to kill his mother appears as a direct response to the impression of having been assassin, in Juliet, 15, before birth. Such metaphors lead to a feeling of guilt for having been born. The Unamable asserts he is ignorant of what he is guilty of, U, 362, suggesting, I was given a pensum, at birth perhaps, as a punishment for having been born, 304. As Malone emphasizes, while living is itself punishment, it cannot be considered a sufficient atonement, MD, 233. However, enduring continuous punishment, accompanied by shame 64 is nonetheless a way of palpably experiencing one's existence as a subject, in spite of the absence of any mark of approval forthcoming from an other. Indeed, in the works of Beckett's middle period, the voice is dead, it is in no way vivifying, leading to the paradoxical expression of birth as an entry into death. The Unamable speaks of giving up the ghost be born at last, U, 336. The words of others, the dead tongue of the living, 331, are viewed as oppressive, another trap to snap me up among the living, 339. They also appear as a form of persecution, comparable to being scourged, 347. And yet, such strenuous resistance means that the subject can indeed envisage the other side of words. It is precisely because he knows of it that he is all the more unwilling to assume its discourse. It therefore provokes his visceral rejection. It is they who dictate this torrent of balls, they who stuff me full of these groans that choke me. And it all pours out unchanged, 329. What he calls it all remains unchanged precisely because he is unable to clothe it with the phallic brilliance of desire. On the other hand, the status of being unborn can be seen as involving the very real creation of a double, a brother or twin, RRII, 279. Indeed, in Beckett's remarks to Charles Juliet, it appears that to state that the double is unborn suggests that it may be possible, somehow, to give birth to the latter, to endow him with some identity, with a visage. The unborn double acts as a veil over the void. Locating the whole in language in the figure of this double is a means by which the writer succeeds in endowing himself with a certain maternal status, as being charged with giving birth to the unborn one, as is clearly described by Fox in Rough for Radio 2. 65. This creation thus retroactively affords the subject a means of existing. The paradoxical expression "the child is father to the man" sheds light on this mechanism, since it can be understood as signifying not only that the child grows into the man, but that, on the level of the signifier, the arrival of a child retroactively causes a man to become and assume the role of a father. Here, Beckett's unborn double engenders the subject, since the latter experiences the consequent obligation to care for it, to endow it with a life that will respect its full integrity. Such is the function of literary creation. At the same time, the unborn double represents a cause for not succumbing to the imperative to return to silence, to abolish one's own existence. 66. The maternal function with regards to the unborn twin is made clear in the split between the assumed voice and the normal voice, in Pountney, 95, in the 1963 Kilcole manuscript, that preceded the composition of Not I. The normal voice is an unborn being, recounting from beyond the grave, and who speaks of someone in me, trying to get out, saying "let me out," in Pountney, 98. The former voice, however, enjoins her to go out, live. In Pountney, 96. Such is also the role of the perspective Beckett maintains of a future naming, as Leslie Hill, 106, points out, speaking of a name that may come to replace the fundamental absence of one, but it is no exaggeration to say that the project of Beckett's writing, throughout the trilogy and beyond, is an attempt to spell this cryptic other's name. Literary creation assumes this very role. The created object comes in the place of the name that does not exist within language. Instead of being perpetually glued to his own mortification in the fornication with corpses, CSPR, 61, Beckett succeeds in giving life, in his work, to his experience of the unlimited. In the same way as Murphy is unable to join Mr. Endon, Rebate, 1996, 29, Beckett cannot draw any knowledge from his eternal and unknowable brother whom, however, he preserves and gives existence to within his creation. From this coexistence of being born and unborn results the Beckettian form of undecidability, expressed emblematically by the adverbs perhaps, in Driver, 23, and neither 67, CSPR, 258, in relation to the signifying chain. It is also what leads to the creation of doubles, such as the following: and who is this clod who doesn't know where to go, who can't stop, who takes himself for me and for whom I take myself, TFN 11, 146. Of the two figures evoked, one is alive, or enrolled in conventional human existence, while the other feels he has not yet come to existence. Such imaginary doubles offer a form of discursive structuring 68 allowing the subject to situate himself, instead of being helplessly scattered by the everlasting words, TFN 11, 144. This motif of the unborn twin raises the problematic question of testimony, dealt with by certain critics. Daniel Katz picks up Yeats' notion of symbolism giving dumb things voices, 11, stating that with Beckett, it is the poet who is voiceless, 14, and his narrator's desire is not to accept the bestowal of the voice, but only to divest themselves of this poisoned gift, 12. This eliminates the notion of self-expression in the unamable, for example, because it is not a self that is doing the expressing, 15. Katz thus suggests the term autoprosopopoeia, in which every thetic statement is presented as borrowed, non-originary, indebted, and imposed, although the concept of any exterior, antecedent origin is equally rejected, 16. He deconstructs the identity of the narrator in the unamable as follows: the unamable, however, not only has no name by which it could be referred to, or refer to itself, but in addition it cannot even refer to itself through the use of a pronoun, 80. To describe the state of radical separation from linguistic identity, Giorgio Agamben refers to Giorgio Magnanelli's notion of homopseudonymy, 130, a term designating the use of a pseudonym that is identical to one's own name, a practice which reveals the strangeness that can arise between such a proper noun and the subject it is supposed to name. In the unamable, Katz asserts that the I is simultaneously asserted and effaced, in a double bind, 82, and that this I is not replaced by any impersonality or neutrality, while it does not recover its place either. This evaluation may be true on the level of the text's material expression, however what it ignores is the place of jouissance, the voice that, contrary to infinite verbal metonymy, remains a constant. The actual existence of a subject risks being evacuated by situating one's analysis purely on the level of words, as found in the famous paradox of the Cretan lyre. Lacan, 1973, 127-8, approaches this question by differentiating between the enunciation and the utterance. The sentence "I lie," pronounced by the subject, comes back as the reversed message from the place of the other, who is then able to retort, "You are telling the truth." The mechanism at work can be visualized by adapting Lacan's schema L69, 1966, 53, as follows. The dotted arrows indicate the level of enunciation, while the continuous ones represent the effective utterances. As the paradox is usually conceived, the other, like the spotlight in play, is condemned to search along the imaginary axis, from A to A, among utterances that are invariably false. All Cretans are liars, including he who says "I am lying." In the meantime, the subject remains totally ungraspable. In reality, however, as shown in the diagram, the subject, on the point of lying, number 1, anticipates the interpretation coming back from the other, number 2. He then confesses the falsehood intended, number 3, and, finally, the other confirms the truth of this statement, number 4. By contrast, the strictly verbal aspect of the paradox that neglects this movement between the interlocutors is present when Katz notes, 76, of Moran's contradictory final statement, that it prevents the temporality of what is narrated from ever catching up to and coinciding with the temporality of the narration. Such a paradox is situated only on the imaginary level, that of the reality represented, and not on that of the voice that narrates, that stands behind the writing. It would therefore seem obvious that in a work of creation, there is a subject, be he obscure and unknowable, he embodies an eminently positive existence. Developments given to the notion of testimony are most useful here. Russell Smith approaches this question by criticizing Maurice Blanquat and Michel Foucault, who, he asserts, abolish the place of the speaker. He states, in each case the écart that separates the subject and its utterance is not merely widened, it is sundered, and the ethical dimension of enunciation, its obligation to express, is elided. 2007, 348. Both Russell Smith and David Houston Jones study the question of testimony in the light of Giorgio Agamben's book Remnants of Auschwitz, The Witness and the Archive, which explores the case of the Musulmaner, described by Primo Levi in Se Questo e ogni uomo, 1947. These prisoners in the Nazi camps, who were reduced to a state of total inhumanity, and radically deprived of any means of expression. Such an abyss between a mute existence and speech is literally insuperable, placing the one who seeks to transmit in the position of one who betrays an impossible truth, as Thomas Trezise says, in Jones, 64, and as we ourselves found necessary to express it, in our own work of testimony Savoir de l'Amour, 2012, 157. Indeed, what right does anyone have to assume sole responsibility for someone who alone has authority to account for his existence? At the same time, the obligation to speak is equally imperious. In this process, Agamben ascribes a crucial role to shame, which simultaneously produces a condition of subjectivation and desubjectivation, 106. As a result, testimony has a very real function, and cannot be confused with betrayal. Agamben asserts, testimony takes place where the speechless one makes the speaking one speak, and where the one who speaks bears the impossibility of speaking in his own speech, 120. This gives the witness authority, when he speaks solely in the name of an incapacity to speak, that is, in his or her being a subject, 158. Agamben points out that in testimony, one specifically bears witness to his incapacity to speak, so that this language that survives the subjects who spoke it coincides with a speaker who remains beyond it, 161-2. Testimony thus divides the subject, and supposes that the one who is incapable of speech remains present insofar as he acts henceforth as a cause of speech. Brown, 2012, 160-1. In such a case, to speak of the person is also to speak for him, 161, and thus give him existence through speech. The Zion experienced between the one who is mute and the one who speaks occurs within the same person in the case of the survivor, who speaks of himself as he was when a Musulman, Jones, 64. Smith concludes therefore, the speech of Beckett's characters is always chained to the embodied voice, a body that is often mutilated or deformed, but never dematerialized, never able to celebrate the blissful dissolution of the subject in the anonymity of a murmur. That is why the modality of enunciation in Beckett is not one of indifference, but of shame. Smith, 2007, 352. Shame maintains the subject's division, manifesting the impact of the master signifier, one that determines his existence as represented by an ideal, as Suzanne Dow has pointed out in her remarkable reading of one of Lacan's rare allusions to Beckett. The motif of the unborn subject and the failure of birth is explicitly mentioned in several texts that span a large period in Beckett's work. The addenda of what contain the fragment, "Never been properly born," W. 248. In Footfalls, in order to avoid associating the notion of birth with her daughter, May's mother uses a circumlocution, the same where she began. Pause. Where it began. Pause. It all began, ff. 401. Walter Asmus reports Beckett's comments on this expression, she was going to say, the same where she was born. But that is wrong, she hasn't been born. She just began. It began. There is a difference. She was never born, in Asmus. The narrator of the Unamable is another who was not born, I'll sham dead now, whom they couldn't bring to life, U. 319. In other texts, the character expresses regrets concerning his coming into the world, as in From an Abandoned Work, all I regret is having been born, dying is such a long tiresome business I always found, CSPR, 158. This regret is nothing other than the avowal of his failure to be born, and that can only be the result of the manner in which the subject has been, or rather, has not been instituted by a symbolic other. In this respect, it is useful to notice the passive structure of the English verb to be born, which supposes the preeminent role played by the other. The subject can never bear himself. By denigrating his own birth, the subject echoes the judgment formulated by his other. Molloy also declares, about his mother, I know she did all she could not to have me, except of course the one thing, and if she never succeeded in getting me unstuck, it was that fate had earmarked me for less compassionate sewers, Mo. 14. In an ironic tone, Molloy seeks excuses for she who, by begetting him, manifested a moment of weakness, and, in order to correct this error, he hastens to recall that he will nonetheless end up in the same hole, the tomb, rather than the sewer where he would have fallen, had his mother succeeded in aborting him. Here, the French uses the term fosse d'essence rather than sewer, the word fosse echoes the fosse commune, common grave, confirming the association with the tomb. This insistence requires us to look more closely at what is at stake here for the subject. Since the latter is represented by a signifier for another signifier, Lacan notes that once the signifying battery is given, nothing is lacking, 1991a, 281. How can a subject come to existence if everything, the totality of available signifiers, is already provided in an immutable manner? Lacan continues. For something to be subjectivist is for it to take place in a subject considered as valid for another subject, that is to say, to move to the most radical point where the very idea of communication is possible. Any signifying battery can tell you that what it cannot say will mean nothing from the place of the other. Now, everything that signifies for us always passes via the place of the other. At what moment does the lack of a signifier, possibly, begin to appear? In this dimension that is subjectivist, and that is called the question. Lacan, 1991a, 281. In this passage, Lacan points out that the subject can come to being from the moment its other, the authority owing to which the subject is instituted in language, manifests a lack. This is possible in the structuring dimension offered by the question. It is the existence of a lack in which the subject can be inscribed in reference to the other by returning a question back to him. At this point, the other is incapable of providing a total response regarding the subject's desire. If, according to Lacan, the subject's desire is the desire of the other, 1991a, 212, 314, 1975b, 11, it is crucial that the other himself be inhabited by a living desire, in order for the subject to desire in turn, that is to say, the other is not self-sufficient but ignores something essential about himself. Lacan explains that insofar as the mother is the first symbolized object, her absence or her presence will become, for the subject, the sign of the desire that his own desire will latch onto, and will make of him, or not simply a satisfied child or not, but a desired or undesired child, 1998, 257. From this perspective, the child does not relate to the mother as such, but to the mother's desire. It is a desire for desire, 198, which alone allows the child to make the choice to live. The desired child has the possibility to be represented by one signifier for another. The child represents something for this other, who is aware of his own incompleteness. What makes the subject's inscription in reference to his other problematic is when the latter manifests no desire, when nothing names the desire that brought the child into existence. Beckett's "not I," for example, describes how the desire that caused the parents to unite vanishes into inconsistency, leaving the tiny girl with a future that remains uncertain with regards to her own existence, parents unknown, unheard of, he having vanished, thin air, no sooner buttoned up his breeches, she similarly, N.I. 376. Lacan notices the effects on the child to come who, not endowed with the appearance of a person, in the mother's mind, can only be a soulless thing. What the mother of a schizophrenic articulates regarding what her child was for her at the moment when he was in her womb, nothing but a body inversely convenient or cumbersome, that is to say the subjectivization of the object as a pure real. 2004, 140. The child has no symbolic consistency for the mother if she is not capable of clothing him with the imaginary, creating for herself representations that will enable her to admire this new being, to desire a future for him, to assign him a place within the family circle. If he is not established by maternal desire, the subject can only see himself as fallen from a totally intact other, as Malloy expresses it. And if ever I'm reduced to looking for a meaning to my life, you never can tell, it's in that old mess I'll stick my nose to begin with, the mess of that poor old uniparous whore and myself, the last of my foul breed, neither man nor beast. Mo. 14-5. The subject's life can have no meaning, insofar as the latter must be bequeathed to him by the other. Malloy has no breed because he has not been inscribed within any lineage, he has only been engendered, in the purely biological sense of the term. For want of being named in the desire of his other, he is nothing more than a thing that has fallen as scraps or refused the object, the unamiable piece of flesh that has no cause to live. This allows us to read the following statement by Beckett not as a vague and commonplace expression of otherness, but to discern its association with the real. The artist who stakes his being is from nowhere, has no kith. DSJ, 149. An impassive mother. The child thus only comes into existence, is born, according to the Beckettian metaphor, if language, langue, has a breach in it, if the mother has some bodily object to give up, such as a breast, a voice, a gaze. Bowery, 115. Psychoanalyst Jacques Bowery sheds light on this principle when he reports and comments on a patient's words. My baby's mouth closed on no breast to grasp. I clench my teeth and let fly a mute scream. When confronted with the slightest problem, I fall back on this basic scene. No breast to grasp, it leaves you voiceless, unless you bite. This construction, which is perfectly logical, shows how, in an instant, the encounter with another who has nothing to let go of, has the consequence of leaving the subject with a mouth that cannot divide itself between speech and orality, and has no use for the organ other than for self-devouring. Bowery, 151. If such a session does not take place, the child has no breach in which his existence can be inscribed. He finds himself faced with a completely smooth wall that leaves nothing to latch onto. It is crucial to note, however, that this should in no way be understood as some sort of line of conduct a mother would be required follow in order to fulfill her role. On the contrary, no rule can prescribe something that can never be ordained, nothing can dictate what a mother spontaneously invests or is capable of investing in the life of her child. This inability to give up something for her child is precisely what characterizes the Beckettian mother. 70. An evocation of this aspect can be found in company, where mother and child walk on in silence, through the warm still summer air. Co. 5. Looking up at the blue sky and then at your mother's face, you break the silence, asking her if it is not in reality much more distant than it appears. The sky, that is. The blue sky. Here, it is the child who takes the initiative of breaking the silence, not the mother. The burden rests entirely on him. In his question, the child establishes an equivalence between the blue sky, Co. 5, and his mother's face, both are distant, impassive. It is precisely this inscrutable nature that the child seeks to breach, in order to find a place in relation to his other. The lyrical stereotype Ciel d'Azur, CIE, 12, elsewhere called the blue celeste of poesy, Lessness, CSPR, 199, expresses an aesthetic and self-sufficient uniformity that nothing can traverse. Here the child's question concerns the distance he is unable to evaluate. Having never been inscribed in his mother's desire, he is unable to enter the three-dimensional space that the fundamental fantasy produces. Brown, 2007, 15-7, as supported by the universal phallic register. The immeasurably close and the infinitely distant converge in this indeterminate space, and the child remains uncertain as to the place he occupies with regards to his other. Beckett plays on the equivocal nature of the pronoun it, which necessitates the ensuing hyperbaton in order to specify his meaning, the sky that is, co. 5. This uncertainty engenders anxiety, and the child repeats his question, in a symmetrical formulation. Receiving no answer, you mentally reframe your question and some 100 paces later look up at her face again and ask her if it does not appear much less distant than in reality it is. 5-6. This problematic is reminiscent of the one dealt with by Descartes, in La Dioptrique, 1637. The philosopher notes that all the means we have to know distance are most uncertain, Descartes, 159. He points out therefore that the distance of objects is estimated not in relation to the size of the images they produce in the eye but with reference to one's knowledge or opinion of them, 155. Indeed, images can lead to error, as a result of variations in color and lighting conditions. By contrast, the sensorial impression made by the nerves allows a blind person, for example, 150-1, to determine the coordinates of an object situated beyond the range of his hands, and geometrical calculations allow surveyors to situate an inaccessible point x, 153. The presence of these reliable references means that such a subject has already been instituted by his other, and thus has access to geometrical space, determined by the laws of perspective. Beckett evokes the same problematic as Descartes in relation to the question of an enigmatic other, whom he associates with the sky whence cometh our help, high, 15, in other words with what for him remains the other's eternally enigmatic and speechless desire. In these passages therefore, the mother's response leaves no place for an explanation that might attenuate its brutality. What this about-face reveals is that the signified can in no way palliate the dimension external to speech, the brute signifier, which remains unarticulated but cuts into the flesh. This mother who does not respond with words is comparable to the father nag who, indisposed by his son Ham's cries, refuses to respond and so transform the cries into calls, but who places the source of this noise at a convenient distance. Whom did you call when you were a tiny boy, and were frightened in the dark? Your mother? No. Me. We let you cry. Then we moved you out of earshot, so that we might sleep in peace, e.g., 119. The child remains plunged into the greatest of solitudes, without any response that might enable him to name what torments him. The episode from Company can be found in two other texts. In the end, the narrator is expelled from an institution, and the irony directed against Mr. Weir qualified as very friendly, CSPR, 81, is emphasized by the association of the empty cloudless sky after the rain, evoked in the present tense, with the memory in the form of a small narrative in the past. A small boy, stretching out his hands and looking up at the blue sky, asked his mother how such a thing was possible. "Fuck off," she said. The violence of the reply 71, reinforced by the alliterative chiasma /f/n/k/, contrasts with the child's expression of innocent perplexity and amazement. In Malone Dies, a complex succession of remarks and memories underscores the extreme anxiety caused by an apparently neutral reaction on the part of the mother. At an air show, the son is not afraid, while his mother exclaims, "It's a miracle, MD, 261. If however the boy changed his mind, the reason becomes clear when he jumps to the memory of his asking his mother, "The sky is further away than you think, is it not, Mama?" By contrast with her exaltation seemingly expressive of belief in the celestial status of the flying machines, the mother's rely, in this version, expresses inflexible impersonality. It is precisely as far away as it appears to be. The suffering occasioned is conveyed not only by the boy's reaction, "I was aghast," but also by the insistence, "She replied to me, her son." The mother's phrase fundamentally points to her rejection of any maternal presence that leaves the narrator exposed to the anxiety of the gaze. Indeed, on their way home from the butcher's, the narrator finds himself indelibly marked by presence of a blind point. "I can still see the spot, opposite Tyler's gate. A market gardener, he had only one eye." Having left the butcher, who can be associated with Abel, he is confronted with a cane that recalls Victor Hugo's famous verse from La Légende des siècles, "Elle était dans la tombe et regardait Cain," the eye was in the tomb and was watching Cain. Insofar as creation is a way of dealing with what exceeds the nameable, this voice manifesting an absence of vocal modulation is transposed to the toneless voice that Beckett sought to obtain in many of his theatrical creations. In Berceuse, the voice is blanche, soured, monotone, colorless, dull, monotonous. Bur. 55. In Ejo, low, distinct, remote, little color, absolutely steady rhythm. E.j. 361. In the rehearsals for comedy, in 1964, the actors tried to achieve this voice. They concentrated on acquiring what Beckett described as a recto tono, a tone not unlike that adopted by monks as they read from sacred texts at mealtimes. Knowlson, 1997, 515. This was precisely the effect that Beckett wished for, as he indicated to Alan Schneider, voices gray and abstract as the faces, gray as cinders. Beckett, 1998, 145. Again, in Come and Go, Beckett asked for the same toneless voices save for O.S. Beckett, 1998, 417. The colorless voice represents a means of achieving the anonymity inherent in the attitude of a mother confronted with the enigma of her child's existence, which she herself is incapable of naming. Through his creation Beckett confronts this impassivity, he gives form to this absence, rendering it present, which is why he told André Bernold, in 1981, that the mysterious voix blanche, colorless voice, in Bernold, 105, was his ultimate aim. He later defined it as follows: Il faudrait trouver un ombre vocale, me dit Beckett le 12 November 1981, un voix qui soit un ombre. Un voix blanche, we would need to find a vocal shadow, Beckett told me on November 12, 1981, a voice that is a shadow. A colorless voice, Bernold, 108. This voice, devoid of any expressiveness, is somewhat reminiscent of Mariko Hori Tanaka's, 110, description of dance in Japanese theater. The supreme goal of Ma 72 as temporal space is the complete stillness that is highly respected in No. The culminating moment of a No play is a dance called Aigues, the completely still dance. In other words, it is the manner in which the actor's presence approaches the point where it is entirely subjected to the voice as silence, the subject, where he appears as the object of his other and, paradoxically, where his silent but irreducible existence is essential for the latter's existence, and vice versa. The toneless voice is thus somewhat comparable to the Mask of No theater, a tradition from which Akira Kurosawa drew a lot of inspiration, putting it to use in some of his films. In Throne of Blood, 1957, based on Macbeth, he told actress Isuzu Yamada, "You have to be like a No mask, so you must not blink. Never blink, Kurosawa." Her face had to remain motionless, leaving her to find expression through her gestures and her body. The mask effaces the contingent personality, the ego, and brings to life the subject's essential bodily existence in relation to artistic form. In his old age, Kurosawa wrote a script for a documentary called The Beauty of No, in which he observed, "The No mask is neither an accessory nor a work of art. When the actor dons the mask, he begins to live. It is a mysterious creature, idem. It is, therefore, not astonishing that it is in empty space similar to that of Japanese Ma that Beckett finds reassurance, as he expressed it in 1981, since its nature is the same as that of the atonal voice. My only desire for weeks to come is to sit quiet contemplating my old friend, empty space." Beckett, 1998, 403. This reassurance represents a manner of entering into harmony with his enigmatic other, as is suggested by this echo from a piece of monologue, backs away to edge of light and stands facing blank wall. Covered with pictures once, p.m., 426. The mother's impassivity, that is echoed in the atonal voice, can only be understood as a dead desire, in the way Clove expresses it, "I love order. It's my dream. A world where all would be silent and still and each thing in its last place, under the last dust." 73, e.g., 120. By assuming such a desire, the subject finds a form of reconciliation with the unamiable, a non-existent other. As is illustrated by the figure of the impassive mother, the Beckettian other is fundamentally absent, one who does not exist, according to the structure that Lacan expresses in the axiom, "There is no other of the other," 1966, 813. Ordinarily, this absence is dissimulated behind the appearances of a coherent world. A subject who has been instituted by the paternal metaphor benefits from an inscription in reference to the other who, whatever the circumstances may be, ensures the stability of the subject's existence, and places all invasive jouissance at a distance. Words can consequently appear as tools that allow the subject to deal with the unknown by means of a dialectic. Words that name or explain have a pacifying effect. Because they only name incompletely, belonging to the register of limited wholes, words rely upon each other, leaving a place whereby the subject can continue to explore the question of his desire. The Beckettian subject, however, finds himself radically alone. In an axiomatic formulation which enters into resonance with that of Lacan 74, Beckett states that Joyce's work is purgatorial because it reveals the absolute absence of the absolute, DSJ, 33. This form of expression is similar to that of the bull, the characteristics of which Shane Weller identifies in the phrase "nothing is more real than nothing," MD, 186. He notes that the radical paradoxicality of this sentence detaches the nothing from itself, opens a space within it, even as it posits the nothing as that which lies beyond all affirmation and negation. 75, 2006, 121. Frederick Pellion observes similar paralogistic formations in relation to melancholy, where it is only as an object that the subject of an eventual enunciation is evoked. 264. This foregrounding of the object, in subjective experience, can also make us think of Beckett's accusative I, TFN 4, 114. In Beckett's remark about Joyce, the absolute a God who exists, for example, is struck with a non-existence that is as immense as the faith that is ordinarily invested in him. Ham expresses the idea eloquently, after a collective effort to address a prayer to the divinity, the bastard. He doesn't exist. E.g., 119. It is not without importance that, immediately after this exclamation, Nag speaks of his refusal to listen to his child's cries. Rather than asserting non-existence outright, however, Beckett reinforces the paradoxical construction by means of Clove's immediate response to Ham, "Not yet." The Beckettian heavens are absolutely empty, and cannot inspire the slightest belief in a universal order. As Lacan says, concerning the disappearance of the other in the modern era, "The vault of the heavens no longer exists, and all the heavenly bodies, that are the best guides, appear as if they just as well might not exist. Their reality is essentially marked, as existentialism says, by its artificial nature, they are fundamentally contingent." 76, 1986, 147. All that remains possible, in Beckett's work, is to evoke the inviolable zenith where for amateurs of myth lies hidden a way out to earth and sky. Lo, 207. Conscious of the radically contingent nature of existence, the Beckettian subject is completely alone, without any other. Brown, 2011a. This leads to an absence of any real dialogue, a state that is palliated by the existence of pseudo-couples, U, 291, or the diverse forms of monologue, Rockaby, that time. It is this experience of the total absence of the other that led Beckett, in 1952, to point out that in the subject-object crisis of modern art, some artists latch onto one of these two terms in order to ensure a form of stability. He defines the specificity of Henry Hayden's painting as residing in the fact that ILSSE desistant de concert, they withdraw jointly, DSJ, 146. Nothing can guarantee them any common ground. The absolute solitude described in a number of prose texts, such as The Lost Ones, is exemplified in the explicit of company, labor lost and silence. And you as you always were. /alone, co. 42. The isolation of the final voceable, highlighted by the new paragraph 77, gives material representation to this solitude. It is less a matter of the idea of failure with its moral connotation than a manner of emphasizing the perennial nature of this solitude, its unbreachable character. Beckett gives this situation a precise and succinct formulation, in Le monde et le pantalon, impossible de raisonner sur le unique, impossible to reason on the unique, MP, 32. Indeed, one can reason only if one is sure that meanings enjoy a certain degree of stability, if words lend themselves to concatenation. Once the signifier becomes detached from the chain, the subject experiences his existence as excluded from any community, making reasoning or knowledge no longer valid. He can only create. The voice, real and lolling. It is with regards to this absolute solitude that the place of language for Beckett can be situated. In the following passage, Lacan defines two faces of the symbolic register, in terms that set the context for the impact of the signifier in Beckett's work. In the symbolic order, the empty spaces are as significant as the full ones. It seems indeed, in reading Freud today, that it is the gaping emptiness bede unvitae that constitutes the first step of any dialectical movement. That is what explains, so it would seem, the insistence with which the schizophrenic reiterates the step. In vain, since for him all the symbolic is real. Lacan, 1966, 392. The gaping emptiness evoked here is situated prior to the discrete spaces that make up the symbolic order, and that allow for dialectical articulation. If the real is the field of that which subsists outside of symbolization, Lacan, 1966, 388, it belongs to the realm of the unamiable. Lacan also asserts, the real is either the totality, or the vanished instant, 2005b, 53. That is because, to the extent that the real is correlated with the logical category of the impossible, 78, it is both the unbearable, insupportable, and that by virtue of which the subject bears his own existence, se support that in which he is grounded. The correlation of the Lacanian real with the impossible leads Jean-Claude Milner to declare that it cannot be grasped by the symbolic, since the specificity of the latter is to produce an inscription, of the real, nothing is written. 79, 2007, 24. If, in Lacan's statement, the empty spaces of the symbolic register are as significant as the full ones, it is because they belong to a dialectic that confers meaning on them. One can say that the spaces operate as scansion, allowing us to read words by means of the differential system they institute. The gaping emptiness, on the other hand, is radically irretrievable, nothing can endow it with meaning. For this reason, Jacques-Alain Miller qualifies the schizophrenic as the only subject who does not defend himself from the real by means of the symbolic, 1993, 5. If the neurotic instituted by the paternal metaphor can defend himself from the real by means of language, it is because the latter offers him a dimension that gives words the quality of semblances. Words allow him to negotiate the unbearable, to set it at a distance. He can sidestep, when faced with the non-negotiable. When a dialectic is lacking 80, the subject finds himself faced with the isolated signifier that excludes any metonymical relay. Jacques Bory notes that this is a paradox, since the signifier is by definition ever since sure of a differential nature, it only exists by virtue of its difference from another signifier. There is an equivalence between the signifier by itself, and the organ, the object, which Lacan writes as S1 equals A. In schizophrenia, the word is no longer thought out in the register of representation which implies a reference but approached from its phonetic equality with another. In itself, the thing is included in the word. 81, Bory, 79. The signifier, thus isolated as a material thing, confronts the subject with an absence of representation, which is manifest in the thematic of the degraded body in Beckett's trilogy. Thus, not only does Malloy declare that he is onal-egged, MO, 31, but his very existence is uncertain. Yes, there were times when I forgot not only who I was, but that I was, forgot to be, 44. Far from being a quip, this remark shows how the real whole appears in the place of a rejected signifier, which springs up without being linked to anything, since it is inaccessible to any dialectic. Lacan, 1981, 99. Consequently, the subject has no means at his disposal to deal with it. The presence of this dimension of the impossible involves the signifying system in its entirety. Id pollutes the whole of speech, MD, 186, directly confronting the Beckettian subject with the voice object. The voice is not an object in the ordinary sense of the word, one which is determined by a relation. Lacan, 2005a, 120. It is an object in the sense that it is excluded from any dialectic. That is also what gives it its status as a real. The real is always a piece, a stub. Its stigmata that of this real as such is that it is not linked to anything. Lacan, 2005a, 123. The real of the voice therefore manifests itself at moments when the signified collapses. It is then no longer dissimulated behind the network of diverse meanings that are always uncertain, both jointed together and labeled, but is revealed in the open. In the reality of the novels Mercier and Camille, what, Malloy, it breaks out from time to time, but it conditions the reality of the dramatic Yules. In these plays, the spectator finds himself directly subjected to the incidence of the voices. It is however necessary to make a distinction here. The real is fundamentally ungraspable. It is necessary to understand it as being on the horizon of any signifying elaboration, since the latter involves articulation which, as such, falls into the realm of the imaginary. In Beckett's work, the subject consistently encounters the symbolic as grafted onto a real. It regularly entails a dimension that is unbearable and untamable. What disappears is the body as signified, as the image of a whole, as supported by the phallic register. While Malloy, echoing Hamlet, forgets to be, the unamable disappears physically, remaining only as the thing that divides the world in two, U, 376, so that he has two surfaces and no thickness. He is therefore present solely in a structural way, in relation to the symbolic function of language. That is why he persists in the famous clausula faced with an impossible, I can't go on, I'll go on, 407. The Beckettian subject thus finds himself confronted with the symbolic in its differential and unappeasable nature as voice, while being imperiously obliged to work with the symbolic. In this way, he indeed insistently defends himself with the symbolic, which is why the latter is brought to the fore throughout Beckett's work. It is with regards to language's relation to the voice that Beckett's attacks on linking can be considered. The latter is a concept developed by Wilfred Bion in the course of the 1950s, and which concerns the rejection, by certain patients, of the integrative or linking function of language. 82. The latter can be defined as the way language, when it is guaranteed by the name of the father, allows the imaginary register to assume consistency, so the subject is able to confront any traumatizing event. In Beckett's art, Such attacks aim manifestly at creating a literature of the non-word, Beckett, 2009, 520, or drilling holes into language, 518, as he expressed it in his 1937 letter to Axel Kaun, in short, anything that contributes to destroying language as meaning or communication. While Stephen Connor sees such an approach as a possible consequence of psychoanalysis, 2008 c. 19-20, Evelyn Grossman suggests that the original violence came from Beckett's dead mother tongue that obliges the writer to say everything while hindering him from doing so, since it literally incarcerates him in the shackles of its imposed structures, 2194. Both these views would seem to be valid. Connor continues. Throughout the texts of the 1950s and early 1960s, Beckett elaborates his attack on the symbolizing, integrating functions of language, and the concomitant claims of the analyst or interpreter. The struggle against language is identified with a struggle against a series of mysteriously oppressing tyrants, whose motivation appears always to be to force a coherent ego or human nature upon the speaker of Beckett's fictions. Connor, 2008 c. 22. Eric Wessler confirms this perception, pointing out that up until the unum able, the more speech becomes difficult and illegitimate, the more the narrator's historical, and particularly literary, knowledge becomes cumbersome, hampering, and singled out as being the burden that they need to be rid of, 2009, 187. As for the analyst, he can sometimes indeed be experienced as a factor of persecution, a superego that commands the preserving of links, Milner, 2007, 12, in a neutral and absolute fashion, similar to the Kantian categorical imperative. Connor rightly extends this principle. It is not too much to say that there is a horror of universal association that matches the horror of eternal life in Beckett, 2008 b. 45. Indeed, Beckett goes far beyond attacks that can be noted. For example, in the unum able, his work ends up dealing more basically with what Lacan calls Llewellyn. 83. Indeed, in his later work, Lacan severely relativized the importance and the artificial coherency of the symbolic register as supported by the name of the father and the unconscious rigorously structured like a language, 2001, 498, stating that the latter can only be hypothetical with regards to what supports it, that is to say Llewellyn, 1975 b. 127. He thus brings to light the dimension that never ceases to escape being ordered by notions such as metaphor and metonymy. In fusing the definite article law to the noun it usually determines, Lacan points to an aspect of language where grammar and linguistic distinctions cease to operate. The word Llewellyn can be associated with lawlation, baby talk that is devoid of the symbolic structuring of language, and that materially marks as a form of writing the impact of the signifier on the body, producing jouissance, when, 2010 a. 75. Michel Boziru points out that the effect of sense here is the very present real of Llewellyn, and not the effect of the signifier's temporal retroaction in the symbolic, 2014, 53. Indeed, such a retroactive mechanism supposes the presence of an other to provide a final punctuation, and thus ensure meaningful linguistic articulation. In Llewellyn, such pairing does not exist. As Jean-Claude Milner asserts, Llewellyn is what makes a language incomparable to any other, in that precisely it has no other, also in that what makes it incomparable cannot be said, 1978, 22. It thus entails the perpetual equivoque of language, the impossibility of effacing the differential nature of the signifier, as the narrator of Malone Dies expresses it, everything divides into itself, I suppose, MD, 176. To grasp the importance of this evolution, and to place it into perspective, it is worth making a distinction regarding equivoque. Lacan has often been associated with plays on words and the regular use of homophones. Thus, the play on tuer, to kill, and to ur, defines the lethal aspect involved in naming a subject, 1998, 201. The reciprocal relationship expressed by the superego's imperative jouris. Enjoy, and J. Wees. I hear, Lacan, 1966, 821, reveals the consequent response whereby the subject can only obey, according to the etymology shared by the two verbs. These examples show homophones as a function of the articulation inherent in addressed language, the way speech returns to the subject in the form of a reversed message, Lacan, 1966, 9. The unexpected meanings revealed by homophones bring to light the way the subject is determined by language in relation to the other, beyond any conscious intended meaning. However, a problem arises here, insofar as psychoanalytical interpretation that relies solely on meaning risks reinforcing the symptom as truth. Boziru, 2014, 58. Lacan's later uses of homophones diverge from such tight structuring, and it is here that parallels can be drawn with Beckett. One example from Lacan is the notion of a master signifier, commanding a chain of discourse, noted by the symbol S1. Written as its homophone SM, a swarm, Lacan, 1975b, 130, it is divested of its power to command, and revealed as being exposed to an uncontrollable multiplicity. That is to say, if a signifier is defined by its difference from another, the latter will no longer guarantee any ulterior unification. The signifier, S2, charged with opening up a dialectical relationship and stable significations is suddenly pronounced scedux, raising the question: is it of them that one speaks? Or, what is the object of communication, conventional reality, or jouissance? Lacan, 1975b, 126. In the same way, the singular name of the Father is expressed in the plural, and written as les non dupes. Lacan, 2001, 516. Those who refuse to be dupes of the paternal artifice are prone to err or wander. Such multiplicity reveals the resolutely singular responses each subject invents to deal with the real, in the absence of any norm. In these later developments, it is clear that Lacan is working with language in its material dimension, where it cannot be limited to, or enfolded within a single meaning. Henceforth, Lacan renounced turning psychoanalysis into a garden à la Française, 2001, 457, and, as Jean-Claude Milner has pointed out, broke with the notion of style, that he originally defined adapting a phrase by Buffon, 1707–1788, as the man, whom one addresses. Lacan, 1966, 9. Is symbolically defined by the other to whom one's speech is fundamentally addressed, thus bringing into play one's intimacy. Lacan chose rather to brutalise language. Milner, 2011, 63, creating an exo-style. Milner, 2011, 64, that ignores the intimate. This approach recalls Beckett's "I'll fix their gibberish for them," U. 318. Llewellyn brings into play incessant nonsense. Lacan, 2001, 513, where the unlimited multiple breaks up discrete units of meaning. One point of particular interest in the case of Beckett is its absolutely singular relation to the mother tongue. Lacan, 1975b, 126. Beckett's regular navigation between two languages serves to reveal the whole inherent in both of them. Lacan pointed out the absence of any authority in the terribly infinite anagrams of Saussure, where no divinity could guarantee that they were actually intended by the author, in Die Pelsner, 33. However, the negative formulations here require to be reversed, since Lacan points to language itself as being a place of knowledge, Die Pelsner, 35, to the detriment of the subject, insofar as something can be said without any subject knowing it. Lacan, 2001, 336. Both Lacan and Beckett deal with this dimension of language, in their respective fields. Like Beckett, Lacan deals with the part that never ceases to ooze, WH, 98, and where words s'alignent de facin à s'annuller mutuellement, line up to mutually cancel themselves out, MP, 28. The importance of the voice for Beckett, understood as the signifier devoid of meaning, is illustrated by his suddenly asking André Bernold the meaning of a non-existent word, Bernold, 100. That is to say, he was clearly convinced that such a word did exist, but that its meaning had simply slipped his mind. The force of such a word was independent of any given signifier. It is well known that, in this respect, Joyce made the choice of accumulation, so that in his work, the signifier stuffs vine truffer the signified, Lacan, 1975b, 37. Opting for the opposite path, Beckett also worked with language as devoid of subjectivity and style, causing the voice to resound in the absence of the other. In the absence of any final punctuation or possible meaning, his language is continually open to soubresauts or stirrings still. In this respect, Catherine Laws points out the importance of unheard sound in Beckett's work, 2013, 229. This is quite different from the endless voice in works such as Texts for Nothing. As she notes, the manuscripts show that Beckett vacillated for some time whether the steps of the figure in Ghost Trio should be audible. In the end he made them soundless, 2013, 229. This manifestation of the voice is that of the unheard footfalls only sound, CSPR, 258, of neither, or in the conclusion to footfalls, no sound. Pause. None at least to be heard, FF, 402. Laws comments. The apparent persistence of a desire for silence is less significant than the insistent, if shadowy, presence of unheard sound, or of hearing nothing. Beckett seems here to focus not on silence or absent sound, but on a kind of leastness of sound. Laws, 2013, 230. It is necessary to add that the silence in question is what Bruno Genest, 2015, defines not as being silent, tessera, of refraining from uttering, but the silence said to be of nature or of divinity, silere, that is located on the fringes of the void. This dimension is brought to the fore insofar as such a silence is inherent in the very structure of language, in its dividing and fragmenting, resulting in its impossibility of attaining any ultimate silence. Such silence only exists inasmuch as it is circumscribed by words pushed to their breaking point, which is another way of stating its structural status, far beyond any quest for silence considered as a straightforward progression. For this very reason, then, it is impossible to reduce Beckett's creations to some purely imaginary and arbitrary latent poem. Badiou, 2003, 41. A Platonic perspective that resolutely ignores the materiality of language. If images are encountered in his later works in a piece of monologue, ill seen, ill said, at random, they are effects of language and enunciation. They do not constitute a reference to any stable reality, but remain grounded in the incessant lolling, as can clearly be seen, for example, in the permutations of the dancers in Quad, or that of the sentences in Lessness, which undermine meaning. It is with this practice of language that Beckett succeeds in giving the symbolic its positivity. It should be added that his complex use of images suggests that the question of the other as capable of instituting traversable space, TFN 3, 111, in the works of the Middle Period, for example, can be situated in relation to the phallus, thus placing his work at one remove from foreclosure. That is to say that Beckett's expressions which seem to refer to such structuring would doubtless belong not to psychosis but to a transposition of such motifs into the realm of melancholy, where what remains problematic is the absence of a founding assent of the other. Lacan, 1991a, 414. So, for example, the expression, "But I could employ 50 wretches for this sinister operation and still be short of a 51st, to close the circuit," U. 332. One may be tempted to interpret this lack of a signifier as the description of foreclosure. However, the very fact of formulating something similar to this notion means that it enters signifying representation, that it is not radically excluded from the latter. Nonetheless, Beckett's extremely acute relationship to language enabled him to conceive its subjective impact in rigorous formulations that bear conceptual resonance, causing some readers to detect their metaphysical or philosophical implications. As regards the symbolic, it is worth noting that in Texts for Nothing, the narrator found himself in a position where words and the material dimension of the letter left him no salutary breach wherein to experience his existence as a subject. It's forever the same murmur, flowing unbroken, like a single endless word and therefore meaningless, for it's the end gives meaning to words. TFN 8, 131. By contrast, it is by following the razor edge of the symbolic as grafted onto the real that Beckett succeeds, in his works as of How It Is, and most spectacularly in Worst Ward Ho, in creating a breach, a blank or an hiatus capable of endowing him with a positive existence as a subjective singularity. Here, as Bruno Genest points out, Beckett succeeds in moving beyond his aggressive use of nominalistic irony, L2, 520, to attack links, working towards the most real of the symbolic, Genest, 2015. The attacks on linking here are thus largely distinct from the violent rejection of the language imposed on the narrator subject of the unamable. It's a poor trick that consists in ramming a set of words down your gullet on the principle that you can't bring them up without being branded as belonging to their breed. But I'll fix their gibberish for them, U, 318. Eric Wessler, 2015, notes that as of From an Abandoned Work, 1954-55, Beckett's writing changed, his style became more contracted, centered on fixity, an orientation that enabled him to transform violence into poetry, in a context where the bodily image was dispersed by the gaze of the other, intervening in the character of Balfe. In the same vein, Cecilia Podgian-Labat demonstrates how, in Worst Ward Ho, the violence of the universal dimension of the signifier the logos ends up turned against itself as a result of a counter-violence that it itself engenders, so that in breaking up signifying units, it reveals the irreducible presence of the subject. In this way, the latter is no longer simply revolting against the tyranny of the signifier, nor is he lamenting language's powerlessness to endow him with being, as he does in Texts for Nothing. A contrast can be heard between the latter position, and Beckett's declaration to André Bernold, after speaking about his work with Jim Lewis and the Sudenjitsker Rundfunk, il me faudrait d'acteurs substantifs, I would require substantive actors, in Bernold, 65. Such a declaration may seem paradoxical, regarding the spectral figures Beckett was producing for the television. And yet, in From an Abandoned Work, rather than rejecting words, he is able to declare his attachment to them. Words have been my only loves, not many, CSPR, 162. Indeed, in How It Is, the subject acquires consistency by latching onto signifiers while breaking them up. P.J. Murphy points out, the ultimate paradox of How It Is that the syntax of weakness enables the narrator to find a language that has the strength to command being, 75. Here, the absence of punctuation breaks up the text, producing a state of perpetual equivoque, a syntax that is rigorously constructed, but where the point of attachment of each member of any given utterance remains uncertain. Thus the reader is forced to mime the extortion of voice, or the forcing of the text into vocality. Connor, 2014 b. 277, experienced by the painfully uttering subject. This dimension of language sets the Beckettian adverbs perhaps, in Driver, 23, and Neither, CSPR, 258, in their true perspective, that is to say, in relation to the real. The whole inherent in language leaves the subject, term that Lacan finally replaces by parlitra, to place it in relation to Llewellyn, alone to grapple with language as bordering on the real. That is precisely why Beckett declared, I take no sides, in Wharton, 75. Taking sides can only testify to the unstable imaginary register, where one endorses the numerable predicates of a party or a clan. Beckett's position brings to the fore the absence of guarantee in language, the non-existence of any law capable of giving meaning an irrefutable foundation. The perception of this dimension of language seems to have caused the exemplary reversal of Stephen Connor's position, from seeking to show the ways in which Beckett's work dissolves the claims of presence, 2008 b. 42, which he admits was an evasion, 47, to at last recognizing Beckett's effort to find his way to a presence, though a presence denuded of all determinations. This allowed Connor to comment on the poem Comment dire / What is the Word, CPO, 226-7, 228-9, as a frantic splintering under the extreme stress of Zion, 2008 b. 41, an interpretation that thus moves closer to that of Michel Boziru, 2199, who centers his approach resolutely on the relation of the symbolic and the real. 84 Thus the attacks on linking go far beyond the particular difficulties encountered by Beckett's narrators in the trilogy with their aggressive irony and can be found in a remarkable form in Worst Ward Ho. To take just one notable example, Brown, 2008, 78-88. The hallucinated voice. One crucial aspect of the Beckettian voice that critics have already noted is the complexity of its location. Chris Ackerley has pointed out as much, showing the difference between Murphy and Watt, the latter offering a classic case of the schizoid voice, 2004, 42. He also asserts that the voice fading and coming back is the origin and nucleus of the unamable, 2004, 46. He evokes, in this respect, the uncertainty principle. Be it in terms of Bohr's notion of complementarity and / or Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which suggest that it can be heard but not located, or vice versa, but not heard and located simultaneously. Thus the antimony of the I and the not I must remain absolute, in the same way that Murphy cannot apperceive himself in the dark part of his mind, one cannot be conscious of being unconscious. Ackerley, 2004, 47. Indeed, as we have previously pointed out, 2008, 13-6, it is the paternal metaphor as instituted by a separation that founds three-dimensional reality, opening up the coordinates of traversable space, TFN 111, the supposedly objective world where the voice remains veiled behind imaginary representations. Beckett's voices, however, remain in the open, embedded in incessant language whose flow cannot be stemmed by naming. It is thus precisely because his voices are manifestations of the unlimited that they cannot be contained within the bounds of a recognizable world, that they cannot be limited, for example, to a specific source or origin. Ulrika Maud states that a sound without a source would be unbearable, 2009, 50. Moving closer to the structural dimension, Stephen Connor notes that there are no sound objects. Objects are only the occasions for sound, never their origins. And there is no sound that is the sound of one object alone. All sounds are the result of collisions, abrasions, impingements, or minglings of objects. 2005a. Mladen Dola comments on Michel Cayon's study of the acousmatic voice, one that can be heard, but whose source remains hidden, pointing out that there is no such thing as disacousmatization. The source of the voice can never be seen, 2006, 70. The voice, as such, cannot be situated within specific coordinates, a fact which leads Ulrika Maud to point out that the sense of hearing enables the auditor to traverse obstacles the other senses cannot overcome, 2009, 52, and that sound surrounds us with a 360-degree range, instead of only facing us, as vision does, 58. The voice thus appears as an object, one that has fallen off, that emanates from between signifiers or other nameable objects but in no way belongs to them. Conversely, however, concrete objects mobilize something that, as a voice, concerns the hearer intimately, as in John Donne's famous sentence expressing the willful misapprehension of what is, in reality, immediately grasped by the subject, never send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. The bell's voice necessarily resounds for me, from a subjective point of view, even when this statement may be objectively inexact. The voice reaches the subject via a unilateral movement that the latter has no mastery over, because it strikes him in a part that irremediably belongs to the other. The only way to intervene then is to speak oneself. The divorce from concrete, traversable space, TFN 111, can go even further. For example, where is mouth located, during not I. Invaded by the voice, she is nothing more than the ladder that drives her to speech 85 and that, for the spectators, is situated in the visible mouth, and in the tormented rhythm composing the play as a whole. The most extreme diminution of any spatial reality is without doubt to be found in the play breath, where no human figure appears, but which unfolds in a total duration of 35 seconds, between the scansion marked by the pole's inspiration/expiration. The entirety of existence is contained here, in the absence of anything that could be called being. 86. The perception of this dimension in Beckett's work led Llewellyn to say, to make one step of a centimeter, of a millimeter, of a word, of 3 dots, a nuclear energy is necessary, to make an image, to do, the slightest do, to do. 29. As the voice cannot be located, it often appears as a hallucination. In his description of the frightening slipping occurring in language, Watt makes an essential remark when he declares, and I have little doubt that I was the only person living to discover them, W. 43. Watt asserts the reality of the voice, without claiming that this reality can be generalized, or that others could hear it. This position contrasts with the judgment made by Ada, in the radio play Embers. Beckett remarks that this text is based sur un ambiguïté, le personnage a-t-il un hallucination ou style en présence de la réalité. On an ambiguity, is the character having a hallucination or is he in the presence of reality, in Ziliakis, 83. Ada is far more peremptory when she evokes the manner in which the protagonist, Henry, persists in talking to himself, in order not to hear the sound of the sea. It's silly to say it keeps you from hearing it, it doesn't keep you from hearing it, and even if it does you shouldn't be hearing it, there must be something wrong with your brain. 260. She also protests, I don't think you are hearing it. Ada refuses to recognize the slightest reality other than medical or organic in the auditory phenomena experienced by Henry. Speaking from a firm foundation in common sense, she is determined to remain impermeable to any idea of a subjective experience that, in her opinion, has no concrete existence. The status of the voice thus proves to be problematic. Insofar as it constitutes an effect of language, it engages a subject's entire reality. It affects the part that founds the latter in his singularity. For this reason, it can be distinguished from an objective event that, as such, can be observed by a third party. Mercier and Camille encounter a similar phenomenon. I hear singing. They halted, the better to listen. I hear nothing, said Mercier. And yet you have good ears, said Camille, so far as I know. Very fair, said Mercier. Strange, said Camille. Do you hear it still? Said Mercier. For all the world a mixed choir, said Camille. Perhaps it's a delusion, said Mercier. Possibly, said Camille. MC, 16. If it seems plausible that the members of the pseudo-couple represent two faces of a single subjectivity, this passage can be understood as the staging of an internal debate bearing on the reality of the voices. Here, while Camille declares that he hears singing, Mercier hears nothing. The voice is thus situated on a purely subjective level. A second stage is indicated by Camille's remark concerning Mercier's hearing. Since the latter's oral faculty is unimpeded, one must conclude that the voice does not belong to the sensory field. What one hears has no need to pass through the medium of the body in order to exist and produce an effect on the subject. If such were the case, the voice would be of a purely objective nature, belonging to shared reality. To take an example from outside the field of literature, the experience of Beethoven, who became progressively deaf after 1796, is instructive. Indeed, according to André Bernold, Beckett envisaged devoting a play to Beethoven deaf, and which simply consisted in making heard the absence of a voice. Bernold, 53. Such an allusion appears relevant, in the light of Beckett's reference to this composer, in his famous letter to Axel Kahn. Is there any reason why that terrifyingly arbitrary materiality of the word surface should not be dissolved, as for example the sound surface of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony is devoured by huge black pauses, so that for pages on end we cannot perceive it as other than a dizzying path of sounds connecting unfathomable chasms of silence. July 9, 1937, Beckett, 2009, 518-9. To dissolve the surface of words and meaning is to find oneself in the presence of the voice. The importance of the dialogue form, used by Mercier and Camille, consists in maintaining the voice's uncertain status. One cannot simply declare that Camille is hallucinating, and so deny the voice any reality, in the same way as it cannot be claimed that the voice belongs to an overall, objective existence. This hesitation is essential to emphasize the fact that the subjective dimension of the voice is in no way incompatible with its reality. As Lacan points out, truly, the madman does not believe in the reality of his hallucination, 1981-87. However, if the subject by no means claims that the voices that assail him are an objective phenomenon, the way he experiences them testifies to a certainty. It is precisely because the voice intrudes like a foreign body, 313, and the ego finds itself expelled from its home, that the subject no longer doubts. It is therefore important to distinguish certainty from simple belief, which rests on an identifiable truth. As Lacan specifies concerning the one who experiences auditory hallucinations. But contrary to the normal subject for whom reality is directly served up to him, he has a certainty, which is that what is happening from the hallucination to the interpretation concerns him. It is not a question of reality for him, but of certainty. Lacan, 1981-88. Thus it is that Glenn Clifton can say of the unamable, while the speaker of the unamable is not fully present to himself in the sense that Derrida deconstructs, he is also completely unable to get away from himself. The contact between the speaker and the voice remains unquestionable, 165. If the subject cannot perceive himself in the mastery of his own speech, he can in no way dissociate himself from the voice, since this impossibility constitutes the latter's very reality. The voice touches on a real that, as such, remains impervious to any effort to pin it down. The certainty thus bears on the incidence of the voice on the subject, and on the latter's existence. The reality of the voice as an object, and its very real impact on the body, are thus determined by the impossibility for language to fully represent the subject. The Beckettian subject in particular finds himself grappling not only with a signifying lack in language that is capable of supporting the metonymical movement of one signifier to another, that characterizes desire, but with an unlimited, incessant dimension that refuses to be contained within naming and representation, and that will not allow itself to be forgotten or ignored. It is possible to observe the precise way in which a subject is inscribed in language through his relationship to the pronouns that determine his existence, insofar as the specificity of deictic pronouns consists in pointing to the part of a subject's being that remains excluded from the signifying chain. 2. Disjunction of pronouns. To explore the voice as involving the real for a subject, it is necessary to study the way in which the latter is situated with regards to the pronouns that structure language. Here, we shall start by examining the first-person pronoun that constitutes a subject as enunciation, insofar as it only partially covers or represents the latter's existence. This is particularly true since, in terms of its logical construction, the I represents an attainment that authorizes the subject to speak in his own name, and to converse with others. We shall then turn to the example of not I, where the first-person pronoun is vigorously rejected by mouth. This refusal to say I will be analyzed as a consequence of the insatiable drive, a term that it will first be necessary to define. However, the interpretation advanced will state that far from being absent, mouth is most present in her very insistence on pronouncing the pronoun she in the fiction she relates. Having established the refusal of the I, Beckett's use of the third-person singular he will be addressed. Firstly, company will show the fictional effort to bind the you and the he, in order to produce an I, but which stumbles on a structural impossibility that confirms the subject's solitude. Finally, a piece of monologue will reveal the subject speaking of himself as he, but whose spoken ritual constitutes his address to an absent other. Metaphorical formation of the I. Pronouns reveal a systematically problematic nature in Beckett's work, in the narrator's refusal to say I, the unum able, texts for nothing, not I, in the failure to produce an I in company, or in the use of the third person for the narrators of the dramatic Llewells, a piece of monologue, footfalls, or, yet again, in the insistent use of you in company, that time, and ego. Among pronouns, the third person, the non-person, excluded from communication, which generally functions as an anaphoric pronoun, is usually distinguished from the first and second deictic persons, pointing to actors engaged in conversation. The two latter groups are directly articulated with extralinguistic referents. Indeed, in order to consider language in its material quality, it is indispensable to take into account a point situated outside of representation, a point of cessation that does not enter the representation and is not subordinated to linguistic logification. It is an ultimate point marked by the impossible, leading Jean-Claude Milner to assert that in cases such as that of oaths, insults, and indirect speech, among others, it is necessary to posit the dimension of the subject. In all these cases, we can point out the given of an impossible, whose explanation demands we resort no longer to a speaking subject that is symmetrizable and non-desiring, but to a subject of enunciation, capable of desire and non-symmetrizable. 1978, 46. On a structural level, the subject cannot be completely identified with the pronoun I, which, far from expressing him exhaustively, can only represent him. Thus this subject does not fit in with its usual meaning as a conscious and autonomous agent of his acts. Lacan's definition, a signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier, 1966, 819, brings into account the distinction between utterance and enunciation. The subject cannot be grasped in the signifying chain, in the same way as the unum able is heard as the voice that bears his utterances, without ever being named by the words he proffers. To enable the subject to dispose of the I, an operation of separation is necessary, since originally, the signifier's retroactive effect produces the subject as you, marking his alienation to language. 87. The mortification of a you are, which, in the French tu es, can be heard as the infinitive tuer, to kill. 88. Lacan indicates that primitive identification consists of this exchange that makes the I of the subject come to being in the place of the mother as other, whereas the mother's I becomes his other. 1998, 201. The subject's I is inscribed in relation to the mother, the subject thus acquires an existence by taking a signifier from the other. But, instead of being entirely alienated to the latter, he finds the mother's desire directed elsewhere. This diverting makes the latter forever enigmatic, causing the subject to identify with it. Instead of being assigned to the place designated by the you, the subject will assume the lack that appears in the fact that the other desires, and is already other to himself. Thus, after alienation, the operation of separation founds the subject once and for all in relation to the paternal metaphor. This separation also founds the address to the other. To sum up, it can be said that the I unfolds according to three registers. The I is imaginary, insofar as it is materialist in the empirical phrase, where one's I is opposed to others in a verbal exchange. It is what could be more appropriately expressed by the pronoun me, where each person considers he is identical to himself, master of his utterances. The I is symbolic, giving expression to the desiring subject faced with a missing other. It is the subject of enunciation. By virtue of this, the subject no longer keeps an eye on the conformity of his utterances, according to received and collective criteria, but accepts the risk of unveiling the signifiers that determine him. Lacan, 2006a, 19. Finally, the I is real, insofar as it is the unborn subject, who remains excluded from access to the paternal metaphor. Thus it is that Beckett could say to Charles Juliet, ilny apodopronom. Leje, leil, le nous, rien ne convient, there is no pronoun. The I, the he, the us, nothing is appropriate, in Juliet, 67. This gaping hole in language leads to the conclusion, rien n'est dicible, nothing is speakable. Beckettian texts accentuate this inadequacy between the subject of the utterance and the subject of enunciation, insofar as they appear to seek out or to display an impersonal dimension. Their narrator regularly rejects pronouns, denouncing their insufficiency. These processes lay bare the structure of language, stripping down imaginary identifications. It is precisely in this context that writing gives voice to the dimension of the subject as real, to the latter's impenetrable, unamiable nature. Such a subject is completely engaged in enunciation, in that he can be heard struggling with the impossible dimension of his existence. In Beckett's work, what is absent is the symbolic I. Of course, occurrences of the pronoun I can be found in the texts, but the character or the narrator never ceases to deny any palpable or necessary link between this pronoun and himself as a subject. No I allows for the establishing of a dialectic between the subject and an other marked with a lack. For this subject, who is faced with the absolute absence of the absolute, DSJ, 33, the dimension of address is radically absent. It is therefore not astonishing to find evoked, in texts for nothing, a voice that makes no sound because it goes towards none, TFN 4, 115. The Beckettian voice appears as a pure enunciation without a subject, or an enunciation in search of a subject, Dola, 2010, 58. I and the drive, not I. Beckett's exploration of the complexity of the pronoun I assumes emblematic importance, not only in the unamable, Brown, 2011b, but also in the dramaticule whose title gives a central place to this pronoun, not I. This play's construction invites us to situate the subject in a context where the deictic pronoun I is forcefully rejected. The dimension of the voice is massively present in what assumes the form of an irrepressible logaria. The monologue that composes this play has been situated in its filiation with the unamable, the dominant inspiration for the work, partly perhaps visual as well as verbal, seems to lie in the unamable, which Beckett himself referred to as a major source, Knowlson and Pilling, 197, cf. Knowlson, 1997, 590. It is true that as in the unamable, the voice of not I is not one that the feminine subject has at her disposal but one that traverses her, as with Neary, in Murphy, Neary began to speak, or, as it rather sounded, be spoken through, Mew, 133. Given over to the voice object, she finds herself in a position of radical exteriority, instead of being enveloped and gently rocked, as is the case in that time, Rockaby and Footfalls. In Not I, the voice is a torment, not a source of reassurance. However, substantial differences exist between the unamable and Not I. Instead of relentlessly striving to avoid being caught up in naming that she rejects, Mouth is striving to thread together a narrative, like the characters of play, who seek refuge from the spotlight in the shade of words. Lawley, 1984, Mouth constructs herself as the unknown being, embedded in the shade of her fiction. Also, the rigorous structure of this dramaticule is based on rhythm, repetition of motifs, punctuation by the 5 vocal ejaculations and fading. By contrast, the unamable is dominated by its linear structure, as it moves forever on. The subject of Not I gives form to battles with language in an effort to lodge herself in relation to the incidence of the signifier on her body, not in order to tear herself away from it. This play thus comes in the wake of How It Is, when Beckett moved past the lack of being he experienced so acutely in texts for nothing. This vital link to existence in language is why Eric Wessler, 2009, 164-5, can note even in this play dealing with what seems to resemble a form of intense delirium, words imposing themselves as foreign and uncontrollable that Beckett multiplies the indirect references to his work and to words springing up like a Proustian revelation. Catherine Laws thus correctly points out, the musicality of Beckett might be seen to lie less in a drive towards the abstracting of language or pure self-reference than in the interplay between subjective agency and the concretising impulse of form and structure, a characteristic more truly attributable to music than either pure abstraction or absolute expressivism. Laws, 2013, 252. This remark is perfectly in harmony with the conception of the voice in its relation to language and the signifier. Not I shows most eloquently that language is material, situated on the incalculable border between meaning and absence of meaning, graspable and ungraspable, with the consequent effects on the body. Mouth also appears to be grappling with the incommensurable effort to produce form, to latch onto words, while revealing the impossibility for signifiers to enclose her being, since the latter remains the opaque existence revealed where meaning breaks down and provides no shelter. In respect of the latter, not I can also be read in the light of an irrepressible movement aiming to suck the spectator into a rioting and rambling hole, as Billy Whitelaw experienced it, 1978, 118. This perception is close to Mladen Dole's interpretation of Edvard Munch's painting 89 The Scream, 1893, where the landscape eddies into the black hole of the mouth, Dole, 2006, 69. In Not I, endless metonymy is replaced by a precise and dangerous localization. Among the various analyses given of the pronoun I, Lois Oppenheim offers a normative point of view, situating mouth in the light of pathology and impairments, 2008, 193-4, that supposedly hinder the self's extended consciousness as an ideal of humanization. Such an approach ignores jouissance, the question of what inhabits the subject and is at stake for him. Ulrika Maud evokes Tourette's syndrome, which evacuates subjectivity and mobilizes coprololic language. However, the ideological notion that the use of such vocabulary might be capable of contesting the guarantors of will and agency, 2008, 165, seems insufficient. Elizabeth Berry gives credence to Julia Kristova's conception of mouth's desire to retain the law of the father, purported to have repressed the feminine voice, Berry, 2006, 159. Mouth is said to be an impossible subject, in relation only to a great other God for want of a he or a significant other to whom to relate in dialogue. However, it is difficult to know what this feminine voice might be, other than the result of an operation of separation, a second extraction of jouissance which, precisely, institutes the name of the father. At this stage, dialogue involving symbolic retroaction would come into existence, and it would then be possible to speak, on this derivative level, of gender performance. That means that any notions of a masculine and a feminine gender are of a purely imaginary or specular nature, dissimulating the way sexuality is structured by language. Indeed, Kristeva does not take this dimension into account, since she considers masculine and feminine as symmetrical and complementary terms. It is clear, however, that dialogue as a symbolic construction, with the locutor's words received back from the other as a reversed message, is not present in Beckett's work, because he is working with that real part of language that escapes dialectical binding. And yet, working within such a strictly binary conception, masculine/feminine, father/mother, Kristeva sees mouth as a counterpart to the narrator of First Love, in the sense that she considers them both as being morbidly attached to the dead father, the founder of social bonds. She links mouth to writing, in her will to retain the father. The act of writing, without I nor you, will be precisely this obstinacy to not relinquish the third person, the outside of discourse, the third, the he or it exists, the anonymous, the unamiable God, the other, the axis of the pen, the death of the father, outside of locution, outside of subjectivism, outside of psychologism. Kristeva, 262. It is far from clear what dead father figure Kristeva might be referring to in the text of Not I. However, she sees Beckett as expressing a son's attachment to death through this feminine mouth, 263. Basically, since Kristova's thinking is entirely bound up in the notion of the Oedipal father figure, she totally ignores the dimension of the unlimited and the absence of any other that marks Beckett's work. She develops her ideas much more in relation to the dual notions inherent in the theory of gender, rather than to a psychoanalytical problematic. This position leads her to call for a reassuring balancing between father and mother figures. the mother supposedly bringing the echolalia of intense pre-Oedipian symbiosis, anterior to the father, Kristeva, 267, this would be admittedly a copy of the third person, but also the bursting of the object through the scene and the set in the rhythm, polymorphic, polyphonic, serene, eternal, and inalterable jouissance. Such a perception, which she draws from Joyce, has little to do with the relation to the real that Lacan studied in the great writer's work, since she describes it as being purely pleasurable and exalting, in other words, subordinated to ideological criteria. Contrary to Kristeva, our reading will aim to show that it is precisely in the not I in her effacing that mouth actually asserts her existence. Beckett evoked a real episode as a source of the play. I knew that woman in Ireland. I knew who she was, not she specifically, one single woman, but there were so many old crones, stumbling down the lanes, in the ditches, beside the hedgerows. Ireland is full of them. And I heard her saying what I wrote in Not I. I actually heard it. In Brater, 1987, 24. Two things appear to be of particular interest in this remark. Firstly, the reference to an event that really occurred, once, several times, that is to say, Beckett provides a clinical dimension that sheds light on literary innovation. This aspect can be distinguished from sociological approaches, that is to say, here it is in no way a matter of simply reflecting a reality observable in marginal individuals, but of highlighting a subjective position with relation to speech. Secondly, by evoking a multitude of old women, Beckett affirms that he heard what he wrote. What arises from this experience explicitly belongs to the realm of the voice, and to the one that speaks in Not I. In other words, there is a movement towards a voice that is embodied in the author, who acts as a scribe. This text has also been associated with the remark Beckett made to Pinter, I was in hospital once. There was a man in another ward, dying of throat cancer. In the silence I could hear his screams continually. That's the only kind of form my work has, in Bear, 528. These screams emanating from someone approaching death, and suffering from excruciating pain caused by the disintegration of his body are assuredly enlightening for the question of the Beckettian voice as a whole. Structurally, the voice touches on this unbearable suffering, where the bond between the subject and his body is at stake. In Beckett's original intention, the fragmenting of the body is correlated with the incidence of the voice. Ruby Cohn recalls Beckett's interest in a talking mouth a bit earlier, in the summer of 1971, when he asked her, "Can you stage a mouth? Just a moving mouth, with the rest of the face in darkness." Gondarski, 1985, 132. The invasion by the voice is inseparable from this evacuation of the unified body. The person is reduced to a simple mouth, in a transformation apparently inspired by Caravaggio's painting entitled Decollation of St. John, in Valletta Cathedral, Malta, Knowlson and Pilling, 196. In addition to this, Peter Fifield sees a close connection between Beckett's mouth and those represented in Francis Bacon's paintings. Fifield, 2009b, 63. This production of an acephalous subject is closely linked to speech that seems emancipated from any intentionality. Enoch Brater notes. In a discarded piece entitled Kilcole, he was already preoccupied with the image of a severed head and the theme of involuntary speech. Every word is mild torture. I would give all I have to stop, but I have nothing, nothing left, or there are no takers. Brater, 1987, 24. The mouth represents a portion detached from the body, and that appears as obscene refuse. Beckett explains to Alain Schneider, her speech a purely buccal phenomenon without mental control or understanding, only half heard. Function running away with the organ, Beckett, 1998, 283. The existence of mental control or understanding would confirm the existence of a subject who is sufficiently identified to be capable of clear intentionality. The subject of Not I knows no such security. In a manuscript, Beckett emphasizes once again the dimension of such an experience as real, the sheer terror of being run away with by a bodily function, TCD 10971/7/2, in Feldman, 2006, 100. Terror invades the subject from the moment the latter's body no longer offers any barrier against overwhelming jouissance. This bodily function is none other, in the final analysis, than the voice that manifests its autonomy. In Not I, language speaks alone. Ca parle/it speaks, and the brain, raving away on its own, trying to make sense of it, or make it stop, Ni, 380. Stephen Connor sees the isolated mouth as challenging the proposition that speech comes from the mouth, or the body, 2007, 180. Indeed, as early as his conception of the mirror stage, Lacan demonstrates that the existence of the body is due to specific conditions resulting from inscription in language. Jean-Claude Milner notes that, contrary to Freud, who supposed an entity called sexuality that he then projected onto anatomy, Lacan operated a series of uncouplings, 2011a, 109. Consequently, for the psychoanalyst, there are no sexual organs, in the same way as, for linguists, there are no speech organs. The relevance of this structural principle appears with force in Beckett's construction of the voice. Far from being a neutral phenomenon, a pure question of literary formalism, the ca parle/it speaks is a terrifying experience which assumes reality in the very staging of the play, allowing us to measure the dimension of the voice as real. Beckett affirmed as much several times, "I'm not unduly concerned with intelligibility. I want the piece to work on the nerves of the audience," in Ackerley and Gondarski, 411, or, "I hear it breathless, urgent, feverish, rhythmic, panting along, without undue concern with intelligibility. Addressed less to the understanding than to the nerves of the audience, which should in a sense share her bewilderment." Beckett, 1998, 283. The sharing that takes place in the theatrical experience is thus situated in this turmoil that destroys all meaning. It is at this point that the spectator finds himself radically confronted, for example, with the two irreconcilable aspects of the play, the beauty of the written text, in contrast with its unbearable nature which appears when it is staged, where the words disintegrate into nonsense and unintelligibility. As an effect of the voice, the faculty of understanding is reduced to almost nothing. At that moment, it can be noticed that language does not act as representation but brings to the fore, precisely, the signifier as devoid of meaning. Actress and spectator are thus united in a dimension of the real. Billy Whitelaw's experience of acting this play is perfectly exemplary of the dimension where the symbolic is bound up in the real, and also of the distinction according to which, while Joyce enjoys Llewellyn as a thing 90 for Beckett, writing must have an effect on the body. Genist, 2014. As Rosemary Pountney observes, the actor in fact tunes into Beckett rather than creating his own character. 185. The reverse movement proves to be complementary, since the actor's function, in turn, is not to simply comply with the strictly written formulations of a pre-established text, or any prior authorial intention or meaning. Matthew Proden, 2014, shows in great detail how Beckett's work with actors started precisely with what is absent from the play as written. As stage director in Endgame, for example, Beckett first worked on achieving a convincing bodily posture, the latter involving the character as speechless, that is to say, as isolated in his relationship to the signifier, devoid of extension in meaning or naturalistic characterization. This modeling of the body consequently governs the character and his sensations during the performance. Proden highlights the attention given to vocal and bodily exteriority, seemingly to the detriment of a psychologizing or hermeneutic approach. 2014, 294. As result, the actor's lines are worked on as pure sound material dependent on a deixis that endows it with its singularity, rather than as utterances anchored in the emotional history of a character. According to John Calder, it was the sound of Whitelaw's voice that Beckett carried in his head. Whitelaw, 1996, 117. The exemplary communication at work here is remarkable. One actress quoted by Billy Whitelaw stated that the only perfect Winnie was Beckett himself, 153. It is also worth noting Beckett's fear of having his own voice recorded projected outside of himself, 137, 140, and the physical suffering he experienced if his text was not reproduced in its most minute musical details, 151. When she read Not I for the first time, Billy Whitelaw explains she was seized by an inner scream, 1996, 116, and when she performed it, I wanted to be left with nothing but my center, my core, which seemed to be situated somewhere around my gut, the little flame I needed, 128. She had no existence other than the imperative flow of the words, to get to the point where I opened my mouth, and this stuff just poured out of me, like some sort of verbal diarrhea, 122. This is the point where the actress is given over to the drive, which abolishes the rest of her body as a unified image. The consequences were inescapable, not only ill health caused by each successive play, but after Not I, the play had touched terrors within me that I have never come to terms with, 131. This perfect conformity of jouissance and text could also be observed in the aesthetic achievement of Footfalls, under Beckett's painstaking and demanding direction. Whenever the shape and the movements were finally right, I found that a surge of energy would start to go through me. It became the only possible shape. I knew when the shape was not right, because my body felt dead, lifeless. Whitelaw, 145. As for the body, Billy Whitelaw expressed the trauma she experienced when she performed Not I went to pieces. I felt I had no body, I could not relate to where I was, and, going at that speed, I was becoming very dizzy and felt like an astronaut tumbling into space. I swore to God I was falling, 1978. This experience constitutes the dimension of enunciation that dominates this play, where language is anchored in a bodily real. This enunciation rests on the incidence of the drive, and the manner in which the latter accomplishes the subject's fading, excluding any possibility of attaining the I, a state which Elizabeth Wright rightly situates in relation to the subject's first entry into language, in Macmullen, 76. This approach shows the drive as a positive, living force, inherent in each subject, rather than as a pathological deviance, or as a simple location in the hypothalamus, as neurosciences often promote it. Lacan originally situates this term in relation to an unconditional and imperative demand, where the subject is effaced, a condition called aphonesis or fading. He states that the drive is what becomes of the demand when the subject disappears in it, 1966, 817, adding that what is left is the cut, coupure. The drive thus produces an acephalous subjectivation, a subjectivation without a subject, a bone, a structure, a tracing, 1973, 167. Jacques-Alain Miller provides a useful analogy: it is the knife without a blade, from which the handle has been removed, 2010-11. Jacques-Alain Miller sees an evolution in Lacan's conception of the drive when he describes it as simply a vector, accomplishing a binary movement, or an open/close alternation, tracing a loop that circumscribes a central void. Lacan, 1973, 163. This circular movement can only be apprehended in a topological perspective, as being situated on an edge, a slit, or the cut, identified with the erogenous zone that the drive isolates from the metabolism of the function 91, Lacan, 1966, 817. Here the drive can be grasped as partial, that is to say as being centered on various replaceable, metonymical objects, none of which can claim any preeminence. Lacan, 1973, 163. The object is only what the drive can circumscribe and localize, without in any way satisfying the latter. As a result of the drive, the object is emptied of all substance, so that the only thing we know of it is the instance in the form of the lost small object, 164. Thus it is that the visible object gives way to the invisibility of the gaze, and the audibility of speech is effaced, to the benefit of the voices screaming silence, TFN 13, 154. As it is situated outside the empirical articulation offered by the symbolic, the drive cannot be tamed. However, when Lacan finally states that the drives are the echo in the body of the fact that there is a saying, 2005a, 17, he completely detaches them from any linguistic articulation, leaving the impact of the signifier on the body, the effect of jouissance, where there is no subject and no other. If the identity of the object is of no importance in itself, the election of one object in particular following an initial evacuation of jouissance allows the subject to consolidate his world. In not I, however, nothing can bring the verbal flow to a halt. Orality prevails over any consideration of bodily unity, whole body like gone, just the mouth, NI, 380. This orality is fundamentally problematic. Firstly, the isolated mouth reveals the slit that becomes obscene, since it effaces the image of the body as a constituted whole, revealing the object. Secondly, a pulsating movement dominates the drive, as is shown by the succession of prepositions on/off, groan, on and off, 378, just the eyelids. On and off, 378, and the beam, flickering on and off, 381. If the mouth is central to the play, it enters in resonance with the other orifices that are aligned in the same series without distinction, as Peter Fifield, 2009b, 65, and Stephen Connor, 2007, 179, both note. Thus, just the eyelids, presumably, on and off, shut out the light, reflex they call it, NI, 378, for she could still hear the buzzing, so-called, in the ears, 377, stream of words, in her ear, practically in her ear, 380. Mouth desperately seeks to evacuate the voice that is engulfing her, that she feels to be a substance, waste that she must expel in order to find relief, she'll be purged, 381, nearest lavatory, start pouring it out, steady stream, mad stuff, 382. In this respect, tears follow the same path as her words, no sound, just the tears, 381. Mouth herself has always been situated in a hole, ever since birth, tiny little thing, before its time, God-forsaken hole, 381. While watching a version of the play filmed by the BBC, Beckett realized that the mouth resembled a vagina 92, Knowlson and Pilling, 200. However, Keir Illam's notion of the mouth being a corporeal and semantic, black, hole onto or into which the spectator may project any number of literally organic senses, 151, seems inadequate since, as a consequence of the drive, nothing can integrate this gaping hole within a dialectic, mouth has never been born. It is because of its status as a partial object that the mouth commands space. Stephen Connor points out that this is not an organ that exists solidly in space, but is itself the space in which solidity and vacancy are produced and reproduced, 2007, 179. Peter Fifield notes the combination of pushing itself out towards its observers, and drawing inwards with that dark central cave, 2009b, 64. It is precisely this combination that reveals the mouth's status as partial object, its abstraction as well as the concrete presence of flesh and the jouissance it embodies, without any attenuation provided by the specular image of the body as a whole, and which supposes a comforting, pacified integration. Mouth finds herself carried away by an irrepressible metonymy, so that it is impossible for her to situate her corporeal functions within a hierarchy. Her body is devoid of any consistency, all the time the buzzing, so-called, in the ears, though of course actually, not in the ears at all, in the skull, NI, 378. Her body registers no sensations, and all sexuality is evacuated, when clearly intended to be having pleasure, she was in fact, having none, not the slightest, 377. Indeed, only the paternal metaphor can eroticize, phallicize 93, the body and thus limit and localize jouissance, transforming it into an experience of pleasure. However, mouth feels no sensation that could allow her to situate herself in a body, no part of her moving, that she could feel, 378, and now this stream, not catching the half of it, not the quarter, no idea, what she was saying, 379. In the published version of the play, mouth's irrepressible speech is not situated in a total void but in connection to an auditor. What takes place is not a dialogue that necessarily reposes on a dialectical structure but a sort of sharing which, paradoxically, sheds light on the non-negotiable chasm separating the two figures. For mouth, no real address is possible, insofar as she is spoken by the other. Thus, the auditor is not designated by a deictic pronoun, you, but his presence is heard in the interruptions present in mouth's discourse, in the questions or objections that are not verbalized by this other. Beckett emphasizes the form of exchange between the two in his analysis of the first version of the play, and where he designates auditor as interrupter, RUL 1227/7/12/1, in Tunning, 111. Beckett noted, in his drafts, that mouth is denied by interrupter, in Pountney, 100, and Rosemary Pountney comments that the interrupter is that part of the consciousness continually trying to prod the voice into self-acceptance, signified by the question what. Thus, in spite of his silence according to the spectator's perception, at least for mouth, auditor appears sometimes as an unbearable voice that she must expel. United on the stage, these two figures compose a chiastic relationship. On one hand, mouth is entirely speech, her body is fragmented, and her sexuality is undone. On the other hand, auditor has no speech, he possesses a unified body, but appears anonymous and sexless. 94 He is presented as follows: tall standing figure, sex undeterminable, enveloped from head to foot in loose black jalaba, with hood, NI, 376. The two figures represent an extreme polarity, so that no exchange is possible, no speech can pass from one to the other, and each one has a monopoly over the characteristics he presents. On one side, auditor is only the closure of meaning, with no access to enunciation; on the other side, mouth is enunciation without an I, without any passage to a closure productive of meaning. Slavoj Žižek considers the role of the auditor a silent impotent witness, Žižek, 2009, to be related to that of the great other, to whom mouth's discourse is addressed. At regular intervals, auditor makes a gesture of helpless compassion 95, NI, 375. This description invites us to situate the place of the other in a position analogous to that occupied by the gaze of I, at the end of film, neither severity nor benignity, but rather acute intentness, F. 329. That is to say that this maternal figure, be it played by a masculine character, for want of instituting the child within speech expressive of desire, is unable to formulate an attitude in words, but can only manifest a vague reaction which remains marked by equivoque. In Not I, in particular, the author attributes to auditor a compassionate attitude, by means of which both figures share their powerlessness. Auditor occupies the place of a parent contemplating a scene that escapes him, his child who, at the bottom of a hole, is struggling with forces beyond his power to combat. However, as mute and powerless as he may be, the presence of this other enables mouth to pronounce her discourse, whether he be visibly present or not. He is generally excluded from stage productions. Auditor remains essential from a structural point of view, since he represents the only possibility for mouth to have access to an I. Nonetheless, the vacuity mouth suffers from cannot be diminished as long as her other remains self-sufficient, unmarked by any lack, such as would be embodied in address speech. As presented here, the situation suggests no way out. The place of the pronoun I, which mouth rejects with such violence, has yet to be defined more closely. The discourse of the play as a whole unfolds in an impersonal mode, Mouth can only refer to herself by means of the delegative pronoun she, who is an actor of the narrative. This situation can be summed up in the following diagram. Story she, representation. Absence of a story, / I, unrepresented. As a subject, Mouth has no story at her disposal, she is little more than a gaping hole. The creation of a fiction creates a scene that allows her to come to being as she. This pronoun appears in the place of an I, the outcome aimed at by this operation, but which remains ever virtual. The oblique double bar indicates the impossibility for the product of this operation to merge with what causes it, except that it would be necessary to situate, in this point, the complete size sign between the two tiers of this structuring. For Mouth, the I, the sign of a divided subject, is out of reach, she only knows the split that definitively excludes her from nomination. Remaining on the side of the impersonal and the gaping hole, she unfolds her third-person discourse, whose function is comparable to the stories read by Beckett's characters, like May, in Footfalls. 96. Indeed, nothing indicates that Mouth's story is not an invention, a desperate effort to endow herself with the personal history that she is lacking. The spectator has no reference to measure the veracity of the events related. Basically, in the construction of this play, the story covers a real, the impossibility for Mouth to assume a story that may be hers. Insofar as it designates the delegative person, the anaphoric pronoun she is homomorphous with the other pronouns in the story. However, it acquires a crucial importance in Mouth's 5 exclamations: what, who, no, she, ni, 377, 379, 381, 382, each of which appears as a response to auditor's mute invitation to proffer the pronoun I, since his gesture follows a pause. The 5th time, however, the pronoun is printed in small capitals: what, who, no, she, 382, and auditor remains still, as if Mouth had definitively rejected the invitation to pronounce I, and auditor himself had decided to abandon his vain efforts. This relation appears in the title not I, which can be read as equivalent to Mouth's protests, but with this reserve, that the expression not I comes not from Mouth but from the author, as if the latter, occupying a place similar to that of auditor, were compensating for Mouth's powerlessness to express herself. In these circumstances, it is appropriate to re-evaluate the status of this she, and to see to what extent this pronoun offers a substitute for the I, operating somewhat paradoxically as a form of deictic. Indeed, the exclamatory she appears to be symmetrical to auditor's gesture, it is a verbal sign that could be interpreted as she, over there, that I named in the story. The pronoun she would thus have the function of designating the strangeness of the voice, the thing that cannot be assumed by the subject as I. Between the pronoun she and the absent I, it is important to discern a rupture analogous to the one that constitutes the fall evoked in the story. Nothing of any note till coming up to 60 when, what? 70. Good God! Coming up to 70, wandering in a field, looking aimlessly for cow's lips, to make a ball, a few steps then stop, stare into space, then on, a few more, stop and stare again, so on, drifting around, when suddenly, gradually, all went out, all that early April morning light, and she found herself in the, what? Who? No. She. Pause and movement 1. Found herself in the dark. Ni, 376-7. During the first part of her life, Mouth moves with no hitch in traversable space, an objective realm, equivalent to the spring fields of Crocker's Acres. Suddenly, without any circumstance enabling her to foresee, to explain, or identify it, an event occurs that plunges her into a hole characterized by the absence of light, the God-forsaken hole, Ni, 381, that marks the total absence of any other. It is this event that sets off the rest of her story. Some critics, intent on replacing the literary construction by a realistic justification to fill in the disquieting lacunae, have suggested the idea of a rape. 97 Slava Zizek, 2009, however, speaks of an epiphany. The absence of an I should thus be associated with this fall into an absolute absence of an other. In the Kilcole manuscript which Beckett wrote in 1963, and which paved the way for not I, two voices can be observed, the normal voice and the assumed one, in Pountney, 95. In one fragment, it would seem, the normal voice avoids the I, Pountney, 97, trying to convince itself of a fiction, as does mouth in not I, while the assumed voice enjoins it to go out, live. In Pountney, 96. In the hypothesis that mouth may have, in the past, used the pronoun I, this possibility is henceforth prohibited, as the voice is no longer shared between two agents. The subject revealed by mouth is not specularisable, a fact that can be associated, for example, with the picture turned face to the wall in Endgame, e.g., 92, or the torn-up photographs in a piece of monologue, p.m., 426. If auditor demands that she proffer the pronoun I, mouth can in no way grant this demand, as she has never benefited from a structuring separation or second extraction of jouissance which could have instituted her in reference to the paternal metaphor. At the corresponding point, she only finds an abyss. She cannot confess the words demanded by the other, since she is incapable of considering them as semblances. Such a confession would cause her abolition. Here we can push further our critique of Kristeva. For Lacan, the feminine as non-totalisable retains a relation to the universal, a notion absent from Kristeva's text and which, in the absence of the name of the father and its attending dialectical mechanism, gives rise to the exorbitant place occupied by the superego. What mouth refuses to relinquish is her singularity. To give this up would mean suppressing her very existence. In that case, the effect of this text is to give voice to the singularity. Far from being repressed, her feminine voice is embodied in the terrible combat inherent in her pure enunciation, and which can be linked to Lacan's development on calligraphy. 98 In his text Literature, 1971, Lacan states that in Japanese calligraphy, the singular of the hand crushes the universal. Lacan, 2001, 16, since the line traced, or trait, gives existence to the subject's absolute singularity as barred or divided, as only partially represented by the signifier, pure litera is the literal. To produce it is to reproduce this half without a pair from which a subject subsists. Lacan, 2001, 16. Pierre Scriabine points out here the effect of a paradoxical disjunction separating the extreme of the universal, such as the form imposed by science, for example the pure function of the cut operated by the signifier, and, on the other hand, what belongs to the register of its singular materiality, which affects a being and its jouissance. Scriabine, 37. The subject thus surges up from this pure cut previously associated with the drive being both a product of the universal and what radically rejects it. It is in this context that Lacan, 2001, 11, 16, explicitly refutes Derrida's claim of a trace purportedly existing prior to the signifier. Lacan, 2007, 64-5, 78. Mouth's assumed voice is thus marked by the superego. Life 99 entails the possibility of being integrated into discourse, as universal, but it supposes the death of the unspoken being, as pure enunciation and subjectivity, absolute singularity. Hence mouth's choice to enunciate in the third person, to lodge herself within the fiction created, to be the unspoken author of the fiction, such is the only binding possible, that is to say, within this split or size Zion as written or inscribed. Paradoxically therefore, and like in the Fuck Life, R. 246, of Rockaby, Brown, 2013 c. 200-1, it is in the assertion of she that the subject is most present, in this violent rupture. 100 On this point and in reference to Beckett's evolution following texts for nothing, Eric Wessler observes that after having been for nothing, the self-referential text, in Beckett, is more and more often dictated to say not I, 2009, 199. That is to say that the forceful cry not I is a form of assertion, it is the means by which the subject here comes to existence. It is possible to further adapt Wessler's remark concerning the pronunciation of exclamations in come and go. He notes that in the rounding of their mouths required by their pronunciation, the image returns of an empty circle but not all that empty, since it henceforth obeys a principle of differentiation. 331. Thus, the apparently empty whole of the exclamation presents the positive presence of an indefinable but irreducible subjective singularity. In the forceful negations of not I too, such a singularity is brought to the fore. Indeed, mouth does not say it is not me. The French would resort to the fully articulated two-part negation, ne, pas, giving, cen est pas moi. She does not formulate such a radical disqualification of her subjective being. Rather, she says, as the title emphasizes, it is not me, or it is, not I. Mouth asserts herself on the level of the drive, she resists the language of the other, the treasury of the signifier that designates her as excluded, by asserting herself in her very exclusion, by demanding her death as a symbolic subject. She is the ejaculation that designates the subject as powerless to assume an I, with the result that she comes to being in the energy of this very ejaculation, in this proof of life that, paradoxically, designates her as unborn. The subject is situated between the level of the closed utterance, she, thus resembling the hooded other, and the abyss where she remains impervious to any naming. The quest for a binding company. If the complexity of the pronoun I is explored in several texts being situated in relation to the third person, as noted previously, the second person pronoun you is much rarer, being found mainly in that time, written 1974 to 1975, where three voices address the figure present on stage. Company, published in 1980, is remarkable for the use of a device where you and he are heard alternately, thus calling into question their impossible articulation. The treatment offered here is calmer, and marked by a much more measured pacing than the una mabel. This text seems to have been strongly influenced by Beckett's work with electronic media, as Stephen Connor suggests. The voice which comes to one in the dark throughout this text has many of the qualities of the voices coming out of the dark of radio drama, and the details of the listener's position remind us remarkably of The Listening Face of that time, a stage play that itself uses some of the properties of radio drama. 2007, 166. The first version of this text is found in an abandoned manuscript entitled The Voice, which bears the indication Paris, January 1977, Ackerley and Gondarski, 618. This work thus deals fundamentally with the voice, not only in the sense that the latter is an actor in the story that unfolds, but also in that this text represents a construction exploring what constitutes the voice in the impossibility of binding the you to a he. The incipit formulates the question immediately, in a sentence that sets the scene of the narration: a voice comes to one in the dark. Imagine, Co. 3. According to Chris Ackerley, Beckett revealed that Jeremiah was behind this voice, 2004, 45. The formulation used in this sentence assumes the appearance of an axiom, from which the subject who could say I is evacuated. On one side can be found a faceless voice, devoid of any identity; on the other side, a subject who is just as anonymous, in a space empty of any reference point. This utterance sets the scene. At the opposite pole of the book, in the conclusion, the result of the discourse unveils the vanity of this undertaking, the fable of one fabling of one with you in the dark. And how better in the end labor lost and silence. And you as you always were. Alone, 42. In its unfolding, the fable is divided between, on the one hand, the voice that uses the pronoun you and that relates childhood memories in the form of vignettes, and, on the other hand, the description of the subject, designated by the pronoun he, lying in the dark, listening to the same voice. The use of the deictic pronoun you would lead us to suppose the existence of a subject having an I at his disposal. However, these two pronouns are not at all symmetrical, as the subject of this story experiences the impossibility of appropriating the pronoun I. For this reason, it is of particular interest to examine the way in which the narrator defines his problematic in a logical form. The use of the second person marks the voice. That of the third, that cankerous other. Could he speak to and of whom the voice speaks, there would be a first. But he cannot. He shall not. You cannot. You shall not, co. 4. The envisaged existence of an I is what is at stake in this proposition. The first difficulty resides in the use of the prepositions to and of, marked by haplology, that is to say, avoiding the doubling of the preposition, introducing the indirect complement for each occurrence of the verb to speak, speak to the one to whom the voice speaks. Then, a size Zion appears leading to the absence of an I, and which opposes an obstacle, thwarting the efforts to untangle the threads. According to the terms of this size Zion, the voice has the monopoly of the you, while to the other is ascribed the pronoun he. However, the narrator avoids articulating the relationship between these pronouns and the instances. For Marx, the French uses the expression est le fait de, cie, 9, which, contrary to the English, does not signify possess or proffer. In this gap, therefore, an opacity can be observed that drives the text's unfolding. In the apotheosis of this passage, the hypothesis of a future binding ends in failure. The voice comes undone and is diffracted because of the absence of an I. As a result of its constitutive size Zion, it thus leaves us with the iterative succession of the pronouns he and you. The heart of this formulation therefore resides in the hypothesis: could he speak to and of whom the voice speaks, there would be a first, co. 4. To grasp what is at stake in this phrase, it may be useful to set it in parallel with a formulation that, at first glance, appears to be similar by Lacan, in his seminar on psychoses, concerning the patient in psychoanalysis. The subject starts by speaking of himself. He does not speak to you then, he speaks to you, but he does not speak of himself when he has spoken of himself, who will have appreciably changed in the interval. To you, we will have arrived at the end of the analysis. 1981, 182-3. As the result of the final binding, of himself, to you, indicates, each one of these two aspects contains its qualities and its limits. Thus, in speaking of himself, the subject places at a distance the fundamental fantasy that structures his world, and that maintains him riveted to his satisfaction, be it dissimulated behind a show of dissatisfaction and displeasure. Instead of remaining at the place his original other assigned him to, he detaches himself to see his position as a construct, not as a fatality. Diverse incidents are then clearly seen as part of a repetitive series, not as separate and unrelated. Thus it is that the subject speaks of himself, from the vantage point of the other, in relation to a dimension of universality that produces knowledge. However, the subject can also consider he is making simple statements that are little likely to call his preconceived ideas into question. He supposes that he alone can say what concerns him, relegating the other to the simple function of expressing approval. And yet, by speaking to the psychoanalyst, the subject can limit himself to the register of the demand, expecting the other to provide a response to his suffering. The subject supposes that he is powerless to know, instituting his other in the position of one who can know in his stead. And yet, by addressing himself to the other, the subject also questions the unknown dimension of the desire of the other, where language is marked by incompleteness. This lack is returned to him, according to the retroactive logic of the signifier, so that he is made aware of his own solitude, but this time not without the other. At this moment, the binding operates. The subject can speak of himself, which no one else can do in his stead, but he does so while assuming the risk implied in the confrontation with the radical absence of a response. At this moment, no adequacy is possible. The other can only acknowledge what the subject alone is able to formulate, assuming the entire risk of his enunciation. This risk supposes an act by virtue of which the subject gives up his jouissance, his object or his pound of flesh. Lacan, 2013, 387, which is dearer to him than life itself. As Beckett states it, the artist, like the subject, stakes his being, DSJ, 149. Speaking, here, is considered as giving voice, as an invocation whereby the subject gives his real weight. Lacan, 2013, 458. The structure of company is based on the failure of such a possibility of subjectivization. The existence of an I would suppose that the subject does not remain assigned to a place by the voices you, but that he speaks to it. What the subject of company aspires to attain appears to be more of a false binding. For him, it is a matter of speaking to and of whom the voice speaks, co. 4. In this way, he imagines he can assume the enunciation from the position of the voice, that pronounces the you, and also speak of himself, he. This would be, or so he imagines, to situate himself as a singularity conveying an interiorist, subjectivist, voice and placing himself on the level of universality, as one among others. But the construction described by the narrator represents the contrary of an enunciating I, the latter remains unimaginable and out of reach. Indeed, by situating himself in the place he describes, he only reproduces the pattern that already composes the story, combining the you and the he, that are proffered, in spite of the subject's absolute opacity. The narrator in no way evokes the bipolar construction, based on the retroaction of the signifier, that consists of speaking to the other of oneself. On the contrary, what he describes remains in the field of this gaping and unbridgeable hole, of whom to whom. Thus continues to be manifest, on one side, the mastery of speech revealing the imperative power of the voice and, on the other, absolute silence. For these reasons, in company, the I remains absent. In its place, there is only the presence of an abyss, for the first personal singular and a fortiori plural pronoun had never any place in your vocabulary, co. 41. Such an I can only be founded by virtue of a symbolic transmission which, here, is radically lacking. Thus, nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be sought. The unthinkable last of all. Unum able. Last person. I quick leave him. 15. The I does not come into existence in the text, but the you is indeed present. This pronoun comes to the unborn subject as a voice, conserving the remains of its original imperative force. It is by means of the you that the voice composes vignettes that appear as so many images of the past, and which it seeks to make the subject assume. Its object is defined thus: to have the hearer have a past and acknowledge it, co. 22. If the subject could assume a past, with its memories, he would effectively have the pronoun I at his disposal. This past would be connected to his present, so that he could pass on his experiences to others. However, in the absence of an enunciation, the voice resorts to monotonous reiteration, as if willing him by the stint to make it his. To confess, yes I remember. Perhaps even to have a voice. To murmur, yes I remember. What an addition to company that would be. A voice in the first person singular. Murmuring now and then, yes I remember. Co. 9. The voice must repeat, as if it could thus penetrate the subject and compel him to recognize the episodes as belonging to his personal past, to make the subject the vector of an enunciation. Such a project is paradoxical, since the production of an I testifies to a failure on behalf of the emitter of the you. Its function consists of silencing the voice. The narrator conceives this production of an I as a source of company. What an addition to company that would be. In the end you will utter again, yes I remember. That was I. That was I then. 13. Certainly, but the idea of company has a very different meaning from what these sentences suggest. If the subject could speak, he would not simply be the voice's double, he would not imitate the latter by telling himself stories. On the contrary, he would, as a subject, have a symbolic other at his disposal. He would be liberated from his profound solitude. Despite his use of the pronoun you, and its function of occupying the subject, the voice remains anonymous, since it is devoid of any address. The subject is in no way capable of knowing if the voice is addressing him, of words murmured in his ear to wonder if they are addressed to him. Co. 20. Indeed, the pronoun you alone does not permit him to determine with certainty if he is the true addressee of the message, an idea which leads him to ask himself if the voice is not speaking to another, or of another. For want of being able to recognize himself in the images evoked, the subject can hardly discern if the voice is actually speaking of him. In the same way, he fails to determine if the you is speaking precisely to him. Of course, the narrator corrects this error of appreciation, but the subject still feels this uncertainty, for were the voice speaking not to him but to another, then it must be of that other it is speaking and not of him or of another still. Since it speaks in the second person, 6. Such an address would have been possible if a proper name had taken form. The latter, like the I, founds the subject, once and for all, within the coordinates that determine geometrical space. Indeed, the simple adding of a proper noun enables the subject to distinguish himself from other bearers of the pronoun you, to situate himself as a singularity. You are on your back in the dark. No longer any question of his overhearing. Of his not being meant, co. 20. The proper noun offers the possibility of establishing coordinates. The apposition here posits the identity of the name, shared by a plurality of people, and so belonging to a generality, and the vocative you, which marks the address to someone singular, in the place of a third-person discourse, where the other would have the status of an object. Were it to be effective, the apposition would confirm a binding of the singular and the universal, by which the subject could count himself as one among others, so that faint uneasiness lost. That faint hope, 20. However, this hope concludes in failure, since the name h/h does not remain, and the you itself is powerless to draw the subject out of his anonymity. Then let him not be named h. Let him be again as he was. The hearer. Unamable. You, co. 20. If you is necessarily the receiver, the object of the voice, he remains anonymous, powerless to appropriate the traits that define him from without. He conserves an impersonal dimension, since the emitter cannot express any desire, the part that is unknown to himself, and that would drive him to address another. Consequently, the subject has no access to the traits by which he could identify himself as me. As Lacan emphasizes, the pronoun you has an imperative quality, as it is the other insofar as he is caught in the ostentation with relation to this all too that the universe of discourse supposes. But by the same token, when I take the other out of this universe, I objectify him. 1981, 340. The you thus originally supposes an other who remains master of discourse, an other devoid of any lack and whose intervention can only place the subject on the same level as all impersonal words. 101. The subject of company endeavors to invent the voice announced in the incipit. Of course, the latter is not addressed to him, he invents it, and it remains anonymous, since it comes to one in the dark, co. 3. If, however, according to this structuring, the voice aims to have him recognize a past that belongs to him, it is a matter, according to the terms of Beckettian creation, of bringing to life a subject that is not born. In other words, it is a voice that could be called maternal and that, finally, would be capable of transmitting a desire regarding her child. The invented voice replaces the missing maternal one, since like the latter, it is situated, above the upturned face. Falling tangent to the crown, 31. The analogy is made explicit, a mother stooping over the cradle from behind. Of course, the failure that gave rise to this writing can only reproduce itself. She moves aside to let the father look. In his turn he murmurs to the newborn. Flat tone unchanged. No trace of love. For want of a word of desire, the subject invents for himself company that he has never known. By inventing the you pronounced by the voice, the subject seeks to be instituted by the other in a desperate effort to produce an I by means of the pronoun he. In this way, he adopts the viewpoint of the other, observing his unspeakable being from above. Without a word you view yourself to this effect as you would a stranger suffering say from Hodgkin's disease, or if you prefer Percival Potts surprised at prayer, co. 41. In the absence of a symbolist subjectivity, The only possible discourse about the subject is the one that the latter must adopt to speak of himself. In this text, the one who is referred to by this third person is the prey of doubt. He is characterized by ratiocination and a vocabulary marked by logical terms, as in the following passages, the type of assertion he does not question, for, but company apart this effect is clearly necessary. For were he merely to hear the voice, or of course unless as above surmised it is directed at another, 5. This discourse procures no feeling of reassurance, since he doubts that the voice is addressing him. If the voice is not speaking to him it must be speaking to another, 6. Indeed, despite appearances, the speculations this voice formulates are not of an objective nature, rather, they have a function that consists of filling the emptiness. Contrary to the you, that he has no actual presence. At most, the subject can represent him as a body crawling in the void, 31. That he does not provide the subject with any concrete existence. Indeed, for want of a subject capable of incorporating the voice, it is impossible to establish an objective existence or reality, there being nothing to show when it describes correctly his situation that the description is not for the benefit of another in the same situation, 29. This impersonal discourse founded on the third person is unlikely to construct a consistent space or reality. Know that then to compare to this now. The content of the signified does not suffice to found a reality, in the absence of an enunciation, an I that can convey his discourse. Of course, the voice sometimes endeavors to articulate both aspects, sometimes the two are combined, as for example, you first saw the light on such and such a day and now you are on your back in the dark, 3. By juxtaposing these coordinated clauses, the voice attempts to give the impression that such a unique point exists, but this effort fails since it is founded on no real inscription, but simply on an association of signifieds. Consequently, the disconnected ratiocination fails, revealing something of the falseness, the semblance, as Lacan would say, of all rationality. The narrator admits, so with what reason remains he reasons and reasons ill, 6. What kind of imagination is this so reason ridden? A kind of its own, 21. Of itself, reason is powerless to impose an order on the phenomena it describes. The use of the third person produces an inextricable confusion between he and another. While the he is the mask of the unamiable subject, the latter is designated by the term the other. He speaks of himself as of another. He says speaking of himself, he speaks of himself as of another. Himself he devises two for company, 16. In passages like this one, the splitting assumes the form of a multiple inclusion. The subject observes himself and intervenes in order to comment on this same observation. To account for this confusion, a model taken from set theory could prove useful. To found a set, it is necessary to start with a trait, term understood as a line, that can only be described paradoxically. The unary trait unair, Freud's Einzigerzug only signifies insofar as it is different from any other signifier, including itself, Bruno, 96. This is what founds Bertrand Russell's paradox 102, the set of all the sets that do not include themselves. So, to describe one's siblings, one will say, the three of us are brothers, by virtue of which the subject sees himself from without, included in the whole. Or, I have two brothers, whereby the subject appears as an exception to the group. However, the following sentence could also be imagined: I have three brothers, John, Paul, and myself. 103. This rendering is paradoxical, since the subject claims to apprehend himself within the set, even though the pronoun I is incapable of including itself. He who proffers the sentence claims to situate himself both within and without. So, whereas the first two formulations suppose a constituted subject that has an I at his disposal, the third one manifests the absence of this pronoun. It expresses the position of a subject who is not instituted by the paternal metaphor, thus producing a sentence such as the following: devised deviser devising it all for company, 30. The devised deviser excludes the evocation of a subject capable of devising it. Behind him, can be situated the subject who is radically excluded. Is there anything to add to this esquisse? His unnamability. Even M must go. So W reminds himself of his creature as so far created. W. But W too is creature. Figment. Here, any attempt at naming must entail the conclusion that the name is little more than a figment. Only the subject's division could found him on the basis of a point of extraction or exclusion. In the absence of such an operation, it is impossible to designate, it is only possible to line up signifiers that echo each other, in the manner of infinite mirror images, why in another dark or in the same. And whose voice is asking this? Who asks, whose voice is asking this? 15. Thus reigns a confusion which, like the voice that says you, serves to extract the subject from his radical solitude, and offers him a form of company. Confusion too is company up to a point. Co. 16. Ratiocination and the series of doublings are a part of Beckett's poetic objectives. They occupy a function in writing, replacing the impossible nomination, as is specified in Le Monde et le Pantalon. Car chaque fois tu en veux faire auxiliary mots un véritable travail de transbordement, chaque fois tu en veux leur faire exprimer autre chose que de mots, ils alignent de façon à essenler mutuellement. C'est, sans doute, ce qui donne à la vie tout son charme. MP. 28. For each time you want to have words do a true work of transferal, each time you want to make them express something other than words, they line up so as to mutually annul themselves. That is doubtless what gives life all its charm. The pronoun he supports the claim to express an objective reality. However, the words cancel each other out because of the evanescent nature of the signifieds, and in the absence of an element of exception capable of founding the whole. This charm is analyzed in company, in another dark or in the same another devising it all for company. This at first seems clear. Co. 13. The ordering of these terms appears to be clear, then it grows obscure, because of the underlying and ever-present gaping hole. Consequently, this utterance will never be clear, it will never lend itself to understanding. Staging the he, a piece of monologue. The problematic nature of pronouns appears in a piece of monologue written in English from 1977, 1979 where he is used to express an I, as Stanley Gontarski has shown, 1985, 155. If the split between the two remains, the tension is much more discreet than in Not I and Company. The size Zion produced between the two instances requires close studying, in order to discern its dramatic function. That is to say, how does this construction undermine any semantic transparency to achieve a material quality, in an orientation towards the other? Indeed, in this play, the speaker appears on stage, but discrepancies appear between the gestures he describes and those he executes, aside from a number of points of convergence that serve to maintain the ambiguity of the two registers. In this respect, the he of the story appears as a phantom, as a voice that haunts the speaker. The monologue as a whole detaches itself from the figure on stage, who seems to describe the actions of his double. In this way, he manifests the detaching of the register of meaning, which cannot be assumed by the speaker. The latter proffers a discourse, but the content of his words is severed from his person, so that he himself is not represented within the story. Not only can it be asserted, as in Company, he speaks of himself as of another, Co. 16, but the relationship between the speaker and his character also appears to echo the one described in Malone Dies, Nothing is less like me than this patient, reasonable child, MD, 187. No transparency can be purported between the two registers, between the speaker and his story. However, it is possible to see how the speaker's action of reciting, or giving existence to a verbal representation, contributes to create not a diminished reality, but an amplified one, by virtue of the voice. The story as a whole reposes both on the axiom formulated in the incipit, birth was the death of him, pm. 425, and on a basic unit, composed of the ritual accomplished by the character, and which corresponds to the story's present. For one who is unborn, his birth leaves him confronted with death, instead of setting him on the path of life. Far from suggesting that the expanse of life separates the subject from his final death, authorizing the protection afforded by structural misapprehension of the real, the text asserts the abrupt identity of birth and death, born dead of night, 425. Only the equivoque of this sentence makes palpable the inextricably contemporaneous character of these two faces of the signifier. This position of mortification is the one that his other has assigned the subject to, not in a desire for him to live but in a message of death. His ritual enables the speaker to relieve the night of his birth, from which he cannot for want of the protective screen created by the imaginary detach himself. If death is inseparable from birth, the subject cannot identify himself with the character whose actions he evokes. Only the reciting of his monologue can outline the gestures of a ritual that will give his existence some consistency. In the monologue, the spectator witnesses the appearance of the light that accompanies his birth. The two events thus manifest a form of asymptotic simultaneity. In evoking the moment of his birth, the character is reborn each night, but only as a phantom. The two nights are not only parallel, but are also situated in a metonymical continuity, ghastly grinning ever since. From funeral to funeral. To now. This night, p.m., 425. The expression this night, in its equivocal nature, refers simultaneously to the night of the character and to that of the speaker on stage. Night is the moment when he comes back to life, giving birth to himself, up at nightfall. The character wakes up, rises, at the moment when the night falls, in the same way as he is born in the depth of night. If the ritual commemorates the past by making it present again, the text as a whole produces a symmetrical effect, following a path that leads the character towards death. Whereas the elements that are framed, or presented as a mise en abîme, engender a form of fragmentation. 104. The composition of the text describes a single progression that confirms the unity of the theatrical performance. On this level, an acceleration or an intensification of the rhythm can be observed, particularly in the final part, where a conflict appears in the enunciation. Thus, the acute nature of the birth/death opposition, their irreconcilable status, does not lead to a standstill or a petrification but serves a dramatic progression that guides the subject in his reflection on death. This progression can be described as follows. The first part of the text situates the scene and the content of the monologue, recapitulating the past. The character's whole life is a ritual. 30,000 nights, p.m., 425, reduce the density of existence to a ceremony that brings him to the present, to now. After the evocation of the family pictures torn to pieces, the character looks beyond the wall to the east, nothing stirring there either. The second part offers a summary of the ritual, and brings the character to pronounce the word birth. He sees the appearance of a window of faint form, p.m., 427, and a vision of that first night. After arriving at this night of his birth and seeing the lighting of the lamp, 427, he pronounces the words anew, birth the death of him, 426. This vision is ephemeral, and its disappearance gone, 428, evoking a sort of fall leads to the following part. The third part introduces an image of the funeral and the agon, composed of questions and answers. The appearance of the image is something new, till dark slowly parts again, p.m., 428, and the dramatic intensity increases, since it is no longer just a matter of the character's birth, but of the death of another, whose fate is intimately linked to that of the speaker. On this point, the pronouns create an equivoque, loved one, he all but said loved one on his way. Her way, 429. The possessive determinant his could refer to the speaker or to another, whereas her could be a maternal figure. 105. The mouth from which these words fall, and the mud of the cemetery in the rain, are associated together. In pronouncing the word, the mouth suggests an action of parturition, parts lips and thrusts tongue forward. Birth, 428. The subsequent cry is analogous to that of birth, feel soft touch of lip on lip. Lip lipping lip. Then parted by a cry as before. Contrary to the mouth in not I, which is carried along by the flow of words, here, the character manifests a jouissance that is localized in the mouth 106 in a movement that impedes his aspiration towards death. In this action, his body takes on consistency, instead of being fragmented. However, his gaze is associated with the end as if looking his last, 428, since the character turns back toward the room which resembles his future coffin, turn away in the end to darkened room. Where soon to be. This night to be, 428-9. Finally, the conclusion contradicts his efforts to think of other matters, his attention is entirely centered on the single question, never were other matters. Never two matters. Never but the one matter. The dead and gone. The dying and the going. From the word go. The word begone, pm, 429. As in the beginning, birth is both the entry to life, go, and that of abandonment and death, begone. The text brings about its paroxysm as an encounter with the unbearable, that nothing can palliate, other than the theatrical setting and the conclusion. The unbearable is what the imperative indicates, move on to other matters. Try to move on, 428. That is also what is expressed by the character's inability to proffer utterances. At this moment, he adopts one of the aspects of mouth in not I, in the sense that he is inhabited by the voice, to the exclusion of any will power, the words falling from his mouth. Making do with his mouth. The protective framework takes on form at the present moment of the ritual by means of the forehead brought close to the wall, the latter acting as a window that inscribes a gap between the subject and the darkness beyond. How far from wall? Head almost touching, pm, 428. Indeed, the play also relates the encounter with the other's absence, which is marked by the impenetrable night, where no one is to be found, stands there facing the wall staring beyond. Nothing there either. Nothing stirring there either. Nothing stirring anywhere. Nothing to be seen anywhere, 426. However, in accordance with the Beckettian principle of uncertainty summed up by the adverb perhaps which excludes any univocal judgment, a presence also can be discerned, faint light in room. Whence unknown. None from window. 107 This uncreated light which one can also suppose to be endless is opposed to the ephemeral one produced by the matchstick, 426, and also to that of the globe which has now disappeared, gone the globe alone. Not the other. The unaccountable, 429. Thus the monologue reveals a character's struggle with his absence of birth and his acceptance of death. However, it is necessary to consider a piece of monologue not only from the point of view of this fictional construction, but as an acting out accomplished by the speaker. Like what is described in the monologue, the text constitutes a means for the speaker to endow himself with a birth that constitutes, at the same time, the construction of his relationship to death. The ritual shows the image of his disappearance, in order to associate it with the proffering of the word birth, and also to bring about the effacing of the speaker from the stage. This same night also confirms the disappearance of the speaker as a stage entity, at the moment when the light goes out, such as the light going now. Beginning to go. In the room. Where else? The globe alone. Not the other. The globe alone. Alone gone, 429. In this sense, the stage directions note the simultaneity of the action described and that seen by the spectator, 30 seconds before end of speech lamp light begins to fail. Lamp out. Silence. Speaker, globe, foot of palette, barely visible in diffuse light. / 10 seconds. / curtain, 425. However, this simultaneity emphasizes following the linguistic logic of homonymy that the two are not identical. This dissociation of the two levels is a part of theatrical representation, the specificity of which consists of being situated in reference to the other. The in-text stage directions emphasize the material dimension, hair white to take faint light, PM, 427, this indication echoes the liminal directions describing the speaker, white hair, white nightgown, white socks, 425. In this play, the speaker represents an I who offers up an image to his other, whose presence is outlined by an uncreated light devoid of any discernible source. Or, the character reveals himself, by means of the light he turns on, as a signal addressed to his other. This reading calls on the meaning of the term ritual, which supposes the existence of the other to whom it is offered up. In this sense, one can hear the equivoque present in this expression tinged with religious vocabulary, used to characterize the scene of the burial, seen from on high, 429. The on high suggests a divine vantage point, in the same way as the Beckettian character is often contemplated from a raised viewpoint, as in the staging of that time. This monologue thus has the appearance of a prayer, comparable to the tone that Ham punctuates with the exclamation, "The bastard. He doesn't exist." E.g., 119. If Beckett could, in his youth, see poetry as a prayer, 108, the monologue confirming the absence of the other is nonetheless an invocation, high, 7, according to the terms of how it is, the effort to produce the presence of an other who, fundamentally, proves to be radically absent and who, as a result, may exist at least for the duration of the performance as divided, as a subject. 109. This is, once again, a way in which Beckett as creator assumes a maternal position in relation to the unborn subject. 110. In this play, the character does not espouse a position of denial or rejection of the pronoun I, contrary to the narrators of the Una Mabel, of texts for nothing or mouth in not I. The theatrical representation is composed of a character who says he, instead of I, being unable to assume a personalized, subjective story, and who offers up this he by way of a substitutive I, to his other. The subject addresses an invitation to the other, so that the latter will be able to discern the subject that supports the he. This other is not simply the spectator, the author's fellow beings, however crucial the latter may be to mark the effective reception of the play recognized as a work of creation. 111. As a function of language, the other is situated beyond the empirical individuals present. The profound uncertainty regarding the very existence of this other necessitates, on the one hand, the use of the pronoun he, and, on the other hand, the monologue form, where the subject knows he is condemned to speak alone, as he is unable to address an interlocutor. As he is unborn, devoid of any means of communication, the subject offers this spectral existence reduced to words signified to the other, of whom the spectator acts as a substitute. The stage version of he gives him his only possibility to exist, to find some extension in reality. Thus we have seen that the articulation of deictic pronouns I and you with the anaphoric pronouns he or she is absent in these texts. Consequently, Beckett's pronouns do not situate the subject in any sort of community with others, nor do they establish, as a consequence, a form of dialogue. This absence does, however, produce a positive presence, that of the voice, which provides these pronouns with their material binding. Mouth's ejaculation she is a forceful assertion, whereby the subject situates herself and gives expression to her being. The narration that traverses company is far from simply the failure to have an I replace the you and the he, since the subject that is finally alone, has succeeded in producing company in the form of the voice. Finally, the ritual in a piece of monologue, as a visual and verbal performance, produces the function of the other by means of the oblique address that a work of creation aims to achieve. 3. Continuous, interrupted, responses. We have seen that pronouns represent a fundamental structuring factor of subjectivity. They found enunciation, whereby the subject is both represented, and excluded from the words charged with representing him, and they situate the subject in relation to others. By contrast with this functional articulation, the Beckettian voice persists as a profoundly unsettling force arising in the gaping holes that this construction fails to contain, undermining any attempt to bind the various pronouns within an overall dialogical context. It is now necessary to examine both the topological forms of the voice, and the interactions that occur between the subject and the voice's powerful and ceaseless presence. Our approach in this chapter will unfold in two stages. Firstly, we shall study the way the voice combines two apparently opposing but fundamentally unified qualities, continuity and interruption. The voice will appear, in Beckett's earlier works, as a continuous rustling, insofar as they are dead voices, testifying to the mortifying effect of language on the subject, to the exclusion of any vivifying quality. By way of contrast, the example of Ejo will show these voices as a continuous persecuting presence. The perspective will then be reversed to show interruptions not as a function of discursive articulation, but as the disquieting presence of the voice that disrupts the narrator's or the character's speech, and which can bring its weight to bear on the subject in the form of a persecuting and capricious superego. To provide a preliminary definition of the latter 112, it can be pointed out that while the superego is often described as a force that commands order in society, Lacan distinguished its action from the pacifying effects ascribed to the name of the father, whereas the latter points to a fundamental lack in the system of language. The superego denies any such obstacle. Thus, Lacan associates it with a ferocious commandment to Llewellyn, 1966, 821. He describes it as a law without dialectic, 1981, 312, and that, like Kant's categorical imperative, is characterized by its malfeasant neutrality. It makes no distinctions, admits no attenuating circumstances. If it appears to be an agent of virtue in, for example, demanding that a subject renounce pleasure, it knows no satisfaction, and any concession to its dictates can only serve to augment its ferocity. To account for another point of extreme tension in Beckett's writing, the term alienation will be used to shed light on the original impact of the signifier on the subject. 113. This notion refers to the fact that the subject, originally, is marked by the mortifying effect of the signifier, with the consequence that if he appears on one side as sense produced by the signifier, on the other he appears as aphonesis. Lacan, 1973, 191, or as fading. This imposes a radical alternative, so that whichever of the two terms one chooses, sense or being, one's life or one's money, the subject will be inevitably evacuated from representation. In this perspective, the subject is considered as empty, only represented by the signifier. Miller, 1999, 15. The lethal factor, Lacan, 1973, 191, involved here is attenuated with the following operation, called separation, that institutes the symbolic other, and produces jouissance in the form of the lost object. The story of Genesis provides a picturesque example of this logical succession. Following the encounter with the serpent, Adam and Eve are declared mortal, and discover their nudity, that is to say, their sexuality. Their expulsion from the Garden of Eden, which is forever lost to them, confirms their existence as autonomous beings. In the second part of this chapter, two responses the subject elaborates to the voice in an effort to place the latter at a distance and reduce it to silence will be observed. Firstly, the subject's attempts to produce a salutary inscription and, secondly, the protective function of the image. Inscription will be seen as representing a subject's response to the voice, in order to anchor the latter in the body, thus silencing its incessant and uncontrollable clamor. In footfalls, maze pacing will be seen as representing a form of physical inscription that provides the play with its fundamental structuring. While this can be understood as one possible recourse for the subject, the corresponding pole, in the verbal realm, is the creation of an image, which can assume the form of the unborn twin in rough for radio 2, or the adopting of a reading voice, whereby enunciation serves to attain the stability of a written text. 1. The continuous multiplicity and dead voices. In the narrative works of Beckett spanning the period from 1946, Mercier et Camille, to 1960, Commence, the voices take the form of a continuous sound that cannot be silenced, an unstillable 114 murmur or rustling that constitutes the underlying substance of reality. Sometimes the presence of the voices is described as being pushed to the background, at other times it comes to the fore, determining the narrator's speech, as in the unamable. Here, can be emphasized what distinguishes the voice from the gaze. With the inception of the latter, the infans is completely surrounded and enveloped by the gaze of his other, who watches him from all sides. When it is internalized, this gaze functions as the sign of the assent of the other. Lacan, 1991a, 414, founding the possibility of desire. It therefore has a comforting and calming influence, as can be seen in the creation of the stage image in a piece of monologue, for example. As Frederick Pellion points out, the gaze decides on what will be distinguished by a subject's desire, in relation to truth in the hubbub of perceived voices, 115. However, while a child is always able to close his eyes, he is powerless to shut out sound. The ears are in the field of the unconscious, the only orifice that cannot be closed. Lacan, 1973, 178. This physiological fact reveals, on the structural level, that the subject can in no way subtract himself from the effects of the voice, which Beckett often shows as invading the character's head. From the voice, there is no refuge. It is for this reason that the characters must strive to silence the voices which they know to be unremitting. The voice thus takes the form of what Roland Barthes calls bruissement, rustling, 100, testifying to a fragmenting of articulated language and revealing the impossibility of confining the signifier within stable utterances. Instead of resonating on a background of silence, the voice encompasses all, producing what Slavoj Žižek defines as a pre-modern closed universe, bordered by a fundamental noise. Žižek, 1995, 84, or what Simon Critchley calls a buzzing, the tinnitus of existence, 203. Emmanuel Levinas identifies this space as that of the limitless and impersonal Ilya, there is, where the imperturbable essence, or being, turns into monotony, anonymity, insignificance, into an incessant buzzing that nothing can now stop and which absorbs all signification, even that of which this bustling about is a modality. 163. Thus, Euclidean space is replaced by a curved one, by a topology comparable to that of the Mobius strip, which, contrary to the impression that it might be possible to move from a visible side to a hidden one, or vice versa, allows for no breach. It marks the place where the signifier is grafted onto the real of the body, as John Cage observed when, seeking a completely soundproof room, he noticed the impossibility of extracting himself from the sounds that are inherent in the body itself. Bryden, 1997, 281, Connor, 2011, 7. Stephen Connor evokes such an experience as a result of tinnitus, where the voice assumes the form of sound that is eminently bound up in the real, and thus impossible to eliminate. Noise that identifiable sounds only serve to cover up or stifle. He observes that it can cause desperation and even suicide when it intrudes as an external force, without any possibility of evading it or putting any distance between ourselves and it. Such sounds are a kind of endogenous, indwelling exteriority, an outside that comes at you from the inside. 2011, 7-8. This impossibility of creating any distance reveals the imperative impact of the signifier. Thus Dirk van Hull points out the irresistible imperative that is associated with the voice, on an intertextual level, in the dead voices of Waiting for Godot, since the character Septimus Smith, in Virginia Woolf's novel Mrs. Dalloway, hears the voices of his dead comrades rustling in his head. The inexorable nature of these voices drives him to suicide. Van Hull, 2010a, 79-81. In his well-known 1959 essay "O Main Tenant?" Key Main Tenant, Maurice Blancot describes the endless voice of the unamable. This voice is unlimited, so that even when it stops, it is then that one has to make the terrible discovery that, when it does not speak, it still speaks, when it ceases, it perseveres, not silent, for in its silence eternally speaks. 286. Russell Smith, 345, criticizes this evaluation of the Beckettian voice, and considers Blancot's idea of speech without a speaker as problematic. However, it would seem that he does not do justice to this text, confusing Blancot's notion of language as voice as an impersonal object and the person. His interpretation supposes that speech can only come from a mouth and an individual, that a subject cannot be traversed by speech he does not initiate. The problem is that to practice writing as enunciation, is to follow the dictates of language as other. Thus it is that Beckett can write as one who is given over to this totally impersonal voice, as Charles Juliet reports, il estime que ce qui est exige de l'artiste, c'est de disparaître en tant qu'individu de ce que il fait. He considers that what is demanded of the artist is to disappear as an individual in what he does. 54. Here, Beckett clearly does not mean to disappear as an enunciating subject. It is true that Blancot pushes aside aesthetics, not abusively as it might seem to some academics. He does not actually suppose the author has no aesthetic consciousness but to highlight the experience produced by the voice. Blancot enables us to understand that what may appear as the deconstruction of identities, in a postmodern perspective, reveals something of a positive existence, that of the incessant voice. It is this terrible positivity that appears. But the unamable is precisely an experience lived under the threat of the impersonal, the approach of a neutral speech that speaks alone, that traverses the one who listens, is without intimacy, that excludes any intimacy, and that one cannot silence, since it is the incessant, the interminable. Blancot, 290. Blancot reveals the object as the cause of writing when he states that it is a matter of the pure approach of the movement whence derive all books, of this original point where the work doubtless loses itself, that always ruins the work. Blancot, 290-1. In this respect, Llewellyn points out what separates Blancot from Levinas. Whereas Levinas's thought of the ethical relation to the other is the escape from this irreducible ilya, Blancot thinks literature itself in terms of this voice, and, far from attempting to silence it, he attempts to identify it, disclose it. Weller, 2006, 12. The difference here is that creation, as such, works with the dimension that threatens subjectivity with its abolition. This condition, however, becomes a specifically aesthetic object as a result of a subjective act that gives existence to it by means of a distancing. A work of art is thus an eminently subjective expression of enunciation. It is only thus that the terrifying ilya can be apprehended by the subject, and communicated to others. In the same way, what is important, when a patient recounts a dream to his analyst, is not strictly the content as such, the utterance, but the position he assumes when relating it, and which constitutes his indispensable enunciation. Lacan, 2013, 166. The experience of an endless voice is particularly acute in the trilogy. Malloy describes a sound of this nature, calling it that rumor rising at birth and even earlier, Mo. 6, and that can be heard each time the husk of reality disappears. Perhaps the far unchanging noise the earth makes and which other noises cover, but not for long. For they do not account for that noise you hear when you really listen, when all seems hushed. And there was another noise, that of my life become the life of this garden as it rode the earth of deeps and wildernesses. Mo. 44. It is impossible to silence these voices that arise precisely when the reassuring chatter of reality vanishes. The multiplicity that, in the descriptions of the fundamental sound, characterizes this one as real a characteristic of the unlimited is understood as the expression of that which, in reality, cannot be absorbed by any nomination or metaphor. This causes the contradictory images generally used to give an idea of this one that is devoid of any properties, the atom or the fixed star, but also the fine cloud, the pile, the heap of Democritus, flocculation, Milner, 2007, 28. Thus, while manifesting itself in unlimited fragmentation, the voice will be endowed with characteristics of the continuous, as Malone describes it. The noises of the world, so various in themselves and which I used to be so clever at distinguishing from one another, had been dinning at me for so long, always the same old noises, as gradually to have merged into a single noise, to that all I heard was one vast continuous buzzing. The volume of sound perceived remained no doubt the same, I had simply lost the faculty of decomposing it. MD, 201. That is to say that at this level, it is impossible for the subject to extract himself from the voice, to attain an external vantage point from which he could situate sounds within a perspective. With regards to this question, Stephen Connor refers to Murray Schafer's developments on the sonic plenum, in which the signal-to-noise ratio can either allow or exclude the differentiation of sounds, permitting or not perception within a perspective framework. 115, 2006. Laura Salisbury also points out that as of Murphy, and contrary to Gestaltist theories, with which Beckett was familiar, figure and ground convert into one another, 2010, 222, adding that the noise and nonsense of sounds and signifiers are language's condition, which threatens to submerge stable signification, 223. The Beckettian image of the dead voices, the bruissement we find evoked in an attendant Godot, g. 81, is of particular importance here, and necessitates closer examination. These voices cannot be attributed to a person, since they overtly adhere to their signifying structure, they are therefore not expressive, and are incapable of echoing the subject's desire. Robert Keeley's suggestion that such voices as manifest in the trilogy may be associated with the spiritualist function of a medium goes little further than providing a casual metaphor, not least since the mortified state of the absent emitter is not examined. Rather, this characterization can be understood as a consequence of the original mortification of the subject by the signifier. Lacan states that the symbol is firstly manifested as the murder of the thing, and this death constitutes in the subject the eternalization of his desire, 1966, 319. However, if the subject as such is mortified, to approach Beckett's creation this operation needs to situate it not at the point which founds the name of the father but at the stage of alienation, the moment of the first negativizing or extraction of jouissance by the signifier. At this logical stage, the subject finds himself confronted with the impossible, before the institution of any prohibition. 116. In this perspective, the persistence of dead voices results from the absence of the subject's inscription in relation to the other. Nothing has allowed the subject to lodge himself in the fracture of an other marked by a lack that causes his desire. Thus it is that the narrator of From an Abandoned Work, written 1954-55, evokes his voices. During his wanderings, he talks to himself, but the voice is not his, the sound of my voice all day long muttering the same old things I don't listen to, not even mine it was at the end of the day, like a marmoset sitting on my shoulder with its bushy tail, keeping me company, CSPR, 159. He describes this dissociation as the result of the absence of any vivifying exchange with his parents. Perhaps I should mention here that I never talked to anyone. I think my father was the last one I talked to. My mother was the same, never talked, never answered, since my father died. The absence of verbal exchange signifies the non-existence of the structuring separation that causes people to address each other, to turn to their interlocutor to whom they ascribe a certain knowledge for the answer they cannot find by themselves. The dead voices thus seem to find their origin in the absence of a vivifying address. Beckett associates them with the image of leaves, found in Paul Verlaine's poem Chanson d'automne. Estragon, all the dead voices. Vladimir, they all speak together. Estragon, each one to itself. Vladimir, rather they whisper. Estragon, they rustle. Vladimir, they murmur. Estragon, they rustle. Estragon, they talk about their lives. Vladimir, to have lived is not enough for them. Estragon, they have to talk about it. Vladimir, to be dead is not enough for them. G. 58. Like the fundamental sound, these leaves do not participate in articulated discourse but manifest characteristics that are contradictory, mutually incompatible, thus engendering a gentle cacophony. These leaves speak, only to express the subject's state of mortification, and he who hears them is incapable of detaching himself from them, since they give no access to a point of punctuation and silence. According to the characteristic structure of Beckett's writing, since these voices have never lived, they cannot die. This fact inspires an exclamation such as, "Blessed be the dead that die." MC 91. Indeed, the symbolic dead father instituted as a pure signifier, according to the principle the word is the murder of the thing, Lacan, 1966, 319, represents the contrary of the alienation to a morbid figure. It consecrates the creation of a space of liberty where the subject of desire can come to being. Owing to the repression of the oppressive and all-powerful figure of the father, Freud's mythical father of the primitive horde in Totem and Taboo, the subject becomes free to take any signifier as the equivalent of the unattainable thing, according to Lacan's definition of sublimation. 117. For want of such an operation, the subject experiences a state of mortification, a condition that is reflected in the image of the raincoat that dies, in Mercier and Camille, originally written in French in 1946. "Let it lie where it is," said Camille. "Soon no trace of our bodies will subsist. Under the action of the sun it will shrivel, like a dead leaf." MC 48. As a result of this mortification, the characters envisage allowing everything to be effaced, instead of burying what already resembles a shroud, in French, a linceul, MC 106, in English, it looked flayed, 48. This effacing, whose Mobian reverse side is the ceaseless voice, occurs in the absence of an original extraction of jouissance. Without any inscription in life, the subject is reduced to the state of refuse, to dust. In the works of this period, the word life does not mean the liberation of the subject, his access to a feeling of autonomy, but points to the state of mortification expressed by the voices that resonate in him. This is why the narrator of the Unamable speaks of this dead tongue of the living, U. 331, which he desperately seeks to escape, viewing it as the imposition of an unbearable constraint that will continue to destroy his unborn being. Speaking of the contents of their raincoats' pockets, Camille does not envisage the traces of a meaningful life but, on the contrary, inert objects incapable of giving any meaning to reality, punch tickets of all sorts, said Camille, spent matches, dust. Life in short. / nothing will be needing? Said Mercier. / did you not hear what I said? Said Camille. Life, MC 49. All the metonymical objects that may quicken one's desire are here reduced to lifeless forms, devoid of substance. Nothing is capable of infusing the subject with enthusiasm, as Malloy declares, "All I know is what the words know, and the dead things, and that makes a handsome little sum, with a beginning, a middle, and an end as in the well-built phrase and the long sonata of the dead." MO 27. This evocation of a retroactive linguistic structure tracing the curve of a well-constructed phrase does not allow the subject to attain a belief in the verisimilitude of such a form, to extract himself from his state as a cadaver, from the reality of this mortification as a consequence of the signifier. Such is the destiny of all linguistic construction that, for the narrator of Texts for Nothing, originally completed in French in 1951, is incapable of having any real or structuring impact on his existence. Nothing has stirred, no one has spoken. And the voices, wherever they come from, have no life in them. TFN 3, 113, what a blessing, it's all down the drain, nothing ever as much as begun, nothing ever but nothing and never, nothing ever but lifeless words. TFN 12, 151. Of course, the narrator can, in a moment of weakness, give in to the attraction of signifiers, as can be seen in this exclamation where the narrator responds to his own utterance, "Vile words to make me believe I'm here, and that I have a head, and a voice." TFN 11, 145. Fundamentally, the subject is incapable of attaining a belief that supposes the existence of a symbolic other capable of inspiring confidence. In the absence of this other, the narrator can only speak of a phantom of belief, one suggested by the meaning of words, but which can never take on existence and establish him among the living. Such an experience is expressed in a particularly vivid form in The Calmative, written in 1946, and where the narrator speaks of fornication with corpses, CSPR, 61, and encounters nightmare thingness, 69. Indeed, in this condition characteristic of melancholy, nothing intervenes to attenuate the pure pain of existence. Lacan, 1966, 777. Deprived of any elsewhere, the subject is confined to a perpetual and oppressive present, to the prison of this cursed one who is the living dead, Didier Weil, 147, and who is thus unable to die. Since, contrary to what one may spontaneously think, the fact of being mortal, of being destined to die, is what makes human existence bearable. 118. This condition is seen as resulting from the absence of an original affirmation coming from the other who institutes the subject as such, by naming a desire for him, and in his stead, when, 2010a, 96, Genist, 2013, 33, 2015. It should be added that such a state goes beyond anxiety, Kaltenbeck, 2006, 17, which, as Lacan emphasizes, is not devoid of any object, contrary to what is commonly asserted, 2004, 91, 185, 279, 360. Indeed, insofar as the object is defined as the part that is cut off or extracted to produce a limited whole, anxiety has the quality of providing such an anchoring where any lack is, lacking. Lacan, 2001, 573. Franz Kaltenbeck, 2006, 19, has shown one such encounter, for example, in the disintegration of the corporeal image in episodes of The Calmative and That Time. Anxiety thus appears as a fundamentally stabilizing factor, Genist, 2013, 45-6, providing the subject with a certain consistency when faced with this stifling condition that constitutes the dimension of the real. In other texts, this condition can be agonizing, as Mr. Rooney remarks to his wife, in All That Fall, "Do you know, Mattie, sometimes one would think you were struggling with a dead language." Yes indeed, Dan, I know full well what you mean, I often have that feeling, it is unspeakably excruciating, AF, 194. For Mrs. Rooney, this dead language, like our own poor dear Gaelic, is a veritable torment which, precisely, is close to what cannot be said, unspeakable. The adjective excruciating can be etymologically associated with the crucifixion 119, to which Malloy compares union with his sexual partners, Mo. 54. The incestuous adhesion he experiences when he confuses the latter with his mother inspires him with horror. More generally, the Beckettian subject, in these texts, finds himself unable to experience his own life. The petrified voices appear to be ancient, as does the life to which they are attached. You know the faint imploring voice, said Camille, that drivels to us on and off of former lives? I confuse it more and more, said Mercier, with the one that tries to cod me I'm not yet dead, MC, 44. The voice assigns the subject to his place, and the words it conveys do contain fragments of meaning that belong to life. And yet the subject can no longer feel that these former lives are his, since he is fundamentally detached from them, as Estragon exclaims, "No, I was never in the Macon country. I puked my puke of a life away here, I tell you. Here. In the Kakan country, g. 57. The historical reality of such a trip is of little interest. What alone counts is the immutable rooting of the character's existence in this closed space suggested in the French by the suffix "clus" in the toponym Vaucluse, g. 80, that language assigns him to. Of course, these signifiers come back, in the manner of Virgil's voice, that voice ruined from such long silence, high, 91, cf. Fahrenheit, 219-52, but they remain a dead letter, lettre morte, similar to the loss of meaning that occurs in the episode of the Gauls, In what, this seemed rather to belong to some story heard long before, an instant in the life of another, ill told, ill heard, and more than half forgotten. W. 74. As for the present, the Beckettian characters resemble the as if subjects described by Helene Deutsch, Grossman, 1998, 77-8, cf. Melville, 327-8, as Misfit expresses it in All That Fall, I see, hear, smell, and so on. I go through the usual motions, but my heart is not in it. Mrs. Rooney, my heart is in none of it. AF, 183. Words signify, they indicate the way to live, but in this state, the subject is incapable of getting fully involved in living, while being aware that he has no choice but to adhere to the outward forms prescribed by language. As Estragon explains, we always find something, edity, to give us the impression we exist. G. 64. Creating silence. Structured by the unlimited, it is impossible to bring the voice to a halt, to assign limits to it, to situate it within coordinates defining an emitter and a receiver. The voice intervenes as tone, as defined by Jean-Michel Vives. Tone is the negation of the symbolic by the real, or, in other words, it is what escapes the power of symbolizing and remains untranslatable. 2012, 221. Whereas tone is discernible in classical singing and allows for the identification of a singer's singularity, it is also the very essence of techno-music, where it no longer appears as a limited, circumscribed phenomenon. This question is particularly present in Beckett's earlier works, exemplified by the Unamable. The words are there, somewhere, without the least sound, drops of silence through the silence. U. 376. They are also present in the voices heard by Mercier and Camille, by Malloy and Moran, and by Malone. Texts for Nothing also shows the impasse encountered by Beckett at this period, in the impossibility of finding an opening, a breach that would allow him to extract himself from the voice. As Jean-Michel Vives notes, in order to use one's voice, it is in fact necessary to not be totally submerged by that of the other. 2012, 36. It is through the use of one's voice by invocation, Vives, 2015, Lacan, 1998, 151, or by enunciation that a subject reduces the voice of the other to silence, creating an inhabitable void, instead of being drowned out by an incessant clamor. Thus, contrary to Derrida's deconstruction of the voice as imaginary presence, cf. Dola, 37-42, Lacan states that the voice gives the weight of the subject, his real weight. 2013, 458. The subject's enunciation makes possible his intimate confrontation with the absence of the other. Such is manifestly the case, for example, when the subject is called to speak in traumatic circumstances, and finds himself unable to utter a word. Something of this subjective weight can be measured in the rift produced by creation with regards to the imperative voice of the ego ideal, whose exigency Beckett memorably formulated in the sentence, "Every word is like an unnecessary stain on silence and nothingness." 120. The word stain expresses the demanding point of view of an absolute other, the authority that passes a pejorative judgment on language, the latter being purportedly insufficient with regards to absolute perfection. Such an exigency is of an infinite nature, it escapes anything that could enter the domain of language understood as expressivity, ordered articulation, dialectics of form and content, signifier, signified and enunciation. This point can be illustrated by the exorbitant demands expressed in the examples of Ubu Roi, by Alfred Jarry, and the Reign of Terror inaugurated by Robespierre, as commented on by Henry Rayflaud. Confronted with the infinite demands of the law, any real fault, be it virtual or supposed, effectively becomes worthy of capital punishment. Only the guillotine is capable of liberating the law from the signifier, since to extricate the law from all the imaginary ideals, one must start by killing everybody. Rayflaud, 204. The establishment of a signifying chain necessarily supposes that such an absolute ends up being marred and relativized, insofar as no signifier is self-sufficient, but necessarily refers to all the others. Any order, from the moment it is instituted, cannot help but secrete signifiers, produce new ideals that are as many offenses to the purity of non-being. This absolute law thus supposes a world without history either preceding it since it requires a tabula rasa nor following it since it requires extirpating any descendants, abcum linge, that may arise from what was originally repressed. Rafe Laud, 205. These reflections draw our attention to two consequences of this ideal for the Beckettian subject. On the one hand, the latter particularly in the earlier works experiences a generalist feeling of guilt. The tragic figure represents the expiation of original sin, the sin of having been born 121, pr. 67, that obscure assize where to be is to be guilty, tfnv, 117. This guilt assumes an infinite and impregnable form, since it cannot be attributed to any precise fault, incestuous desire, in the Oedipal structure, for example. On the other hand, however, if Beckett asserts that writing led him to silence, and if he denounces words as offending the purity of nothing, such a position can only be paradoxical, since Beckett never gave up literary creation. In Art Spiegelman's book Maus 2, the character Art speaks to his psychiatrist, and remarks, Samuel Beckett once said, "Every word is like an unnecessary stain on silence and nothingness." Then, after a pause, he adds, on the other hand, he said it, 45. The first utterance contains a fundamental contradiction, since it illustrates the fault it claims to denounce. Jim Lewis, filming Nacht und Traum, reports that Beckett said that it was difficult for him to keep writing words, without having the feeling it was a lie. 122, in Kalb, 1989, 98. Beckett made other similar formulations which, instead of suggesting the will to preserve silence, emphasize the necessity of violating the absolute, his duty to place a blot on silence, in Kalb, 1989, 233. Beckett thus characterized his work, paradoxically, as a desecration of silence, in Van Hull, 2010b, 209. Far from considering himself obliged to respect or to reinforce the silence, Beckett deliberately profanes it. These phrases continue to assert the absolute nature of silence, while positing creation as an indispensable breach of it. 123. This determination to contradict the imperative of silence is vital, as it is productive of the subjective dimension. Precisely, the subject signals his presence by leaving a stain on perfection. This is what Bruno Genest, 2015, sees as the creating of a vital and salutary hiatus or blank in the potentially absolute nature of the signifier. Whence Beckett's complimentary remark, "I couldn't have done it otherwise. Gone on, I mean. I could not have gone through the awful wretched mess of life without having left a stain upon the silence," in Bear, 640. Such an act allows the subject to live, as Lacan notes. I am in the place where is vociferated that the universe is a flaw in the purity of non-being. And not without reason, since as it is guarded, this place has being itself languishing. It is called jouissance, and it is that whose lack would make the universe void. Lacan, 1966, 819. A subject's jouissance is a perpetual obstacle to the perfect assimilation of the subject to the signifier. 124 Since the purity of the latter embodies silence beyond any meaning. This impossible fusion is, for example, at the basis of the ceaseless alternation in Beckett's work between dark and light, and of the importance of the adverb perhaps, which points to the ultimate impossibility or achieving any resolution. 125 The manipulation of words violates silence as a form of totality. It belongs to the realm of refuse, of scraps, while placing an incommensurable rift at the very heart of the work of creation. Beckett cannot resort to the ignorance authorized by art considered as the concrete realization of an absolute, that is to say communicating the impression that this is it. He continues precisely at the point where words are gutted of any meaning they may promise, where they border on meaninglessness, nonsense, but where he is in no way able to abandon them by succumbing to the imperative of silence. This is where he must continually and vitally resort to the symbolic in its dimension of impurity, thus working with what Bruno Genist, 2015, calls the most real of the symbolic. The Dead Voices in Ejo. Ejo was Beckett's first piece for television, composed in 1965, a work Marie-Claude Hubert describes as being a play where a disembodied voice questions a voiceless character, Hubert ed. 354. However, whereas the dead voices of Beckett's novels of the 1940s and 1950s were associated with an incessant flux that rendered any extraction or separation unimaginable, the voices in the teleplay Ejo are called dead not because they are inert but rather because they are associated with the departed. Their intervention is conditioned by the television medium which, because of the concrete, performance framework involved, imposes a halt, contrary to the potentially endless metonymy of written prose. Rosemary Pountney, 131, shows that although the confined situation of this play prolongs the one scene in film with the room as a trap. 126 in this work the entire text is confrontation. Indeed, while the earlier dead voices were an expression of the subject's mortification and his inability to detach himself from the dejection, which can be heard, etymologically as being thrown down, from the Latin dejecere, that strikes his being, here it is possible to note the operative presence of a separation. The incidence of the persecuting superego has the effect of situating the subject with his feelings of guilt. Contrary to the incessant dead voices in the earlier works, the subject here is called into being, he is summoned to respond. 127 It should also be pointed out that this text is quite distinct from a play like that time since, here, the voices do not at all permeate the character's consciousness, they inflict a stabbing action, nourishing the feeling of remorse emanating from the superego. Joe also appears as the opposite of mouth in Not I, since he is present rather than reduced to a bodily fragment, and he seeks to still the voices, rather than to thread together the components of a narration. Critics show a certain hesitation in determining the nature of the voices that persecute Joe, often seeking to situate them within a classification. Stanley Gontarski notes, these voices, which Beckett's characters at times try to quell but at other times embrace, are finally the creative manifestation of the subconscious, and quieting them is Beckett's famous pursuit of silence, an artistic suicide. 1985, 114. The Grove Companion puts forward a somewhat diverging opinion. The voice that assails him is neither external, nor memory, nor the subconscious, but imagination, or creativity, Ackerley and Gontarski, 164. Or, despite the assault of voice, Joe strains to hear the whispered words that assail him, for these are the creative fountainhead, Ackerley and Gontarski, 165. These evaluations end up replacing the question of the voice by allegories, by anagogical interpretation. But the protagonist of this play is not primarily an artist, and he does not seek to return to silence. Joe is persecuted by the voice in a passionate manner. Some readers hesitate with regards to the personal dimension of the voice. Grally Heron asserts, voice is based upon a real person who existed in a real past, but her present reincarnation is entirely distinct from, and develops independent of, any past reality. 2007, 56. It can be said that this independence simply results from its quality as an unstillable voice, from its subjective dimension. It is not the representation of a person. Some have also tried to discern the characteristics opposing Joe and the voices. Voice in Ejo is less Joe's dark or evil side than his opposite, feminine, constant, secure, and irreligious, to Joe's masculine, lecherous, dishonest, but, surprisingly, religious self, or selves, Ackerley and Gontarski, 163. The problem with this characterization is that it does not really shed light on the question of the voice. In the same spirit, some critics raise the question of the source of the voice, following a realistic interpretation. Grally Heron asserts that the voice emanates not from without but from within, 2007, 54. Marie-Claude Hubert sees a similarity with the interior voice that, from the first narrative texts, obliges the character to speak, ed. 353. Of course, the text insists on localizing the voice in Joe's head, the whisper in your head. Me whispering in at you in your head, EJ, 364, you know that penny farthing hell you call your mind. That's where you think this is coming from, don't you, 362. Beckett also specifies, a dead voice in his head, Beckett, 1998, 201. However, in spite of these metaphorical indications, the inside/outside polarity only exists with reference to an instituted reality, and disregards the nature of this voice as bordering on a real that is consubstantial with the subject's existence. Locating the voice in the head essentially serves to emphasize the impossibility for the mortified subject to detach himself from it, to withdraw himself and find a shelter. Marie-Claude Hubert submits a complementary idea. It is impossible to reduce, as Martin Esslin does, this voice that resounds in the consciousness, to an internal monologue that is identified with the eye of the camera, insofar as the man perceives the voice from without. Even though Beckett suggests by these words that it is hallucinatory, it nonetheless has a real existence. Hubert ed. 354. Indeed, it is necessary to accept the separation between the eye of the camera and the voices. Each move is stopped by voice resuming, never camera move and voice together, EJ, 361. It cannot therefore be supposed that they have a common source. It is more appropriate to state that voice and gaze are two forms by which the women or the other persist in Joe's life, once they have departed. The gaze that weighs down on Joe, through the camera, seems to betray a certain ambivalence, reminiscent of the one described in film, neither severity nor benignity, but rather acute intentness, f. 329. Joe is initially afraid of an eye that might remain in the dark. There might be a louse watching you, EJ, 362, but as the gaze of the camera acts in counterpoint with the voice, it would seem to have a role somewhat similar to that of auditor, in not eye. Indeed, this gaze appears to intervene for the spectator alone, since Joe himself is preoccupied only by the torment inflicted by the voices. Beckett indicates. He does not look directly at camera and is not aware of it. He is aware only of the voice. The eyes are turned inward, a listening look. It is however effective dramatically if at the very end, with the smile, he looks full at the objective for the first time. Beckett, 1998, 203. It is at this moment that Joe succeeds in silencing the voices, and he can at last face up to the gaze. Joe expresses his feeling of victory in the direction of this other, by contrast with the anxiety the voice causes him. As the camera is devoid of speech, it appears as an other that seeks to capture Joe's reaction to the words spoken. Because of this function, the gaze of the camera would seem to have an enveloping aspect, manifesting a certain affinity with the closed space of the hermetically closed room. On this occasion, Joe enjoys a feeling of victory, of autonomy, and perhaps perceives a possibility of recognition from the other who is watching him. The split between camera and voice also reveals Joe's relation to language. Joe is silent throughout the play, completely exposed to the assaults of the voice, and inert under the gaze of the camera. It is his silence, his exclusion from speech, that engenders the voice. That is to say that he proves to be powerless to oppose the voice by invocation, by creating a breach that will silence the other and thus allow him to assume his past life, to integrate it as part of his experience. Here, his whole life is borne by the utterances of others. Therefore, the silence Joe seems to impose on the voice at the end of the play is the one in which he is himself immured. His victory will therefore only be temporary, since silence can only be the continuation of the voice, whence the ironic ambiguity Beckett maintains. I asked in London and Stuttgart for a smile at the end, oh, not a real smile. He wins again, 1998, 202. By displaying a smile, Joe bathes in the light of the gaze. But his victory will only be temporary, everything can and must be continually reversed. The dead voices start to speak when no one is present, they never die. Joe can never consider himself to be even with the departed, they will always come back to demand their due. The persecuting dimension of the voice is manifested in the manner in which it attacks the character, according to Beckett's description, a dead voice in his head. Minimum of color. Attacking. Each sentence a knife going in, pause for withdrawal, then in again, 1998, 201. This incisive nature of the voice appears as the reverse side of Joe's use of language in the past, where mastery and an exaggerated opinion of himself betrayed his fundamental inability to proffer subjective enunciation. He is now entirely dependent on a voice that escapes his control. Manifesting the force of the superego, the voice acts as a Mobian reversal of Joe's past narcissistic position, sit there in his stinking old wrapper hearing himself, that lifelong adorer, e.j. 363. The voice demolishes the positive image he entertained of himself. In the same way, Joe is denied his former mastery over language, powerful grasp of language you had, 363. The voice suggests that if Joe used to admire the feminine voice, it was because it reflected his own use of words, situating the two lovers in a specular relationship. How you admired my elocution. Flint glass. You could have listened to it forever, the impenetrable solidity, the inalterability, and the transparency expressed by this metaphor have now become a source of persecution. Henceforth, Joe remains confined in a silence that appears to be the cause of the voice that quotes his former sayings, the best's to come, you said, that last time, 362. The voice adopts a provocative attitude, seeking to drive Joe out of his silence. Say it you now, Joe, no one'll hear you, say it you now, no one'll hear you. Say Joe, it parts the lips, 366. The repetition of the utterance Joe reveals the programmatic nature of the play's title, showing how powerless the character is to assume the utterances proffered by the voice, and to speak in turn, which is the only means by which he could bring about a peaceful silence. This projected parting of Joe's lips points to an envisaged parturition evoked in a piece of monologue, where the central word pronounced by the figure on stage entails the sensual enjoyment of the lips movement, birth. Parts lips and thrusts tongue between them, pm. 428. By pronouncing the word birth and by speaking, for Joe the subject attempts to give himself some form of palpable existence. Brutally expelled from his position of mastery over speech, Joe endeavors to kill the voices, mental thuggy you called it, e.j. 363, throttling the dead in his head. Beckett evokes a passion to kill the voices which he cannot kill, in Ackerley and Gondarski, 162. However, he can never kill those who have never been dead, or stilled, on a symbolic level. The physical nature of the violence expressed here is thus intended to replace an impossible nomination. However, Joe's efforts only testify to the force of the voice that causes its attacks, in the same way as a person, caught up in a delirium, may vociferate, to calm his torment. His attempts to stifle the voices can thus be seen as maintaining the latter's incisiveness, for want of engendering a structural breach. What intervenes here is a reflection of the ego ideal, that demands a final ending of all the symbolic. Genist, 2015, a radical effacing equivalent to suicide, whereby there would be no longer any need to go on, to face up to the torment of the voice. It could also be added that attacking others gives him the impression of somehow being alive. What'd be if you ran out of us, e.j., 363. To have an other to kill is still to have an other, rather than remaining completely alone. The voice torments, but listening to it is a way of continuing to exist. In its narrative function, the voice tells of a life that Joe can no longer really live, one that he was never capable of living. The voice brings back words from the past that remain superficial eloquence, but that Joe was never able to subjectively assume. Thus it is that Grally Heron points out an ambiguity. On the one hand, Joe overtly seeks to distance himself from voice, trying to throttle her into submission like he has her predecessors. On the other hand, As the covert source of voice, Joe is essentially responsible for generating and perpetuating her narrative. So although his mouth says no, his mind's eye says yes. Heron, 2007, 64. Joe reveals a structural aspect of the voice. He seeks to exhaust it, while deriving a jouissance from it. He lives by means of the voice, hoping it will give consistency to his existence as an unspeakable whole, excluded from any utterance. Indeed, Joe seeks to preserve the other as an image, whence the jouissance he derives from listening to the story of the death of the Green One. This narration is a way to defensively fair L-image, do the image, as in the story L-image 128, delaying the inevitable encounter with oneself and with the ultimate unstillable voice. There was love for you, e.j. 365. The equivoque of the words for you is perceptible. They can be understood as the expression of a superlative, or as that is how love is, what do you expect, or again as love addressed to you / that she bore for you. Joe's impotence can also be heard in the expression, the best's to come, you said, that last time, 362, the best's to come, you said, 365. This equivocal locution expresses the illusory promises that Joe made to women. It also suggests the death awaiting them all, Joe included. The promises are part of the exaggeration the character used in order to reassure himself with regards to the future. The story recounted by the voice is a torment because what Joe hears represented is that which he has definitively lost, whereas, at the same time, the voice makes this representation exist again, as if it were still possible to restore this reality. This incompatibility shows that Joe only has access to love in the form of a destroyed love. Amorous attachment exists for him only in the form of a sacrifice. The woman puts an end to her life. Her death is the acme of the voice's speech, both out of love and despair. Her act constitutes the proof of the love she bore for Joe, but which was not enough for him. This sacrifice thus reveals Joe's suffering to be derisory, finishes the tube. There's love for you. Joe. E.j. 366, till they go. There's love for you. Isn't it, Joe? Wasn't it, Joe? Compared to us. Compared to him. Joe, 367. The irony in one formulation, where Joe's suffering is compared to Jesus, the passion of our Joe, 364, evokes the notion of a sacrifice whereby the other is preserved intact, since, once Joe is dead, he will be forever frozen in the demonstration of his love. By contrast, to succeed in stifling the voices would leave Joe facing the void, alone with his failure, straining to hear. Why must you do that? When you're nearly home. What matter then? What we mean? It should be the best. Nearly home again. Another stilled. And it's the worst, e.j. 364. If the voices finally fell silent, Joe would redouble his efforts to grasp the words whispered by the voice, in the very heart of silence. Thus, he reveals the unstoppable nature of the voice that will never belong to him. And now this. Squeezed down to this. How much longer would you say? Till the whisper. You know. When you can't hear the words. Straining to hear. If it went on. The whisper in your head. Me whispering in at you in your head. Things you can't catch. On and off. E.j. 363-4. In the discourse proffered by the voice, the meaning at least offers the advantage of allowing Joe to latch onto some form of representation. However, this voice is unstillable, like that of God. Joe aims to evacuate all voices, in order to achieve peace, but at that precise moment, he risks encountering the divinity. Silence of the grave without the maggots. To crown your labors. Till one night. Thou fool thy soul. Ever think of that? When he starts in on you. When you're done with yourself. If you ever are. E.j. 364. This divine, unceasing voice escapes all attempts to silence it. since it supposes eradicating the language that is at the basis of his very existence, as if Joe were trying to free himself of his own head. The divine voice is, by definition, what exceeds all efforts to stifle it. Joe's death constitutes the following stage: once he has succeeded in stifling the voice his life depends on, or is it the heart already? Crumbles when you lie down in the dark. Dry rotten at last, e.j., 362, till you join us, 364. Indeed, the successive voices which compose a series show a process of crumbling: your father, 363, then your mother, all the others, then, the green one, the present voice, eventually the slut, unless that poor old slut loves you. Then yourself. That old bonfire. Years of that stink. Then the silence, 365. This movement suggests that each voice ends up falling definitively silent, leaving, in the end, the inevitable encounter with oneself, with the remainder that cannot be eliminated. It is as if, having poisoned the lives of others, Joe were condemned to face up to his own inability to liberate himself. The others acquire a new life through the voice, which he must continually stifle, but in the end, he will come face to face with death, his own, which is precisely that of an unborn subject. The theme of the inordinate guilt that assails him can be explained by the fact that Joe appears as the cause of the other's death. His fetishistic approach to utterances testifies to his efforts to preserve himself from the persecuting dimension he encounters in enunciation. Hence his admiration for the voice's past elocution, e.j., 363, or for the green one, spirit made light. To borrow your expression, 365. These images represent the banishment of all obscurity contained in the gaping hole of the persecuting voice. The absence of a symbolic inscription can be observed in the fact that these images are already mortified, rather than being expressive of physical presence. Joe causes the death of the green one as if, when she was alive, she were already a persecuting voice for him. She went young. No more old lip from her, 365. The expression old lip seems to suggest that the affection that could be expressed by kissing lips has been transformed into a tormenting voice that echoes the maternal superego. The adjective old points to this pejorative judgment. Even if the account of the green one's suicide were an invention, since he could not have been present, the repeated attempts to kill herself represent the means by which Joe perpetuates his own feeling of guilt. Grally-Heron, 2012, points out the melancholic nature of Joe's suffering. He reveals the parallels between the story of the green one and Beckett's youthful relationship with his cousin Peggy Sinclair, which, in all likelihood, he broke off as a result of his mother's severe disapproval. In Freud's analysis of melancholy, the subject turns against himself the reproaches he feels for the one he has lost, the latter being assimilated to the mother whom the subject feels has abandoned him. 129. As regards Peggy, Heron notes, it turns out that the traumatic events from the past which end up haunting most tenaciously tend to be either those events that one did not recognize as traumatic until it was too late to prevent them, or those events which one feels one should have been present for but was absent. Heron, 2012, 62. In this case, Beckett only learned of Peggy's death when he was informed after awaking from an operation to have a cyst removed. However, the anecdotal facts are less important here than the structural aspect involving melancholy. Indeed, according to Freudian theory, the lost object can only take on form as a result of repetition, since the first occurrence of a founding event is real, and as such, cannot be grasped as an object. In Ejo, the object assumes the form of the reconstituted image, the suicide of the green one, that no one actually witnessed. This image is thus equivalent to that of the birth evoked in Rough for Radio 2-130, intervening as a replacement for something devoid of any existence in factual reality. The image allows Joe to hold onto the representation of the thing he is incapable of subjectivizing, so that displeasure remains paradoxically bound up in pleasure. The fact that he remains resolutely mute demonstrates that he is unable to address his other by invocation, He cannot make the subjective leap to integrate this loss as a personal experience, with the responsibility that such an act supposes. Heron points out that originally, Beckett had envisaged having the Green One relate her own suicide, but that he later decided to deflect the story onto a third entity by having Voice instead imagine the death of the Green One, 2012, 61. The Voice intensifies Joe's solitude, since he cannot even enjoy the comfort of the familiar voice, he is forever deprived of that which he was unable to possess. The Voice thus signifies the reality of this loss. Joe does not rebel because he does not have the subjective means to do so, he knows nothing more than what the Voice gives access to. 131 A verbal and visual representation that gives form to the unbearable. The persecuting voice appears to be that of the maternal superego, the one that enjoined him to be rid of the Green One. This tormenting maternal voice rails against both the Green One, Heron, 2012, 50-1, and Joe. The latter thus experiences his existence at the place he is assigned to by his voice, where the image comes into being. In other words, Joe exists because the voice continues to look over him, passing judgment on him. The persecution is also comfort, in the same way as a child paradoxically sees punishment as proof of his father's love. Freud, 2002, 219-43. What would be truly unbearable for him would be to be confronted with definitive silence, the disappearance of his other. Self-flagellation through the assaults of the voice constitutes a means to ensure himself of the presence of an other. I am loved because the other persecutes me, I still have the presence of my mother as a voice, railing the one whom I have lost. If, as Freud points out, the melancholic knows whom he has lost, but not what he has lost, that is to say, as a subjective function, 2006, 289, the voice at least gives form and consistency to this absence. Moreover, the one that Joe himself no longer has at his disposal is that of the Green One, she remains only a verbal image. In turn, the spectator finds himself in a similar position to that of Joe, contemplating an image and listening to a voice. He has access to the image of Joe, not to that of the Green One. Finally, Beckett presents a facet of himself in this image of one who cannot break out and speak forth in order to silence the voice by subjective means. The televisual device serves to contain and give form to what the author, as a subject, finds unbearable. Joe's women die because he is fundamentally incapable of supporting a woman's desire. His partners find in him no subjective enunciation capable of instituting them in a loving relationship, and of pacifying their jouissance. This can be seen as the cause of his guilt. Joe finds himself powerless to protect his partners since a woman, for him, is exclusively situated either on the side of the mortified image, or of the voice. Their death is the expression of the abyss that Joe is incapable of dealing with. Joe thus brings into play the character's invasion by dead voices, testifying to Joe's efforts to escape their unstillable dimension. However, his failure resides in the fact that he only has, at his disposal, means that express his mortification and the supremacy of the persecuting superego. 2. Interruption. Interruption as absolute. If the voice often imposes itself in the form of an unbreachable continuity, this massive quality is not univocal but is doubled according to a Mobian logic 132 by interruption. This characteristic of the voice appears clearly when Stephen Connor points out that while the visible appears as continuous, the world of pure hearing can be considered as unremittingly intermittent. 2009a, 17. Indeed, an aesthetics of interruption pervades the whole of Beckett's work, and is particularly striking in his plays. Thus, speaking of Pozzo, Beckett notes, "He is a hypomaniac and the only way to play him is to play him mad." Pozzo's sudden changes of tone, mood, behavior, etc., may I suppose be related to what is going on about him, but their source is in the dark of his own inner upheavals and confusions. The temptation is to minimize an irresponsibility and discontinuity which should on the contrary be stressed. Beckett, 1998, 6. Winnie also represents a notable case. One of the clues of the play is interruption. Something begins, Something else begins. She begins but doesn't carry through with it. She's constantly being interrupted or interrupting herself. She's an interrupted being. Beckett, 1995, 16. Speaking of crap, Beckett emphasizes again, his whole life has been interruption, in Lolly, 2007, 90. In fact, the project of rupturing goes back at least to 1937, when Beckett declared, "I am starting a Logoclasts League. I am the only member at present." The idea is ruptured writing, so that the void may protrude, like a hernia, L1, 521. Beckett also expressed his ambition of drilling holes into language, L1, 518, in his letter to Axel Kaun of the same year. This insistence with which Beckett creates interrupted characters leads us to discern a much deeper disposition of an existential nature in these interruptions that, in reality, are present throughout his entire work. The insistent nature of these interruptions has been noted by critics. Leslie Hill, 67, associates interruptions with repetition, that multiplies difference and challenges identity. This deconstructionist perception tends to avoid the problematic presence of jouissance, that other readings point to without naming it. Jan Mevel, 280, sees a tension, in Beckett's evocations, between Gilbert Durand's categories of schizomorphic structures involving the use of rigid geometrical forms and glycromorphic ones, implying viscosity, physical proximity, and confusion. Ulrika Maud shows how Malloy's compulsive mobility is forever threatening to come to a halt, 2009, 91, as a result of tics, twitches, jerks, aches and falls. Such techniques of fragmentation, in Krapp's last tape, are also seen as a major source of dramatic energy, Hill, 129. In the same vein, Stephen Connor asserts that Beckett will sometimes borrow the force of interruption, seeking to synchronize with it, 2008b, 91. Elsewhere, he appropriately remarks the importance of switches, as a motif expressing interruption throughout Beckett's work, 2014a, 76. Helensixa sees the music of Not I as residing in what she calls the correlation 1/F, which means that if you try to foresee the following note you have one chance out of two of being mistaken, 62-3. The consequence is that the perfect music of Not I is both structured and surprising, 63. However, another dimension requires to be taken into account, an uncontrollable aspect, manifest in the tremor. Stephen Connor defines the latter as the encounter and exchange of opposing forces, a strength meets a weakness that is not quite weak enough simply to absorb it, to collapse and vanish under the blow, 2008a. Ulrika Maud sees the shaking body as a dynamic impetus rather than a passive attitude, 2009, 95. Jan Mevel points to the specific dynamics whereby the energy invested by the Beckettian character in the demanding minuteness of his intellectual enterprises betrays, a contrario, the prescience of their inevitable incompletion, 286. In studying Ill Seen Ill Said, Eric Tunning, 2010, 234, and Laura Salisbury both evoke the way Parkinson's disease takes hold of the body, producing sudden speedings and slowings that quiver between limit instances extremes of akathisia, restlessness, and akinesia, profound rigidity and paralysis of will, 2012, 156. What is described by these critics in the form of an analogy assumes more importance when one considers that it brings to the fore the very real bodily dimension, the jouissance, which may remain unnoticed if one concentrated only on the text's apparent abstraction. At this point, it is worth emphasizing Beckett's refusal of the notion of abstraction 133 when writing to Karl-Heinz Kasperi in 1953 about the characters in Worden aufgehoben. He states, Je concois fort bien votre gene devant leur peu de caractérisation. Mais je vous engagerai à voir moins l'effet d'un effort d'abstraction, ce dont je suis peu capable, que le revestir teneur tout ce chu ilsont à la fois de complexe et d'amorphe. L2, 389. I can readily understand your unease at their lack of characterization. But I would urge you to see in them less the result of an attempt at abstraction, something I am almost incapable of, than a refusal to tone down all that is at one and the same time complex and amorphous in them. L2, 391. While Pascal Casanova speaks of the process of abstractivation, 166, referring to the activating of a formal abstraction and a methodical and systematic operation of abandonment and purification epuration in Beckett's work, she also points out that he only undertakes his formal revolution by accommodating the necessary and non-annullable link between language and the world. Even better, he invents abstract art in literature in the tension and the movement towards the impossible. Extinction of meaning, 167. Indeed, simple abstraction would entail claiming to eliminate the materiality of the signifier. Catherine Laws makes a similar remark. The complexities of Beckett's uses of music acknowledge the inevitable failure of this drive towards abstraction, 2013, 213. This is why Matthew Prodin points out how, in staging his early plays, Beckett's work on the character always started with the body, not with the written text, with the posture which, precisely, is absent from the latter, 2014, 275. Bruno Genest, 2014, emphasizes that for Beckett, writing must have an effect on the body. Thus, if abstraction means the elimination of the signified from the signifier, the latter only has any value insofar as it can be understood as having a very real effect on the subject, not as a purely spiritual or ethereal construction aiming to abolish perpetually problematic corporeal existence. Indeed, Matthew Prodin explains that in continuity with this corporeal work, the text itself will be apprehended in its materiality, particularly via a vocal treatment that makes the signifier stand out in relation to the signified, 2014, 296. Interruption thus needs to be understood not simply as an external motif or theme, but as a characteristic of the signifier which, as a result of its differential nature, produces effects on the body in the form of jouissance. The breaks in Beckett's work show up the way the signifier creates in its links to the real total incompatibilities, what, in Lacan's later work, is called the non-existence of any sexual rapport 134, an absence of any dialectics capable of subsuming terms within a limited whole. Language thus reveals an incommensurable abyss in its very heart, and which cannot be reduced to a simple anecdotal perception. It is thus necessary to understand Beckett's preoccupation with interruption in terms of the motif of the unborn being, the state of the awful acceptance of two entities that will never mingle, L1, 540, as he stated in 1937, regarding the painting of Jack Yates. What separates two signifiers is, fundamentally, the same gaping hole that intervenes between the artist and objects, as no man's land, Hellespont, or vacuum, DSJ, 70. Beckett's treatment of this insuperable separation can be seen in his remark made to André Bernold, concerning Jean Genet's Cotter Hures Achatilla, oui, répondit-il, c'est le même paradoxe que chez Kafka, horreur du contenu, serenité de la forme, yes, he replied, it's the same paradox as in Kafka, horror of the content, serenity of the form, in Bernold, 81. The horror of the content is what breaks up any will to signify, and which aesthetic construction brings to light and gives form to by precise use of interruptions. These effects of jouissance require to be taken into account in Beckett's work as stage director. Matthew Prodin points out that where the rhapsodist unifies heterogeneous voices, Beckett introduces multiplicity into the original unity of his monologues, such as those of Krapp and Nag, fissuring thus replaces structuring. Prodin, 2014, 354. This multiplicity is extremely spectacular, for example, in Lisa Dwan's performance of Not I 135, where the breathless succession of broken utterances was combined with constant changes in voice tone, which also resulted in an intensely melodic effect that seemed totally unimaginable when studying the written text. The interruptions manifest in Winnie's monologues reveal these incompatibilities that testify to the character's desperate efforts to cover up the gaping abyss in language. On the one hand, Winnie's speech is made up of clichés, Berry, 2006, Brown, 2011a, utterances devoid of enunciation that constitute the verbal equivalent of the blinding light inundating the stage in Happy Days. If they offer a discourse of a dismaying rectitude, it is because their reverse side is continually present, a radical absence of any discursive hinterland. Consequently, the Mobian equivalent of monotony appears as the effect of a total, non-negotiable void that is refractory to any will to say. Winnie's interruptions appear to be partially covered up by the flow of words, for example, in the reversals where she systematically alternates between the smile expressing a calm closure, and the opening up to anxiety. All comes back. Pause. All. Pause. No, not all. Smile. No, no. Smile off. Not quite. HD, 144. Ordinarily, dialectical speech allows a subject to face the unknown, to find ways to bypass the impossible and reduce its incidence. With Winnie, however, the succession of clichés is doubled by her fundamental powerlessness, which can be ascribed to no visible cause. Thus Winnie muses. To think there are times one cannot take off one's hat, not even if one's life were at stake. How often I have said, put on your hat now Winnie, there is nothing else for it, take off your hat now Winnie, like a good girl, it will do you good, and did not. Pause. Could not. HD, 146. Both sides the full meaning of the utterance, the exhortation addressed to herself to put her hat on, and the absolute void, unexplainable paralysis, relay each other, nothing ensures their mediation or attenuates their implacable alternation. Matthew Prodin underscores the difficulty here for the actress, which he also notes in Waiting for Godot. In Lucky's monologue, he shows that the enumeration of sports is particularly problematic if the actor makes a pause, however slight. 2014, 302. This question becomes clear when contrasting the respective performances of Madeleine Renaud and Billy Whitelaw in Happy Days. The former resorted to the solution of maintaining a conversational tone, the ends of her phrases were tenuous, leaving an opening, as if awaiting a response. Billy Whitelaw however accentuated the interruption, running the risk of losing the thread of her discourse. Interruption imposes itself in its radical and absolute nature. This dimension of interruption can be grasped in the light of two types of rupture pointed out by Lacan. On this point, Graciela Brodsky distinguishes first a fixed and repressed master signifier 136, S1, that springs up in the form of the Freudian slip. It is a matter of a moment, not of a state. We can suppose that the chain of signifiers will link up again with its continuity in the form of that means such or such a thing. Brodsky, 321. The sudden appearance of the master signifier brings the subject's speech to a halt, making him question what has happened,